On this fateful day, the weather was fierce, the dark sky overcast, and lightning struck the high, sharp rocks. The main character standing on this mountain turned to the heavenly palace, the wisdom of heaven, and other immortal treasures. Three immortals surrounded our hero and claimed that they were going to deal with him and demanded that Li Taishun, the self-proclaimed ruler, give them the Book of Heaven. Li Taishun, who was being suppressed, humiliated the opponents by saying that the Qin Emperor Wu Shizhen and the Jinwu demon only had a superior copy. He shouted at the worthless rats who wanted the Book of Heaven so badly that they would have to die with him now. There was an incredible explosion surrounded by lightning, and the three attackers only managed to shout at the bastard that he was trying to destroy the entire immortal world. After a moment, the main character opened his dumbfounded eyes. It turned out that the guy had survived this brutal battle. He was riding on the train and immediately realized that he was on Earth, which means the Book of Heaven brought him back to the past. The immortal was reborn and returned to his homeland. Previously, Li Taishuan dominated the entire world. Using his power, he also ruled parallel worlds. 3,000 civilizations were under his control, and he created an immortal body 10,000 years ago. The conductor announced that the train had arrived at Chuzhou Station, and our hero immediately recalled this place from his distant memories. After leaving the train with a suitcase, the main character remembered how, at the age of 20, he first found himself in this city, Chuzhou. The guy came out of the station and saw a taxi car in front of him. He went to the car to go to the right place. He put his hand on the handle to open the taxi door and was glad that there was still a glimmer of Taishuan in his body and considered it a blessing. The young man got into the car and was happy when he picked up his phone and saw that someone was calling him. It turned out that Li Taishuan's girlfriend was calling, and the guy stared at the phone screen for a while before answering her. He looked downcast when the girl immediately started calling him worthless because Li still hadn't arrived, even though dinner for the school staff starts in half an hour. The Venerable remembered that this time he had come to Chuzhou to meet his girlfriend's family and propose to her, but she had other plans. He remembered that ruthless Yang Xiaokong who had taken the girl away from her and beaten her up. Now he wanted to take revenge on a stupid, insignificant mortal. Li Taishuan recalled how that bastard even doused his face with acid. Then our hero had to suffer in the garbage dump alone. Li was later wrongly convicted and sentenced to more than a decade in prison, accused of something he didn't do. Our hero's own father was ill when Li was released from prison. The old man had to sell his property to help his son. When the main character got out of prison and returned home, he found his father lying on the floor. The old man was already dead. For the next few years, Li Taishuan lived like a stray dog. He had no purpose in life. He just wanted to survive. In the end, the main character could not cope with all the difficulties of life and decided to choose the easiest way out. But the guy's death was a blessing in disguise that allowed his soul to go astray and enter the Zhujian realm, becoming a descendant of Taishuan. He now admitted that he had been stupid, incompetent, and naive beyond measure in his previous life. But what he had experienced in his previous life, Li found deplorable. Li straightened his tie and thought of his revered father, promising to find retribution for his future wrongs when he returned. As the taxi sped down the street, a blue SUV appeared out of nowhere in the opposite lane and swerved right into our hero's car. The yellow car tried to dodge, but the blue SUV deliberately drove straight at the car Li Taishuan was sitting in. The taxi driver, a young man in a cap, began to panic. He did not understand what was happening and tried to maneuver, twisting the steering wheel. The taxi driver still failed to avoid the collision as the big blue car crashed into the back door. The taxi driver squeezed his eyes shut and covered his face with his hand as shards of glass from the broken window began to fly in all directions. The taxi skidded to a stop, and the blue SUV leveled off and didn't even slow down, intending to leave the scene of the accident. The taxi driver first turned around and asked the passenger, who was our hero, if he was injured. The guy in the cap was dumbfounded when he looked at the back passenger seat and found that his passenger seemed to have disappeared. The blue SUV did not stop running amok on the road, and on the way it collided with another car. The car did not stop even after the second accident. It continued to move along the highway, hitting more and more new cars. After the SUV had turned left, it was now heading straight for the fence where the cliff was waiting for it. The main character, who was determined to stop the SUV, at the last moment grabbed the bumper with one hand. Li Taishuan tried to stop the car on his own, his shoes breaking on the asphalt, sparking and destroying the road surface. But this did not help him to stop the car in time. The blue SUV still crashed into the bump, destroying it. Fragments of metal flew down from the high cliff, but the car, fortunately, stopped at the last moment. Stunned people got out of their cars and started filming what was happening. They couldn't believe that our hero managed to stop the car. Li Taishuan still held the SUV's rear bumper, preventing the car from falling into the abyss. He was angry at the lousy little people who didn't call for help while he was holding the car up by himself. Li's strength was too strong, and he hated this unbearably weak form, the feeling of exhaustion and weakness of the flesh. Taishuan was about to leave but stopped and turned around when the passengers of the SUV asked him to do so. He saw a grandfather and his young granddaughter in front of him, and Chu Tianzheng thanked the young man for his help. The main character waved his hand and replied that it was all a matter of fate. Such things are small and insignificant for him, so grandfather should not worry. The old man thanked Li once again and said that the guy could ask him for help because Grandpa's family has enough influence in this city. Our hero wanted to leave, refusing to help, but the girl with pink hair screamed, demanding that he stop. She stated that their Chu family was not used to someone's favors and kindness and asked to be allowed to show their gratitude to Li. Grandpa got angry at Lotus and yelled at his granddaughter to stop because she started acting impolite. The protagonist replied that he wouldn't stand on ceremony if she insisted and requested a 100-year-old ginseng to change his pathetic mortal bones. Old man Chu noticed the young man's funny way of speaking and asked how to address him, since he didn't look like a Chuzhou resident. The guy asked the old man to stop being nice and suggested that it was human nature if they said empty words to him and didn't want to help find the ginseng. Lotus blushed with anger, thinking that our hero was a funny kid who was trying to extort money from his grandfather right now. The pink-haired girl froze in fright as something passed inches away from her, at a speed that the eye couldn't detect. She quickly regained her senses, reacted with lightning speed, and immediately shouted at her grandfather to be careful. Li Taishuan hadn't noticed yet that there was an enemy-minded martial artist hovering in the air right above him. The fighter waved his hand and shouted to our hero, a stupid child, that he would now pay with his life for destroying his plans. The young man was shouted at to dodge, but the protagonist was still standing still when the fighter's fist was inches from the back of his head. Li Taishuan visibly tensed up, but he didn't turn around to face the sudden appearance of his opponent. The martial artist asked how this was even possible when his fist was stopped by Li's defensive magic barrier. The main character did not swing his fists, he only turned his withering cold gaze on the opponent. The unknown fighter began to groan and groan in pain because Li Taishuan managed to deal damage to him with just his gaze. The man flew backwards and hit a tree pole, and Li wondered if some pathetic earth ant had dared to challenge him. Grandpa Chu thought that this was a legendary practitioner, perhaps a prodigal young master from a secret family. He knew that most of the great masters stayed away, and they were usually very old, unlike our hero. The old man had never heard of a Grand Master level person at such a young age, and the demon boy's talent both delighted and terrified him. Lotus also quieted down in surprise. She wondered who this guy was, who managed to take the life of an assassin without even moving. Li Taishuan was outraged that this pathetic semblance of an assassin, an ant, dared to offend this venerable. The main character walked up to the assassin and asked the man, "Does this insignificant speck of dust dare to act so recklessly?" Old man Chu bowed to the boy and thanked him for the young benefactor who had saved the lives of him and his granddaughter. Li Taishuan noticed the pendant that hung around the elderly man's neck. It was a piece of jade with a golden frame. Even venerable God Li was surprised when he saw this item on old man Chu's neck. He was looking at it with wide eyes. He noticed that the energy inside this jade pendant was familiar to him, which meant that it could have come from the immortal world. The main character asked Grandpa to give him this jade pendant if the old man wanted to repay him for his help. Chu Tianzheng didn't hesitate to take off the pendant. He didn't mind giving the young man this old jade. He handed him the pendant, and Li said that ordinary mortals can't use this jade, but this artifact is very useful for the guy. Finally, our hero told the old man that they were now even, and he would leave immediately, and the Chu family could continue to do their worldly affairs. The main character left without turning around, and Chu Tianzheng and his granddaughter stared after the mysterious young man in silence for a long time. Lotus was indignant that her grandfather had given her jade to this simple warrior because she didn't see Li Taishuan as anything special. Old man Chu asked his granddaughter if she had heard of the Southeastern War Zone and a man named Long Tianzhang, whose codename was Voldemort. He said that as the top master of the Southeastern District, Long was ordered to guard the border for many years, cracking down on many terrorist organizations. According to him, earlier Long broke into a riot zone in West Africa and single-handedly took out an enemy priority target under a rain of bullets, eliminating more than 2,000 enemy soldiers. Lotus asked why Grandpa was telling her this story and what it had to do with that guy. Grandpa replied that he had told the story because the young man was at least as good as Voldemort. The following events unfolded in a 5-star hotel called White Goose, which was located in the center of Chuzhou. Li was already there. He clearly remembered being humiliated in this place in his previous life, but now he was looking forward to meeting Yang Xiaokong to repay his mortal wrongs. The main character stopped and froze when he heard someone loudly pronounce his mundane name, Li Xiaofan. When he saw his girlfriend Ko Qingshun, she immediately started cursing for him for being so useless, so late on an important day for her. The guy replied to her, calling her a harlot, that he had a small accident on the road, and it was none of her business what this venerable man does in his spare time. Ku tensed, thinking that the guy in front of her was someone else, because in the past he was a crazy puppy in love, and now he talks in a strange way. A friend came up to her and told her that this guy who looks like he's from the country is too shabby to hang around here. She asked Ku Qingshan why her boyfriend was talking like a character in a kung fu novel, and supposedly now she understood why the girl was hiding him. Li thought that there was another insignificant girl. He remembered Xu Xiaoying. It was the teacher in the language group. In the previous life, she looked down on Li Taishuan. Ko Qingshan admitted that she was annoyed with Li Xiaofan because he came to a high-class event without bothering to wear something better. Her friend grabbed her by the arm and led her away, telling her to leave this child to rot alone and stop entertaining this poor beggar boy. Lai recalled this memory from his previous life. The attitude of this girl didn't change now. He already dreamed of cruelly dealing with this ignorant woman. The event organized by the girl of our hero was in full swing. The guests were communicating with each other. Xiaokun approached the girl and asked if she had come here with Xiaofan, and she told him not to worry about her boyfriend. Xiaokun laughed, saying that Li Xiaofeng was very antisocial and no one here claimed to be friends with him. Ku Qingshan looked at our hero and thought that he wasn't good enough for her, and he shouldn't blame her for that. Kun hugged her and asked her why she was hesitating, because she should choose him and leave this poor boy. Knowing how Xiao feels about her, King Shan's face was flushed and she stopped talking and looked straight into the eyes of the persistent young man. Looking at Xiao Kun in fascination, the girl did not hesitate to leave the main character and be with him. The guests immediately started chatting about what had happened, thinking that the rabbit shouldn't fight the lions and Li needed to know his place. Xiao Kun approached the main character, assuming that it was Li Xiaofan, and decided to meet him. Our hero replied that he, the Venerable One, does not shake hands with others, and human habits are unacceptable to this ruler, and Xiao Kun is not worthy of a gesture from Li. The protagonist's words made Xiao Kun lose his temper, and through gritted teeth, he asked the guy if he really dared to spit in his face. Ku Qingshan urged Li Xiaofan not to be a fool and apologized to Xiao Kun, who is the deputy head of the teaching department at their school. Her friends sided with her, claiming that Xiao Kun was 100 times better than that poor Li Xiaofan. Xiao Kun's men approached our hero and rudely demanded that the punks apologize to the young master right away, otherwise he would leave the banquet. Li thought, does this ant still dare to talk to him? And it's worth teaching this ant what it means to insult a great immortal. Xiao Kun advised our hero to go back to where he came from, because a stupid redneck is not worthy of Ku Qingshan. The director of the training department showed up and ordered Li Xiaofan to quickly get up and apologize to Yang Xiaokong. Li Xiaofan replied that this lowly trash named Xiao Kun wasn't worthy, and if the Venerable One didn't have the right to occupy this chair, no one else did. Xiao Kun started bragging that he had shares in this hotel, so he was worthy of this place. But Li, who didn't own anything, didn't deserve anything. The main character looked at Xiao Kun with disdain and said nothing. He was infuriated by this young man's behavior. Li Xiaofan made a gesture with his hands to activate his great immortal abilities and teach the ant a lesson by placing a magic seal on the chair. The boy stood up and said that he was tired of this game, and he allowed Xiao Kun to sit in his place while the Venerable One watched the ant disgrace itself. Xiao Kun walked past our hero, intending to sit down, grinned and advised the loser to leave. The deputy head of the Department of Teaching sat down on a chair and sat comfortably there, taking the place of the main character. As soon as Xiao Kun sat down in his seat, his expression changed dramatically, and he was at a loss for words. When he realized what was happening, the guy jumped up from the chair and screamed. It turned out that his pants caught fire. Kao Qingshan panicked, fearing for her new chosen one. She screamed, asking what he did. The girl screamed for help as the flames moved towards her, her skirt catching fire. One of the guests was already carrying a bucket of water, shouting for the others to step aside and let him pass. The guy poured a bucket full of water on Xiao Kun and his chosen one to extinguish the mysterious flame. It worked. The fire immediately disappeared, but now Ku Qingshan and her lover were in the water from head to toe. Xiao Kun was angry and perplexed. He didn't understand what was wrong with his chair and how it could suddenly catch fire. This was not the end of the trouble for him and his girlfriend. They noticed a large golden chandelier that was about to fall. Shocked, Xiao Kun shouted while looking at the chandelier, not having time to figure out what the hell was going on here. A second later, a large golden chandelier fell to the ground. All the light bulbs broke. The glass flew in different directions. Xiao Kun fell to the floor and covered his face with his hands. The glass hit him, and he screamed for help. His subordinates helped the young master up, and one of them told the others to send Xiao Kun to the hospital so that he wouldn't develop an infection. After lighting a cigarette, Li Xiaofan thought that resistance was completely useless for vulnerable little ants. Xiao Kun's subordinate helped him out of the hotel and walked to the car. He asked the young master to take his time and calm down. He put the young gentleman in the car, but the adventure did not end there. There was something wrong with the car. Xiao Kun's subordinate and his young master noticed that the hood of the car caught fire before they could even start. The flames spread very fast. The young people covered their faces with their hands, and Xiao Kun began to scream in fright. They jumped out of the car and started running. The others also decided not to help put out the flames, but scattered in different directions. Our hero watched all this and laughed. The performance seemed to him entertaining. He wanted the ants to continue to entertain him. Cao Qingshan approached Xiao Fan and advised him to go back home, since it was already late, and also mentioned tomorrow's marriage proposal. Before the girl could finish speaking, Xiao Fan replied that he was wondering what kind of performance they would put on tomorrow with the engagement, trying to entertain the venerable tomorrow. He turned around and left, thinking that their little mortal games with Yang Xiaokong weren't over yet, and this performance was just the beginning. Ko Qingshan was tormented by doubts after all. Li had come so far to see her, and she had treated him so badly. A friend approached her and suggested that she leave, because she and this poor loser are not made for each other. Only such an outstanding person like Yang Xiao deserves a person like Qingshan. She told me that her boyfriend will be working at the Imperial Club, and they can hang out in the spare room today. When the main character was walking down the street, he had to get out his phone, because someone tried to call him. It was Lotus, who asked where Mr. Li was now, and said that her grandfather had asked her to show him around the city, and that the accommodation was already being prepared for him. The guy replied to the Honorable Lady Lotus that he would agree to her offer, and told her where he was now so that she could pick him up. After talking to Mr. Chu's granddaughter, the guy pressed the button to end the phone call. He was immediately distracted again by a woman in red with an umbrella who asked Li if he wanted to buy some flowers. The girl with red eyes looked at him with admiration, thinking that she hadn't seen such a stunning young man in a long time. Smiling slyly, she asked the guy if he had a place to stay and why not go with her to her house. In her hands, the mysterious girl was holding a basket containing a whole bunch of fresh red roses. Li Xiaofan advised the little witch to run away from here because she can't afford to pay such a price for this venerable one, and he still has things to do. The girl was scared. She was shocked when he called her a little witch because Li managed to expose her. Xiaofan asked if this little witch really wanted to play and how much pathetic magic she had used to cover her body. She exposed her evil self and asked if Li could really see her real identity. Now she couldn't let go of the guy so easily. The girl dropped the basket of flowers, a vicious purple energy surrounding her palm, her nails turning into sharp claws. Trying to scare Li away with her sinister aura, she told the guy to stand still so that she would suck out all of his energy. She immediately felt something was wrong. The little witch started to panic because something was happening to her body. The girl collapsed to her knees, her cultivation destroyed in the blink of an eye, and she began to suspect that the intense pressure and energy was coming from Li. The little witch frowned at our hero, writhing in pain, and demanded to know who he was. The main character chose to remain silent as she saw the cultivator's stern gaze and powerful light aura in front of her. The girl with red glowing eyes was even more frightened when she saw that our hero also has an unusual power. Showing his aura, Li accused the girl of ignorance for daring to cause discord when a god walks among mortals. He said that the Venerable One was feeling magnanimous today, so she shouldn't waste his time and answer how she was going to make amends. The girl screamed, begging him to forgive her and let her go. She promised to get out of his way and admitted that she was wrong. Fortunately for her, a taxi arrived, and the driver suggested that the girl quickly get in the car so that he would take her away from this little brute. The witch immediately got up and ran to the car to escape the Venerable's wrath, and Li decided to do nothing. Our hero thought that let this little witch live for now, but he already planned to suck all her demonic energy out of her in the future. The girl got into the taxi and looked out the window. She was still scared because she had just been on the verge of death. The taxi driver asked if she was a florist because he saw her drop a basket of flowers, and she replied that she had planted many kinds of beautiful flowers in the flower bed at her house. Wanting to replenish her vitality, She asked the taxi driver if he would like to stop at her place to buy flowers. The taxi driver scratched his head when she mentioned Manhwa Lane because this place seemed familiar to him. The main character drew attention to an expensive snow-white car that had just slowed down right next to him. When the car stopped, the door opened and a girl in pink high-heeled shoes started to get out. It was Lotus, Mr. Chu's granddaughter, who asked Mr. Lee if he liked the car and if he wanted to take a ride in her Lamborghini Diablo. Lee greeted the Honorable Miss Lotus, remarked on her beautiful car, and expressed his solemn gratitude that Old Man Chu had sheltered this humble person. Back in the car, Lotus asked who the two people who had argued with him before her arrival were, and if he wanted her to teach them a lesson. Xiaofan waved his hand and asked the girl not to worry and not to bother with these mundane things, and some people just voluntarily bring trouble on themselves. The pink-haired girl asked what Mr. Lee meant when he talked about people who voluntarily brought trouble on themselves. Lotus whirled around and looked out the window when she heard a loud, heart-rending scream. The main character did not react to this in any way. He only sighed, knowing perfectly well what was happening in the other car right now. The taxi driver lost control, the car skidded, and the guy screamed, begging to be saved from the little witch. As a result, the taxi car crashed and tore down the fence because the witch attacked the driver, wanting to replenish her energy reserves. A cloud of black smoke rose above the car. The driver's scream stopped, and no one else called for help. After that, only loud laughter could be heard. It was a witch who had drunk all the vital juices of a taxi driver, and now she was in a frenzy of euphoria. The pink-haired girl paled in horror when she saw what was happening in the nearby car. She turned to our hero, even though she couldn't form a speech out of shock, asking if Lee had seen what was happening in the other car. The indifferent Lee replied that it was just a little witch engrossed in her meal, and there were many unusual things in the world, so Lotus didn't need to worry. Lotus became afraid and wondered who this Li Xiaofan was who could reveal such mystical things. Then the events unfolded in the Imperial Club. Half an hour later, a white Lotus car pulled up in front of a pompous building. Flirting with our hero, Lotus admitted that she enjoyed their informative conversation, and she even got used to his manner of speech. Li Xiaofan walked into the building while the girl was parking the car, but a security guard stopped him at the entrance. The main character indifferently demanded that the mortal let him pass because this venerable one is invited to stay here. The guard laughed at our hero, calling him a poor man in rags, and asked if he had a membership card. He said that they only entertain club members here, so without a membership card, Lee must leave the premises. Manager Zhao came out to the lobby and asked what was wrong, and the security guard said that Lee was invited to stay here, but he didn't believe it. Manager Zhao thought that this was just another poor guy and asked Xiaofan if he was begging for food and looking for scraps. The protagonist told the mortal to watch his tone and not tempt him, and asked if he knew who he was. Zhao knew very well that Xiaofan was a poor and useless boy. It turned out that the manager was Xu Xiaoping's boyfriend. The manager warned the impudent boy that he was in a prestigious imperial club where only the top elites of Chuzhou came. Cao Qingshan also showed up in the hall and asked our hero what he was doing here and said that he didn't belong here. Xiaofan replied to the harlot that he was just waiting for the return of a lady friend who had just gone to park her fancy car. Li was outraged when Qingshan accused him of just chasing after her, calling her a lowly whore who made eyes at Yang Xiaokun. The girl blushed in shame. She told Li Xiaofan to stop talking nonsense. After all, they didn't do anything like that. Our hero demanded that she leave him alone because the inelegant manners of the uncouth woman had tired him out. Qingshan told him to stop talking to her like that. She said that someone like Li didn't have the right to live in such a luxurious place. At that moment, Lotus entered the club and immediately defended our hero, saying that he had the right to be here. The Imperial Club's security guard and manager Zhao froze and stared at Mr. Chu's granddaughter in fright. Zhao asked Miss Chu what she was doing here, and the pink-haired girl asked back why she shouldn't be here. Lotus gave the blonde a reproachful look and immediately turned away. Cao Qingshan also fell silent when she saw Venerable Chu's granddaughter. Miss Chu said that Mr. Li was a noble guest whom she had personally invited, and she accused the idiots in the club of being rude to him. The Imperial Club security guard and manager Zhao immediately fell to their knees in front of the Chu family representative. Lotus told them to slap themselves in the face until Mr. Li was satisfied, and they were willing to do it right now, if only she would grant them mercy. They started slapping themselves in the face and apologizing to Miss, admitting their mistake. They regretted judging the book by its cover. Ku Qingshan was confused. She asked her friend who the woman was and why her boyfriend was so afraid of her. Yu replied that this is Miss Chu, whose family practically owns the city, and the girl's abusers do not go unpunished. Qingshan thought that she never expected Li Xiaofan to become someone's pawn so shamelessly and fall so low. Lotus suggested that our hero go to the club with her, and Li Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Looking back at Qingshan, Lotus thought that this blonde woman was really blind because she couldn't see that Mr. Li Dragon was among the men. The main character and Mr. Chu's granddaughter entered the elevator, while manager Zhao and the club's security guard were still slapping their faces. When the elevator door closed, Qingshan couldn't control her anger, her whole body trembling. She hoped that Lotus would get enough of playing with Li Xiaofan, and then our hero would cry, wishing that he could return to the blonde. When Li Xiaofan and Lotus reached the right floor and got out of the elevator, the girl reached out to touch the guy. The young man didn't react at all. He silently walked into the room, and the girl turned to Mr. Li. She cleared her throat, plucked up the courage, and asked to become his student, because he has impressive knowledge, and the money has already been transferred to his account. The boy sat down on the bed and replied that it was a noble undertaking, but Lotus' fitness as a practitioner was too poor. She thought that practicing martial arts had always been her dream, so she shouldn't miss out on this opportunity, even if she had to make some sacrifice. Lai closed his eyes and wondered if he should agree to accept Lotus as his disciple, since her beauty was still the best thing he had ever seen in this world. The guy told her to dress more comfortably, because they are having a civilized conversation, and agreed to take her on probation. Lotus was overjoyed to be Mr. Li's disciple, and she thanked her new master for it. Xiaofan stated that he was her master from now on, and there were some things that she should know. Now she is formally a descendant of Tai Lin, the great civilization of the world. Lotus didn't argue, but asked her new master where this Tai Lin came from. The guy looked out the window and said that Tai Lin came from a very distant realm where no mortal can enter. He said that one day when the power of the Lotus was strong enough, this venerable master would take her to see their glorious empire, the Tianxiang realm. The girl felt sad and said that Mr. Li looked sad when he talked about the Tianxiang kingdom. Our hero explained that when he left this realm, there were still people he was looking out for, so he still had this stupid feeling. Li Xiaofan was caught up in a distant memory as he sat on a rock by the cliff while his disciple brandished a sword. Back then, the guy told Zhuexi that her cultivation level was quite high and asked why she was desperately trying to become even stronger back then. The girl replied that she needed to try to become stronger than big brother Taishuan. She smiled and added that she needed it so that she could stand together with him on top of the world one day. The image of the girl filled Li's mind, and he wondered what she was doing now, and if she had been trying her best all along. He was curious as to whether Zhuexi would try to search the entire galaxy and the outside world in order to find this venerable. He clenched his fist and promised himself to go back to the girl, find his way to her again, and fight to keep those feelings from being suppressed. The pink-haired girl noticed that her master was quiet, lost in thought, and spoke to him. Li Xiaofan turned his back on her and said nothing, and she apologized to him and said that she wouldn't bother him again. The protagonist waved his hand and said that it was fine, so she could go. Lotus silently bowed her head in front of him. When the girl left, the boy took out the jade amulet he received from Mr. Chu and held it tightly in his palm to destroy it. Unfortunately, this mixed stone with supernatural power, which was originally one of a kind, had already dried up. The Tai Huan Qi in our hero's body can't be activated yet, so he decided to do something, look for the stone in another place. He put the amulet back in his pocket and said that once this venerable found a suitable treasure and entered the realm, he would activate the stone. The main character decided to leave his room. He went to the door and carefully pushed it aside. When he went down to the hall, Manager Zhao was still slapping his face. He started begging Mr. Li for mercy. When Li passed by, the guard threw himself at his feet and began to repent, admitting that he had done wrong, and promised never to disturb our hero again. The protagonist cast a disdainful glance at the Imperial Club employee and snorted without replying. Not sparing the rude guard, Li Xiaofan kicked the man and ordered him to move. Xiaofan remembered that in his previous life, this trash was Yang Xiaokun's most loyal dog, so he wasn't going to forgive him. When it was already dark outside, the main character decided to leave the Imperial Club for the fresh air. He stopped abruptly and looked at the car that was speeding past him. The guy was taken aback and began to resent because this uncivilized mortal driver almost hit the monarch. The main character quieted down and looked in bewilderment at the black car that had just nearly hit him. He saw a tearful girl in the back seat of the car, banging on the window and screaming for help. The black car still disappeared. It stopped in a dark forest where the girl can be killed without witnesses. The driver asked Yu Yangpei not to be afraid. He promised that the contract could be signed tonight if she agreed to have some fun with him. The girl became ill, blamed the shameless bastard Songzong for poisoning her, and demanded that he let her out now. The girl's screams only served to provoke Songzong. He wasn't afraid that she would call the police because he had already thrown away her phone. Young-pei started to lose consciousness, but still tried to fight back. She screamed, wishing for the death of her abuser. Song-zong told the girl that there were other companies that were willing to sign a contract with him, so everyone had to pay for something, and she was no exception. Luckily for the girl, someone else was in the forest, and Song-zong was distracted when an unknown person knocked on the car window. He got angry and shouted, asking what the stranger needed and if he couldn't see that he was busy right now. The main character looked at the little mortal ant with disdain and demanded that it get out of the car right away. Song-zong got out of the car, bringing a wooden club with him. He was angry that Li Xiaofan didn't leave them alone. The guy approached our hero and decided to give the idiot another chance to get out of here. Otherwise, he would beat him severely. Li calmly lit a cigarette and replied that human nature knows no boundaries, and he would leave the guy alone after he let the woman go. Song-zong replied that no one in Chengnan County had ever dared to talk to him like that before, and the people of Chuzhou didn't even dare to mess with him. Xiaofan asked if he had asked the ant to tell his life story, and said that he didn't care about Song-zong's insignificant status. The guy lost control of his emotions and swung a wooden club to hit the main character. He didn't manage to hit Li Xiaofan because our hero easily intercepted the baton with his hand. When Taishuan clenched his fist, the club turned into useless wood chips. But Song-zong was not fazed by this. He warned Li that he would face consequences if he contacted an authority figure like him. The main character took a step towards the bastard and told the insignificant mortal to listen carefully to him. Li Xiaofan put his hand on the guy's shoulder and stated that this monarch didn't care, so he didn't see any problem. Song-zong laughed nervously. He wasn't afraid that Li would dare to take his life and threatened to deal with him easily. The main character lifted Song-zong off the ground like a feather, holding his shoulder with one hand. Li Xiaofan declared that this king of gods would grant his wish and let him enjoy this moment. After all, not every day there is a chance to die at the hands of an immortal. Song-zong was visibly frightened and started shouting, demanding that Li let him go, and lying that he wasn't afraid of our hero. The protagonist complied with the guy's request and let him go. Song-zong immediately fell silent in shock. The purple-haired guy was shocked. Now he wasn't happy that Li Xiaofan let him go because he was right over the precipice. Our hero turned around and calmly left, and Song-zong began to fall down from a high cliff, screaming in fear. Li Xiaofan snorted and straightened his tie, calling Song-zong a pathetic ant. The door of the black car in which the abducted girl was sitting opened. Barely standing on her feet, the girl came out, covering herself with her clothes. She wanted to stop the gentleman who saved her. The kidnapped girl became ill. She closed her eyes and began to lose her balance. The main character sighed heavily, looking at the girl who now has to help. Li Xiaofan walked over to the abducted Young-pei, who was already unconscious on the cold ground. The following events unfolded again in the Imperial Club, where our hero returned after a night of adventures. The girl he saved got out of the shower and approached Mr. Li, asking if he had any clothes for her. The main character, who was sitting on the bed at that time, noticed a shy girl. The guy stood up and casually threw his white shirt at her for her to change since her clothes were torn. Young-pei put on a man's shirt and started buttoning it up. It was like a short dress to her. As she tied up her hair, the girl smiled and thanked Mr. Li for saving her. Li Xiaofan laid down on the bed and refused to thank her. He asked her to leave if she didn't need anything else, because she needed to rest and recuperate. Shy, the girl admitted that the person who will take her home will arrive tomorrow, and she is afraid to be alone today. Blushing with embarrassment, Young-pei asked Mr. Li if she could only stay with him for one night. The main character turned away and indifferently replied to the girl that she was free to do as she wished, and wished her a good night. Young-pei lay down on his bed and turned her back to him. She didn't understand why she felt so calm and at ease around this man. The next day arrived, and a taxi car was already speeding along one of the central streets of Chuzhou City. Our hero was sitting in it, and Lotus told him on the phone that the Eastern Star School, which Li is going to apply for, belongs to her family, and Grandpa Chu is going to give it to the guy. Xiaofan didn't expect the Chu family's influence to spread so widely, so she might prove useful to Li for his endeavors in the future. The guy asked the student to take care of herself, and her great teacher will take care of her later, because he still has other things to do. As Li got out of the car, Lotus asked the master to take care of himself and be careful. Li Xiaofan stood in front of the building and recalled his ex-girlfriend Ku Qingshan and her mother, whom he was eager to take revenge on. Ku Qingshan met her mother, and the woman asked if her daughter had come to see her. The woman asked her daughter to stop thinking and worrying about the fact that she had to break off her relationship with Li Xiaofan. Qingshan was annoyed by her mother's teaching and replied that she knew how to behave and didn't need to be told twice. The mother told her daughter that she was doing everything for her good, and Yang Xiaokun's family was rich and powerful, so she needed to marry him and live a good life. She asked her daughter not to follow in her footsteps because her mother still lives in a poor neighborhood because of the mistakes of the past, and Qingshan deserves better. The woman asked Qingshan when Yang Xiaokun would arrive, since they were here today specifically to meet him. The girl replied that the guy should arrive soon. He promised to be here around 11 o'clock. She didn't expect that she would turn around now and find herself facing not Yang Xiaokun, but her ex-boyfriend Li Xiaofan. The girl's mother looked at our hero with contempt and said that the guy should not be here. Qingshan began to resent the fact that Li Xiaofan didn't even bother to say hello to her mother, even though they already knew each other. The main character lit a cigarette and reluctantly greeted the woman, and even made a compliment, saying that she looks good enough. After that, the guy silently sat down on a concrete bench near a flower bed to smoke, not wanting to continue communicating with women. Mother Qingshan looked at our hero with disgust and asked how much the guy earns per month. Qingshan answered for him, telling her mother that Li was just a trainee teacher who earned about 2,000 a month. The woman began to resent that Li dared to propose to her daughter, even though with such a small salary, he would never buy a house for her. Li replied indifferently that money was nothing against absolute power, and he wasn't here today for Qingshan's sake. Qingshan accused Xiaofan of being poor and said that she was now even more disappointed in him. Her mother didn't want her daughter to hang around with this fool any longer, especially since Xiao Kun would be arriving here soon. Following her words, a prestigious black car appeared on the horizon and stopped nearby. Yang Xiaokun got out of the car and put on a presentable suit to meet the mother of the bride-to-be. The guy, accompanied by two subordinates, first approached Mother Qingshan and shook her hand. The young master's subordinates had already noticed Li Xiaofan and looked at our hero with a threatening expression. Xiaofan thought that all the actors were here. The stage was ready, and those two Xiaokun dogs were the ones who beat up our hero in the previous life. Xiaokun told the woman that he just got out of the hospital, so he didn't bring her any gifts, but he was ready to give her his brand new Bentley. Mama Qingshan laughed and blushed, praised the guy for his kindness, and said that in the future, he would practically become a family for her. Yang Xiaokun replied to the woman that this gift was a way to express his respect for his future mother-in-law, and it was a great honor for him. The woman looked at Xiaofan reproachfully and said how smart Xiaokun was, and how far-sighted her daughter was, unlike some poor people who came here to eat for free. Xiaokun started accusing Li Xiaofan of stalking him, and called him a shameless bastard who followed his fiancée around. He failed to subdue our hero, because Li confessed that the Eastern Star School now belongs to him. Ian laughed and assumed that Li was just dreaming. He suggested that the guy try to do better and make up that he was the mayor of the city or the governor. Xiaokun laughed and pointed at our hero, making sure that Qingshan also heard that Xiaofan said that he was now the headmaster. Mama Qingshan said that Xiaofan's action was shameful, so her daughter definitely shouldn't have to deal with such a person now. She took her new son-in-law's arm and asked him to ignore this country boy and instead go home with her to prepare a meal for him. Xiaokun suggested that the woman and Qingshan try out their new car for the time being, and he would talk to Xiaofan so that he wouldn't bother his fiancée in the future. The woman agreed to leave with her daughter to test their new car. She didn't want Xiaofan to ever bother Qingshan again. Qingshan blushed. She wanted to say something about Li Xiaofan, but her new fiancé interrupted her. Yang Xiaokun told Li to kneel in front of him and bark like a dog, and then never come back here again. The enraged boy warned him that if he didn't, he would let him know what death meant, and Xiaofan's mother would probably regret giving birth to such a worthless person. Xiaofan made it clear that he already knew about his enemy's plans to maim our hero, disfigure his face, and send him to prison for a crime he didn't commit. Xiaokun decided not to pretend anymore, since Xiaofan already knew his plan, and ordered the boy to kneel in front of him. The main character abruptly got up from the bench, not intending to fall to his knees in front of the pitiful ant. Xiaofan grabbed Xiaokun and said that he should have sent the unbearable pig into oblivion, but a quick death was too good for him. Young Master Yang's subordinates were at a loss because they didn't expect Xiaofan to be so strong. Xiaokun started shouting, trying to reach out to his subordinates to hurry up and save him. After standing up for their young master, two guys attacked our hero, demanding that he release Xiaokun. The main character didn't even move. He closed his eyes to use his superpowers against opponents. After the guy opened his eyes a crack and cast a cold glance at the guys, his pupil began to emit white lightning. Our hero began to use his mind to control bright streams of blue energy to protect himself from bullies. Xiaokun's subordinates retreated back, unable to even approach Li Xiaofan because he had protected himself with the dome. The guys tensed up as they tried to break through Li Xiaofan's defensive wall, but the energy prevented them from doing so. They waved their arms, still trying to help their young master, but the shards of Li Xiaofan's power stopped them. The main character protected himself from Shao Kun's subordinates with an impenetrable magic wall and still did not let go of the guy. It was no surprise to Shao Kun's subordinates that Li's strength was so incredible now that he was a cultivator. Xiaofan replied to the pitiful mortals that even ordinary dogs knew who a cultivator was, and yet their master was helplessly clinging to him. The main character suggested that there was a small detour in Shao Kun's plan, and he found it curious, after which he let go of the guy, throwing him to the ground. Shao Kun's subordinates suggested that Xiaofan release the young master. In return, they promised not to cause any problems for the cultivator. The second guard didn't like his partner's words because Li Xiaofan is cunning, and he might be on the same level as their boss. Shao Kun shouted, accusing the guards of trying to negotiate with Li Xiaofan instead of dealing with him. He stood up and started shouting, waving his arms, demanding that his subordinates take Li Xiaofan's life immediately. Li put his hand on the shoulder of one of the guards and asked the pathetic pig if he didn't understand the situation he was in right now. He grabbed the guy's hand and said that guys are just as vulnerable as this hand, and then mentioned how these bullies bullied him in his previous life. Shao Kun's mercenary screamed as he clutched his arm after Li Xiaofan took revenge for his past grievances. He crouched down, unable to resist the cultivator any longer, and called out to his brother He. Enraged, Brother He swung his fist and tried to hit the protagonist, but the protagonist didn't even move, knowing that his defense was very reliable. The main character's shard of energy rebuffed the bully and caused He to fly far back into the bushes. The main character wasn't going to let him go so easily. He silently walked over to the terrified, trembling guy. Li Xiaofan dealt a fatal blow to the abuser because it was He who sold our hero's kidney in a previous life. The cultivator dusted off his hand, dealt cruelly with the offender, turned around and declared that it was the next pig's turn. Trembling with fear, Shao Kun warned Xiaofan that he would sue him for bodily harm if he tried to harm him. Li replied that he wouldn't let him die so easily. He ordered him to worship Xiaofan like a god, squeal like a pig, and entertain this venerable one. Yang Shao Kun clenched his teeth tightly in anger, wanting to say something back to the protagonist, but he stopped himself. Our hero went up to the guy who didn't want to obey and forced Shao Kun to sit on his knees in front of him. Terrified, Shao Kun agreed to follow Li Xiaofan's orders right away, as long as he didn't hurt him. In the car, Qing Shan asked her mother what would happen to Xiaofan now, but the woman told her not to mention the name in front of her. The woman explained that Shao Kun is thousands of times better than Xiaofan because he is a rich man from an influential family, and our hero is garbage under the fence. Mama Qingshan strictly told her daughter to just focus on young Shao Kun from now on, forgetting her ex-boyfriend. Looking out the window, she was shocked and wondered what was going on when she saw Shao Kun bowing in front of Xiaofan. Li Xiaofan told the guy to hurry up because this venerable's time is very precious, and he only made 50 bows. Shao Kun followed Li Xiaofan's orders without question, and he wanted to take revenge on the guy for this offense and take his life with his own hands. Qing Shan, fearing for her new chosen one, jumped out of the new prestigious car and called out to him. She saw with her own eyes Yang Shao Kun bowing to her ex-boyfriend and didn't pay any attention to the girl. The startled blonde screamed, asking Li Xiaofan what he was doing and why Shao Kun was acting so strangely. Li Xiaofan smiled and said that he hadn't done anything wrong, but Shao Kun was doing it quite voluntarily. Our hero slapped Shao Kun in the face and told the pig to speak louder because they couldn't hear him well. He reminded the boy that he owed the venerable one 100 more bows and announced a moment of glory for Piggy the virtuoso to show off his acting skills to the others. King Shan demanded that Li Xiaofan apologize to Shao Kun right away and stop acting mean like a villain. The main character laughed when the ex-girlfriend asked him to apologize to his abuser. He asked if the mortals who disgusted him so much had ever thought to apologize to the venerable one. Our hero kicked his assailant and ordered Yang Shao Kun to start squalling like a pig right now. Yang Shao Kun didn't dare resist the cultivator, but he was ashamed to carry out all his humiliating orders, so he remained silent. Realizing that there was nowhere else to go, Shao Kun stepped over his own pride and began to grunt at the cultivator's order. After that, my father called our hero and asked how he was doing in Chuzhou, whether he was working well at the new school, and whether he had proposed to Qingshan. Xiaofan was so happy to hear from his father that his father asked his son why he was crying and told the grown man to stop crying. The boy replied that he was just happy to hear it and that he was fine, so his father didn't have to worry about him. After finishing the conversation, Xiaofan swore to himself that he would fix everything in this life, and his father wouldn't go through the suffering from his previous life again. When he returned to the school, he met with the principal, who said that the position of trainee teacher was not currently vacant, so Li would have to manage the school warehouse. The man shouted to the guy that he can forget about the salary if the order in the warehouse is not established within 2 hours, because the manager will soon arrive to determine the new director. Li Xiaofan grinned and asked if this arrangement was approved by the manager and if he knew what the director was doing without his permission. The man with glasses was indignant, shouting that Xiaofan was just a fool and the new director would be Xiao Kun, and then our hero would never dare to talk like that again. He threw our hero a bunch of keys and shouted that Xiao Kun would soon fire Xiaofan because he had recently offended the young master. Li silently caught the keys and the director continued to yell at him, telling him to apologize to Xiao Kun before he got to him. All of a sudden, a joyful blonde guy walked into the office, happy that Xiaofan was finally back here. He put one arm around our hero's neck and asked why the guy came to school and didn't tell his friend about it. The bespectacled man now started yelling at Xiaofei because the PE teacher should be on the playground, not coming here. Xiaofei agreed with the director and suggested that the friend just leave here, but the main character was not ready to leave the man's rudeness to its own devices. The blonde still convinced his friend not to pay attention to the headmaster and just leave the office of the evil boss of the school. In the hallway, the physical education teacher asked if Xiaofan was going to marry Qingshan, since they were now working at the same school. The main character sighed heavily and shocked his friend by replying that the harlot Qingshan preferred Yang Xiao. Xiaofei tapped his friend's shoulder and asked him not to worry, because he thought Qingshan didn't deserve to be with him, and one day she would regret her choice. Xiaofan suggested changing the subject and asked why Xiaofei was working as a physical education teacher here if he had a chemistry degree. The blonde man said that he was assigned to the worst class in the entire school as a physical education teacher because Xiao Kun decided to take revenge on him for his popularity among girls. The guy laughed nervously, scratched his head, and said he was thinking of retiring when his mom got better. Xiaofan asked his friend not to despair because he intended to end the injustice in this place and restore Xiaofei's dignity. Xiaofei advised his friend not to get involved with Xiao Kun and the like, but to put up with them because they couldn't do anything to such powerful people. But our hero decided to admit that now he is the new owner of this educational institution, and he will appoint a friend as the main manager. The blonde guy laughed because Xiaofan started talking like a cartoon villain. He took his statement as a joke. He hugged Xiaofan and suggested that the new Lord Headmaster show him around his kingdom, and also asked if he could become Godzilla instead of the vice headmaster. The physical education teacher began to complain that he soon had a lesson with a class that was teeming with difficult and naughty children. At this time, the mercenaries who had been wronged by Xiaofan came to bow to their boss and begged him to avenge them. He and his partner started shouting and complaining while kneeling in front of the boss that Xiaofan had seriously injured them. The boss, a martial artist, asked if the guys didn't even know who had offended them, even though he looked like a good practitioner. It was strange to him why such a genius would appear in the city, and his subordinates wouldn't even tell Xiaofan the name of their boss. The guys started crying and making excuses, saying that they were telling the cultivator the boss's name, but the cultivator told their boss to also kneel down and beg for mercy in front of Xiaofan. The boss didn't like the disciples' words. The martial artist activated his aura. A thin band of purple energy surrounded his body. The man shouted that it was disgusting. He was not happy with how disrespectful Xiaofan allowed himself to address him. The master used his mind to throw the sharp dagger at the wooden table, shattering it into 2 pieces, and told the students to find Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Lotus came to Tianlong Hotel and asked Grandpa if it was worth organizing a ceremony to break the news about Xiaofan. The old man, looking out of the window, replied that it was worth organizing everything in the Tianlong Hotel, gathering the school department and the principal to announce the new main candidate. The pink-haired girl didn't argue, but asked her grandfather to let her handle the holiday arrangements. Mr. Chu asked his granddaughter to stay a little longer, and the girl asked if there was anything else he needed. The head of the family sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and tuned in before saying something important to his granddaughter. Grandpa told her that Lei Yunyan was returning to the city from the army in a few days and asked her what she thought of this young man. The girl replied that Lei Yuntian, even though he was the same age as her, had become a major at a very young age and could be relied upon. The old man asked if his granddaughter might have any feelings for Lei and if she had thought about marrying him. He said that Lei Yuntian had been in love with the girl since he was a child, and this time he was returning to the city solely because of her. The granddaughter asked her grandfather not to worry about this and admitted that she did not like this man and was ready to personally tell him about it when they met. The old man sighed heavily, but he didn't argue. But he was worried about Voldemort, because if he, and not Lei, talked about marriage, it would be difficult to refuse because of the master's cruelty. After that, the events unfolded on the territory of the Eastern Star. the noble school where our hero now worked. Li Xiaofan looked around the courtyard of the school and thought that this school was truly a noble institution, and it was the highest-paying property in the city. The main character froze in surprise when he heard the sound of a notification on the phone from his pocket. The guy took out his mobile phone and saw that an event would be held soon, where the new director would be announced. Xiao Fei was sure that Yang Xiaokun would be the headmaster this time. After all, his family is rich and powerful, and his father is the superintendent of the school. Xiaofan shook his head and replied that he was the Lord Headmaster of this school, and there was no need for him to doubt it. He would soon see for himself. The other teachers had already surrounded Yang Xiaokun, and they flattered him, claiming that he was the only worthy candidate who would become a talented headmaster. Xiaokun froze when he saw the main character, who was silently approaching the guy, not taking his stern gaze off him. Yang grinned as he thought that he was about to become the new headmaster, and then he would be able to take a proper revenge on Li Xiaofan. Yang Xiaokun and Qingshan were surprised and outraged when the main character just walked past them without saying anything. Qingshan started to demand that Li Xiaofan stop right away. She demanded it several times. The main character turned around, looked arrogantly at the girl, and asked the harlot what she wanted from him. Li warned the girl that the Lord was not going to apologize to anyone because the mountain does not bend to rivers and lakes, and ordered that the harlot who bored him leave him alone. Qingshan asked him to stop pretending, get down from his bell tower and face the truth, because now the guy refuses to be a teacher in this school for the sake of his own pride. Xiaofan waved his hand and told the ant trying to understand the immortal's thoughts to spare it its false pretense. Qingshan paused, wondering when her ex-boyfriend had become such a reckless and difficult person to deal with. The headmaster told the teachers that Li was unrepentant when he assigned him to the warehouse, and that next time he would put the weirdo in charge of the restrooms. Yang Xiaokun told the girl that this Li Xiaofan was completely rotten and crazy, and she couldn't help him, because such people should be locked up in a mental institution. The guy was looking forward to showing Xiaofan his true power of status and connections, and was determined to suppress our hero for the rest of his life. The event to announce the new headmaster started. The teachers were drinking wine and chatting. Xiaofan and his friend entered the hall. Xiao Fei, the physical education teacher, noticed that his friend was acting mysteriously and didn't open his mouth at all. He asked Li why he didn't eat anything, because Tianlong is the best club in the city, and people get the best service here. The physical education teacher admitted that he doesn't know what the board of directors is thinking, because judging by the scale of the event, the candidacy of the new director seems very important to him. Suddenly, a girl rushed into the hall and started shouting for Teacher Shu to save her. The lady was visibly scared. She was followed into the room by a tall, red-haired guy who kept his fierce gaze fixed on the girl. A big man with a scar on his face burst in with his friends and shouted that the little girl couldn't hide here and she had nowhere to run. The girl couldn't hold back her tears as she asked Teacher Shu to save her, because those guys want to get rid of her. Teacher Shu asked the red-haired bully who he was and how he got here, and also threatened to call the police. The big red-haired man just laughed because he wasn't afraid of the police, and let Miss do whatever she wanted. The guy scratched his chin and said that this woman was also good, and ordered his subordinates to take her away. Yang Xiaokun became alert. He turned around to see who dared to mess with the teaching staff. Young Master Yang clenched his teeth tightly and was visibly startled when he saw the red-haired guy in front of him. It turned out to be Babo, and Xiaokun immediately started making excuses and apologizing to the bully, claiming that it was just a misunderstanding. The bully tilted his head to the side, looked at Xiaokun in disbelief, and rudely asked who he was. Xiaokun knew that this was a legendary street fighter and advised the teachers not to mess with him because they couldn't afford to offend Babo. Teacher Shu tearfully approached Xiaokun and asked if there was anything he could do, since she didn't know that Babo was from the underground. Young Master Yang tried to negotiate with Babo, asked the guy what happened and why he came here so angry. Babo snorted and said that he politely invited this little girl to drink with him, but she refused and even injured his men. Yang Xiaokun, unexpectedly even for Babo, sided with the street fighter, saying that the girl did the wrong thing. Xiaokun waved his hand and ordered a female student from Shu's class to hurry up and apologize to Babo right now, as well as pay for the medical expenses of his injured people. Wiping away her tears, the girl said that she just came to work, and those people tried to pick her up, even though she was just a student. Teacher Shu also insisted that her student apologize to the street fighters for not being able to fulfill such a simple request. Angry, Babo refused to apologize and told the girl to return to her workplace to keep him company. Young Xiaokun, Teacher Shu, Qingshan, and the rest of the teachers froze and sweated in fright as they looked at the bullies. Babo wasn't going to leave. He hinted that he was going to put the guys who originally wanted to go against him in their place. He frowned in anger and stated that he would let them know how strong he was today, and he wouldn't let anyone leave this place. Xiao Kun tried to calm Babo down by repeating that the girl agreed to accompany him, and there was no problem anymore. Yang ordered the student to come back with Ba right now and make him happy, and in return, he would release her from paying for the entire semester. Shu asked Ano to hurry up and leave with Ba, because she needed to listen to the teacher who had so nobly exempted her from paying for her studies. One of the Street Fighter's partners walked up to Anuo and forcefully grabbed the fragile, defenseless girl by the arm. She began to cry, scream, and struggle, thinking that the boys had no right to force her to follow them. The scoundrel who grabbed the girl couldn't leave because he was stopped by someone. The main character protected the student by covering her with his back and pushed the scoundrel away from her. Qingshan didn't like it. She told Li Xiaofan to go back so that he wouldn't cause any more trouble, but our hero ordered her to shut up. Xiaofan claimed that this student was under his protection, and he found the behavior of mortals disgusting. Xiao Kun got angry and started yelling at our hero, thinking that he was a fucking idiot, because of which now everyone will die at the hands of a street fighter. All the teachers opposed Xiao Fan, saying that the idiot should have already apologized to Ba and that it was not worth standing up for a stupid student. Bubbo just laughed out loud right in our hero's face after listening to his strange speech. The red-haired guy decided to deal with Xiao Fan first since he thinks of himself as a hero and had his subordinates capture him. The street fighter turned around and nodded to his subordinate, giving a non-verbal command to attack the main character. Two hooligans immediately charged forward, waving their arms to pounce on Li Xiaofan. Physical education teacher Qiao Fei was afraid for his friend, and he shouted at Xiao Fan to be careful. There was no need to worry about Xiao Fan, because he only needed to wave his hand to push the villains away with his strength. The attackers could no longer attack our hero. They collapsed on the floor and lay unconscious with swollen cheeks after being slapped by Xiao Fan. Babo was only encouraged by this. Seeing that this was a martial artist and not a simple guy, the street fighter was overjoyed. The street fighter decided to ask the wolf to show this Xiao Fan how to do it properly and beat some common sense into him. Wolf, the elite fighter of Team Babo, rushed forward with a smile on his face to pounce on Xiao Fan because he was confident in his abilities. The guy with dark glasses jumped up, covered his face with his hands, and tried to kick the main character on the head. Without even blinking, Xiao Fan grabbed the stupid ant's leg because their techniques wouldn't work against absolute strength. Then the main character grabbed the scumbag's leg tighter, activated his power, and was about to throw the guy to the side. The wolf, known for its strength, flew to the side and crashed onto the wooden table, destroying both furniture and glass bottles with its body. The wolf's body began to shake with pain and anger, and he clenched his fist and tried to use it to prop himself back up on his feet. Qingshan, Xiao Kun, and the rest of the elite school's teachers were at a loss as they watched our hero's display of strength. The elite fighter of the Babo team did not manage to get to his feet. The exhausted guy collapsed face first on the floor. The blonde Xiao Fan's ex-girlfriend was in shock, not understanding what was going on here and how the guy had become so strong. Wolf was once a mercenary. He had fought in various hotspots like the Middle East. He was born for war, and now he couldn't withstand even a single blow from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan grinned and asked if he had scared a mortal, and also told Babo to bow down in awe of his superiority. Babo clicked his tongue and admitted that our hero has some abilities to deal with even him. He grinned viciously as he asked if Xiao Fan could handle so many people. A whole crowd of identically dressed armed bodyguards appeared behind him. All these guys in black suits and sunglasses surrounded the main character from all sides and were ready to attack him. The school's teachers were scared. They wanted to hurry up and get out of here so that idiot Xiao Fan could deal with the thugs on his own. The angry street fighter clenched his fist tightly and urged his guys to deal with Xiao Fan cruelly right now. The guys in black suits, armed with machetes, rushed to deal with Xiao Fan, but he didn't even move. When the blades of the sharp swords were already inches away from the guy's face, Xiao Fan lit a cigarette quite calmly. Xiao Fan activated his force field, which instantly scattered the opponents in different directions. The main character did not even blink. By the power of thought, having dealt with a whole horde of guards, they began to fall to the ground. Neither of them could resist any longer, and Xiao Fan turned to the common ants to make them accept their helplessness. Qingshan was shocked by Xiao Fan's abilities, and Xiao Kun also couldn't believe the dazzling light he saw. Babo thought that this was simply impossible, since that squad was a retired special forces unit from the army, and each of them could fight at least 10 people at a time. The street fighter didn't expect that some kid would be able to take down his core strength, which allows him to dominate the city's underground in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan kicked him in the shoulder and demanded compensation, but Babo did not give up. he still believed that our hero would not dare to do anything in his direction. Our hero declared that he, the immortal, does not care about the human code of conduct, and he will decide for himself what to do with Babo. Babo decided that this was definitely a madman, so he suggested that Xiao Fan fight someone else who was on his level. Xiao Fan asked the mortal to amuse him more, and in return, he didn't mind fighting the amazing character that would arrive here. The red-haired guy ran to another corner of the room and frantically dialed someone on the phone to call for help. After the call, Babo said that a person who practically owns this city was coming here, and Xiao Fan was now in big trouble. Babo suggested that Xiao Fan have a better life and take care of him if he would instead worship the street fighter as a god. Xiao Fan grinned and replied that Babo had already lost, so he had no say in the matter, and a fighter's stupidity was boundless. The red-haired guy cleared his throat, then asked Xiao Fan not to blame him because he chose this path on his own. Soon, a girl with pink hair confidently entered the room, accompanied by several bodyguards. Babo felt even more confident in his strength when Lotus and the guards came to his aid. The red-haired guy was glad to finally see Miss Chu, whom he called earlier, here, after which she urgently arrived at the hotel. Ba pointed his finger at our hero and said that this strange, crazy guy dared to mess with their guys. Lotus was shocked to see that the idiot who dared to go against her family, according to Babo, turned out to be her teacher. The girl, ignoring Babo, ran up to the main character and apologized to the master for being late. Qing Shan and the rest of the school's teachers were dumbfounded. The girl didn't understand why Lotus called her ex-boyfriend her master. Xiao Fan asked the disciple to listen carefully, because he was going to tell her about the human nature and how one mortal dared to molest the disciple. Lotus approached the terrified Bomb and said that even the dog was more worthy of being her big brother. She was disgusted with him, and she didn't want to continue this conversation. Babo fell to his knees and shouted at Miss Chu that he didn't know about Xiao Fan's closeness to her, and he was willing to make amends. The strict girl shouted, ordering her subordinate to repent and beat himself up. The red-haired guy kept saying that he wasn't worthy, while slapping his face with the palm of his hand. A squad of former Special Forces soldiers saw what their boss was doing and started kneeling down to punish themselves too. The entire gang bowed down to Miss Chu and began to repent, slapping their faces again and again. Lotus told our hero that these dogs are part of her family forces, and now the guy can use them as he sees fit. Xiao Fan thought that he could use a couple of dummies to run errands, especially since he decided to regain his strength by mining cultivation materials. The pink-haired girl told them to remember that they were under Xiao Fan's command starting today. Babo did not argue with his leader, but replied in a frightened voice that they knew it, and now they were ready to leave. Qing Shan didn't understand why Lady Chu would treat her ex-boyfriend so respectfully, thinking that he was just a pawn or a toy. Yang Xiaokun thanked Miss Chu for her help today, because if it wasn't for her, Xiao Fan would have caused them even more trouble. The guy said that today the board of directors will announce the main candidate here, and Miss Chu can join to witness the appointment of the next director of the academy. The girl asked if Xiao Kun didn't know who the new principal was, and didn't he know who the school's biggest shareholder was? The former director intervened and confidently stated that the new candidate is Xiao Kun, because there is no other worthy candidate. He advised Miss Chu to stay away from Xiao Fan, because he was only a warehouse attendant, and it wasn't worth respecting him even if he was a good fighter. The pink-haired girl got angry and looked at the bespectacled man with anger in her eyes, asking, how dare he talk like that? Lotus wanted to get into a confrontation with the principal, but the main character stopped his student. He approached Principal Ma and said that he seemed to have forgotten what it meant to be a teacher after 20 years of rotting away. The man asked the guy what he wanted to say, claiming that he was not worthy to wear the honorary title of teacher, refusing to help a student in need. Xiao Fan pointed his finger at the door and said that Director Ma's services were no longer required and let him leave as long as the Venerable One had the courtesy to be courteous. Ma replied that Xiao Fan was just an intern from this school, so he had no right to fire a man. The main character decided to explain everything to the man by force. He slapped him so that Director Ma's glasses flew off. The indignant man put his hand to his reddened face and shouted at our hero, who dared to let go of his hands. Director Ma's shouting made our hero even more enraged, and Li Xiaofan decided to give the man another slap in the face. Xiaofan waved his hand, hitting the director's face again and again. He found it quite satisfying. The entire teaching staff was shocked by our hero's behavior, and the headmaster shouted, accusing Xiaofan of being crazy. He could only grunt and cry out in pain because Xiaofan decided to shut the man up with another series of slaps. The man was already barely able to stand up, but Xiaofan didn't stop slapping his face, and the others watched in silence. King Shan demanded that Xiaofan stop doing this right now, because this is a criminal act. He can't just beat up someone. Xiao Kun also sided with the director. He warned that Xiaofan would regret it later, causing pure violence. Soon, Grandpa Chu confidently entered the room, surrounded by 3 of his subordinates. Director Ma started shouting, demanding that Yang take revenge for him because Xiao Fan had used excessive force against him. The man fell down and grabbed the man's leg, accusing Xiao Fan of committing a crime, and asked that the criminal be sent to jail. Superintendent Yang asked the principal to calm down and decided to introduce him to Mr. Chu, the school's largest shareholder. Director Ma looked at the shareholder hopefully, but Grandpa Chu passed by indifferently, not wanting to get acquainted. Instead, he walked up to our hero and apologized for being late, hoping that Xiao Fan wouldn't mind this minor setback. The main character simply waved his hand in response, closing his eyes because he found the old man's lateness a trifle. The old man greeted everyone, introduced himself as Chu Tian, the owner of the school, and announced that the next headmaster would be Mr. Li Xiaofan. The teachers were shocked that the new principal was Li Xiaofan and not Yang Xiaokun, and they found it hard to believe. Yang Xiaokun turned to his father, asking if this was really true, because according to the man, the position should have been given to his son. Mr. Yang sighed heavily and asked his son to stop now, because they can't offend the Chu family. Grandpa Chu also stated that from now on, this school will be completely owned by Xiaofan, as all the shares will be transferred to him. Qingshan, her friend, and the other teachers were even more dumbfounded, and they grimaced with envy and fell silent. The former headmaster, Mr. Ma, collapsed on the floor and began to lament because his career was over. Qingshan didn't know what to do now. She had been deeply deluded all this time, and Xiaofan was a very respected person. Mr. Chu walked up to the main character and asked the guy if he had anything to add, turning to the teaching staff. The main character immediately appointed Xiaofei as his chief advisor and the new headmaster, because rotten people like Ma need to be eradicated. Xiaofei was shocked that his friend's words about becoming the headmaster were not a joke. He felt like he was dreaming. Xiaofan patted his friend on the shoulder and said that they would now run a school together where there would be no discrimination and justice would prevail. The physical education teacher put his hand on his friend's arm and promised that he would do his best and not let Xiaofan down. Xiaokun complained to his father about the idiot Xiaofan who ruined his life. But Mr. Yang calmed him down because he had already contacted the Zhanbei family, Chu's sworn enemies. Mr. Yang told his son that the Nei family repeatedly sent assassins to eliminate Chu Tianzheng, but all attempts failed, but this time they invited an expert. He smiled viciously, stating that they couldn't afford to offend the Chu family just yet, but this old man would be killed soon. Xiaokun agreed with Papa and said that he would make that bastard Xiaofan kneel in front of him and then take his life when Mr. Chu died. Lotus approached her teacher and asked if he would like to go to the auction tomorrow night, where he could find some treasures. Xiaofan was forced to decline the offer because he didn't think that the treasures here were able to compete with those in the immortal world. The girl asked if Xiaofan was completely uninterested. After all, at the last auction, someone had bid on a rare magic item. These words made the main character change his mind. He agreed to go to the auction, but before that, he was ready to leave the hotel. Lotus led our hero to his new place of residence. This villa was located near the school, so that the guy could easily get to work. The girl said that this villa is the best among all the houses in the area, so she hopes that Xiaofan will like the new place of residence. The protagonist nodded and thanked Miss Chu, saying that this esteemed one was very pleased to receive this beautiful villa. Lotus tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, giggled awkwardly, and said her goodbyes, not wanting to bother her master anymore. Xiaofan went ahead and told the disciple that she would stay with him tonight because they had something to say to each other. The girl blushed with embarrassment. She assumed that the master did not want to communicate with her as a student. After the action unfolded already inside the new villa, in which the main character now lives, Xiaofan sat on the floor and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes and told his disciple to do the same. The pink-haired girl took off her shoes, sat cross-legged across from him, and wanted to ask what master wanted from her. Before she could finish speaking, Lotus saw a magical scene in front of her, her master's body surrounded by a bright, blinding blue light. A large magic seal appeared around the boys, and Li Xiaofan warned the disciple that he was going to gather qi from 100 miles away, and they would cultivate together. Lotus was a little disappointed to learn that master just wanted to practice with her, and she was thinking of something else. The main character began to collect the surrounding qi energy and concentrate it into a small ball that he held between his hands. Xiaofan said that the girl was going to learn the Taishan technique, and she should be happy because this is the highest qi cultivation technique called Dragon Heart. Miss Chu froze and opened her mouth in surprise when she saw what miracles her venerable master was capable of. A gigantic blue dragon appeared in front of her eyes as it opened its mouth and began to emit streams of energy. Xiaofan was determined to regain his power and status from his previous life as soon as possible, and then cross the galaxy, the multi-dimensional realm, and find Juexi. Lotus was still dumbfounded by what she saw, as the technique demonstrated could transform into such a powerful aura. She closed her eyes and felt every cell in her body absorb the chi energy, and it was a blissful sensation. Shofan shouted, telling her to concentrate, because he wouldn't tolerate her careless attitude, and he was only willing to show her this technique once. The girl nodded and opened her eyes, watching her teacher closely to make sure she didn't miss anything. Lotus imitated our hero. She also put both hands together and pointed up the index and middle fingers. The disciple diligently repeated all the actions after her master. The chi energy also enveloped her body. Xiaofan thought that Miss Chu wasn't as good as those goddesses or titanic princesses from the immortal world, but to ordinary people, she was talented. He was quite impressed with her talent because Lotus was able to understand the subtleties of this technique on the first attempt, and now the girl's aura is preparing to break through. The highest realm of immortal cultivation is divided into several levels: Dantian, core formation, soul formation, and others. In the past life, our hero reached the title of Great Immortal. There is not enough chi on Earth to break through to such a level. The only way to regain strength for our hero was to cross the galaxy. The QI energy accumulated more and more around Lotus' body, and it turned into a bright blue flame. Miss Chu opened her eyes and was ecstatic as she stared at her hands and couldn't believe that she had broken through to the next level. She stood up and thanked the master for this. The master praised her for her good talent and said that she was currently at the stage of chi purification. Lotus had been cultivating since she was 10 years old, but she still couldn't break through to this level. Only a master helped her achieve it, and now she wanted to get to know this mysterious person better. The main character handed the girl a piece of paper and told the student to prepare for him everything that is on this list. Xiaofan couldn't wait any longer. He needed to rather build a spiritual gathering formation to gather every single chi within it, and that requires some items. The pink-haired girl took the list and happily agreed to give instructions to collect all the necessary items. Soon, when the main character was walking down the street, he came across his ex-girlfriend and her friend Shu. Li Xiaofan decided to just pass by and didn't even want to say hello to the girls, and Qingxin couldn't take her eyes off him. The blonde turned to Li Xiaofan and ordered him to stop, repeating this several times. The guy turned around and asked the angry harlot why she kept pestering him. Qingxin asked why he talked so strangely all the time, and if she couldn't disturb him. The girl got even angrier. She demanded that they discuss it together, because they haven't even officially broken up yet. Qingxin complained about him for causing a row with Xiao Kun the other day and hurting her mother, so she offered to give her family a school, and then she would agree to be with him. Xiaofan grinned and replied that the girl seemed to have gone senile early, and human greed knows no bounds. The blonde got even angrier at her ex-boyfriend and demanded that he didn't dare act so arrogantly in front of her. She assumed that Xiaofan was begging Miss Chu to give him the school, wagging like an obedient dog in front of her, which meant that the Chu family could take this school away from him as soon as they got tired of Li. The girl reproached the guy with the fact that his origin is all shame, and the manner of speech he changed to please Miss Chu. The main character became bored listening to the nonsense of the ex-girlfriend, but he still remained silent and looked at her. The guy turned around and told the harlot to remember that she will always remain like this, and he was already tired of her, so he leaves. The girl screamed, warning the young man that one day he would regret it if he continued to behave like this. She thought that this guy would listen to her every word and run after her like a dog. The girl was not ready to let him go, wanting him to serve her for the rest of his life. Someone called the main character. It turned out to be an aunt who invited him to dinner today, promising to cook delicious dishes for him. Without hesitation, she admitted that she would like to discuss his recent inheritance of the school and the possibility of transferring the institution to her daughter. The guy couldn't stand it and shouted at Mother Qingxan that this gentleman wouldn't give her and her daughter a single penny, and that they wouldn't even dare to call him again. He put down the phone and thought that this woman was a demonic brat who was going to be wiped off the face of the earth one day. Xu reassured her friend, saying that Yang Xiao would deal with Xiaofan because their school only has elite students and employees, and they wouldn't want our hero to be their principal. Qingshan was afraid that Miss Chu might cause a scandal, but Xu thought that our hero would not be able to do his job and would still be fired. The blonde wanted to carry out their plan as soon as possible so that her ex-boyfriend would embarrass himself by putting on a real show for them. School was in full swing, Chelfie was still performing his PE teacher duties, and the seniors were frolicking around him. One of the students approached him to ask if he was now the school's deputy. After all, he had heard about his promotion. The student reproached Xiaofei for not being able to handle even the third grade, so the position of deputy headmaster wasn't suitable for him. The teacher told him that he was still a student and should respect his teachers, so he should go back to training. The student offered the teacher to play together with him, and if the physical teacher wins, the guy's ready to recognize his status. Xiaofei told Yang Zi that the time for practice was already over, so he should go back to class and not expect to play together. The red-haired guy started to provoke the teacher, saying that he was just afraid to lose and was afraid to admit it. The physical education teacher blushed with anger, but did not respond to the impudent student. Yang Zi left with a wave of his hand and said that he would get the physical education teacher fired because the latter had no right to teach him. Xiaofan interjected and said that he had heard the students' complaints and a vulgar student was just shaking the air and wasting his time. The red-haired guy turned around and asked the new headmaster why he had such a strange way of speaking, grinning arrogantly. Yang Zi smacked his chest and asked the new principal if he was able to prove that he was worthy of the position by defeating the student. Xiaofan replied that it was intriguing. Little ants battle against the emperor of the gods, and he didn't mind a student entertaining him and embarrassing the whole school. Yang Zi got angry and shouted that he wasn't doing this for the headmaster, and he didn't dare look down on him, because he was just a lucky person who got the school as a gift. Our hero replied that he accepts the challenge of a small insect, but he is not so generous as to fight someone without a bet. The student was confident that he wouldn't lose, so he had nothing to offer the new principal, and he offered to listen to Li's instructions in the future if he was still weaker. Yang Zi took a step closer and shouted, directly admitting that he wanted the main character to get out of this school. Xiaofei advised Xiaofan to think twice, because Yang Zi is a famous sports maniac, the leading record holder of the school, who won a big prize for several competitions. Xiaofan asked his friend to trust his master and told the young gladiator to go to the arena, where they would spar to their heart's content. Xu and her friend watched from the sidelines. The brunette was sure that Yang Xiao's plan was working, and the stupid Xiaofan had fallen into his trap. She suggested that her friend watch that idiot Li Xiaofan get kicked out of his own school. The sports maniac Yang Zi started to warm up before the competition, and our hero stood motionless, with his hands in his pockets. Teacher Xu said that Xiaofan was definitely an idiot for challenging little superstar Yang Zi, the best student in sports. The girl told Qingshan that last year Yang Zi set a record by throwing a javelin to 74 meters. Qingshan thought that her boyfriend was too arrogant, and after he lost to Yang Zi, he would even feel ashamed to appear in public. Yang Zi, meanwhile, had already picked up the spear and was preparing to throw it, the other students supporting the best athlete. The red-haired guy tuned in, ran away, and swung his spear to throw it forward with all his strength. With a shout, the sports maniac Yang Zi confidently threw the metal spear forward, which already flew several meters away in a second. The sharp metal spear crossed almost the entire green sports field of the school and flew out of the intended target. The red-haired guy not only managed to throw the spear as far as possible, but also made the projectile sink into the grass. The guy who was monitoring the competition announced loudly that Yang Zi's score was 75.5 meters. Zi was proud of himself, and the students were delighted because the guy managed to break his own record and come close to the record of the National College. The main character was calm despite the opponent's results. He silently walked over to the metal spear and took it. The physical education teacher started giving his friend instructions, saying that Xiaofan needed to accelerate, gain momentum, and then throw the spear. Xiaofan replied that if this venerable made a single move, it would be tantamount to bullying, so he wouldn't break the dreams of a young budding gladiator. The students were angry at the arrogant new principal, but they were confident that he would lose. Some of the students thought that Xiaofan just looked confident, but in reality he was scared. No one believed in his victory. After all, Yang Zi had already broken 13 records this year alone. Yang Zi asked the lame new director who he was trying to fool right now, since everyone knew that Xiaofan would lose. The main character, without answering anything to the young gladiator, without much effort, threw the spear forward. It began to fly with a whistle. The metal spear, charged with Li Xiaofang's incredible power, began to rapidly cross the green field. Eventually, the spear landed on the ground at the very end of the field, the force of the throw making it tremble. The guys who were watching the results were dumbfounded to see that the headmaster managed to throw a spear 105 meters away. The students were also shocked. They couldn't believe that their new principal hadn't cheated by throwing the spear so far. The students refused to believe in the triumph of our hero because everyone knows that the world record is 98 meters. Qingshan was upset again because her plan was doomed to fail again, and she blamed her ex-boyfriend for this. Xiaofan grinned and asked what was the matter and why the young gladiator and the others had swallowed their tongues and now looked like dead fish even though the game was just beginning. Yang Zi came over and said that it was impossible and that he needed to try another sport. And this time, he wouldn't let the director cheat. Now the sports maniac decided to compete with the main character in the shot throw. He took a heavy projectile from the assistant. The red-haired guy swung to throw him. He was determined to unleash his full potential, wanting to defeat the stupid headmaster. With all his effort, Yang Zi clenched his teeth tightly and threw the heavy core and shouted for it to fly. When the ball landed and bounced off the grass, it turned out that the guy managed to throw the projectile to 21 meters. His fellow practitioners were delighted, thinking that Yang Zi's result was amazing, and everyone started applauding the guy. Xu knew that the world record was 22.5 meters, and Yang Zi was almost close to it, and Xiaofan would not be able to deceive them now. Yang Zi dusted off his palms and looked at the director, saying that it was his turn to throw the ball. Xiaofan replied, yawning out of boredom, to get him the heaviest ball because he was already running out of patience. One of the students got angry because the headmaster started acting arrogant again, and the other one started to doubt that Xiaofan was cheating. The student told a friend to bring the heaviest ball to the new headmaster to watch Xiaofan embarrass himself. The student opened his mouth in surprise when he brought the heaviest projectile to the headmaster, who picked it up with one hand like a feather. Before throwing the ball, Xiaofan started tossing the heavy metal ball in his hand like a light rubber ball. Without much effort, the protagonist confidently threw the core forward, wanting to put the arrogant student in his place. The metal core crossed the entire green field in a matter of moments, leaving a bright streak of blue light in its wake. The metal ball only stopped when it hit the brick fence, causing a loud explosion. All the students, including Yang Zi, fell silent after seeing the incredible results of the new principal's throw. Yang and his companions stiffened. The red-haired guy didn't believe that it was possible to throw a core like this, and wondered who this Xiaofan was. Yang's face was covered in sweat. He didn't believe that the new director was a human being after all. No one in the world was capable of such a powerful throw. The main character yawned out of boredom and said that he was very disappointed in the young gladiator because there was no brilliance in his show. Yang Zi wasn't going to give up, the red-haired guy shouted, warning the new headmaster that the competition wasn't over yet. He offered Xiaofan another round, a taekwondo match, and if the headmaster won, he was willing to accept it. The main character, Yang Zi, and the others moved to the indoor sports hall, to the arena where the duel will take place. Yang Zi changed his clothes and put on a helmet for protection, after which he expressed confidence that Director Li would not be able to beat the guy in a real taekwondo sparring match. The boy was impatient to get started. He warned the headmaster that he wouldn't hold back and hoped that Li Xiaofan wouldn't regret it. Xiaofan replied that a young gladiator didn't even have a concept of true strength, and martial arts wasn't a sport, but terrifying techniques for killing enemies. After charging his arm with power, Xiaofan declared that he would show the guy the real power of martial arts, and the student's skills couldn't compare to his. Ki energy surrounded our hero with tiny lightning bolts and streams of light. He told the guy to contemplate and memorize the martial arts that he was about to show him. Yang Zi immediately realized that his opponent was too fast, and he wouldn't be able to dodge his attack in time. The main character had only a few moments to close the distance and attack with his hand in the torso of the opponent. The student noticed that his body didn't seem to respond to his orders and was numb. Xiaofan knocked him down with a single light kick. Our hero stood up straight and continued to closely monitor his opponent. Magical tongues of blue flame surrounded his body. The red-haired guy flew back and smashed the wooden table with his body, after which he began to complain of pain in his head. The student was dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened, and the main character's shadow loomed over the opponent. Now the students sided with the new headmaster. They started shouting that his punch was like a Jedi power push, and Li Xiaofan is now their favorite Jedi. Some students scoffed at Li Xiaofan's abilities, suggesting that this is why he thinks of himself as the venerable Palpatine. The main character crossed his arms and asked the young Padawan if he was willing to obey the headmaster, because he was nice and kind to his subjects. Yang Zi didn't resist any longer, because a bet is a bet, the director will win, and the guy's determined to keep his word. The guy solemnly swore that now he would return to class, study hard, and never cause problems to the new headmaster. Xiaofan approved, because that was what a good disciple should do, and Yang Zi was now protected by this venerable one. The red-haired student silently stood up, picked up his taekwondo helmet, and left, not daring to argue with the principal anymore. Yang Zi was silent, but there were many conflicting thoughts in his mind, and he was afraid to express them to Li Xiaofan. The guy still turned around and warned the headmaster to be careful with Xiaokun. After all, it was he and Ming Hao who ordered him to deal with Xiaofan. A smile appeared on Li Xiaofan's face, and he decided that he needed to teach Yang Xiaokun, the pig, another lesson. The headmaster told the student to tell that stupid pig Ming Hao to come to school tomorrow, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Yang Zi advised the headmaster not to get involved with Mingao because he is the boss of this school, and his status here is special, and the family has an ancient origin. Xiaofan stated that there can only be one ruler here, and chunks of fatty Minghao meat are not worthy of grunting here. The red-haired guy asked the director if he knew that he was very strange, sighed heavily, and resigned himself to live on this very long day. Qing Shan was furious. She told her friend that they would probably never be able to deal with that cretin Li Xiaofan. She didn't know what was going on, but she could feel the gap between her and this upstart growing ever larger. Now they could only look up to him. Shu was also furious. Now she thought Yang Zi and the others were just trash, and regretted that Xiao Kun had entrusted this task to a student. Soon after Babo and his boys arrived at Xiaofan's house, the street fighter began giving orders to his subordinates to unload boxes. Ba hoped that he hadn't disappointed Miss Chu and Mr. Li, because he had traveled all over the city on their behalf to find the right materials. The guy scratched his head and admitted that he couldn't find the dragon root because it was nowhere to be found. Lotus got angry, saying that Babo had to send requests to other cities and provinces if the item was not available in Suzhou. Xiaofan stood up for Bao, saying that he was innocent here, and this venerable one would solve the problem himself. After all, dragon root is the rarest spiritual tree. Lotus admitted that she has never heard of dragon root, but its alternative name, Wu Jinmu, seems familiar to her. The girl told the master that the auction she had previously told him about would display this spiritual tree. Xiaofan thought that now he really had to go to this auction. The land was starting to seem like a more interesting place. Soon the gray car stopped in front of a large glass building, and an employee in a dark suit was already standing by the stairs. The main character got out of the car, and his loyal subordinate Babo was already waiting for him outside the building. Ba explained that Miss Chu had returned to her family in a hurry, so she wouldn't be able to accompany him today, but she had transferred $100 million to Xiaofan's account. Xiaofan told the guy to tell him if any trouble happened to Miss Chu, because both she and Babo are under his protection. He knew that the Chu family was very powerful and ran the city, so he decided to leave right after the auction to find out what had happened. Babo bowed deeply to the protagonist and thanked him for taking such good care of Miss Chu. The building where the auction will be held was already packed with distinguished guests who were chatting and waiting for the auction to start. Li Xiaofan also went inside. He was hoping to be disappointed today and actually buy some worthwhile magic tools. The main character was surprised when he discovered that his girlfriend was also present at this event in the company of Yang Xiaokun. Xiaokun found out from Master Songjung that some guy had broken his leg, apparently unaware of who he was. Songjun admitted that every time he thought about it, he was filled with rage and he dreamed of throwing the offender into the Baitan River to be eaten by fish the next time he saw him. Qingshan also noticed the appearance of the main character, who was standing silently nearby. The blonde wasn't happy to see her ex-boyfriend. She pulled Xiao Kun's sleeve to announce Xiaofan's arrival. Master Songjong was furious when he immediately recognized the guy as the same bastard who had crippled him. He immediately began to threaten our hero with deprivation of life, because before that, he had searched the entire city in search of the offender. Xiao Kun was shocked to find out that it was Xiaofan who threw Master Song off the cliff. Now he was sure that poor Li would finally die. After all, Songjong is the most powerful person in the city. Songjong walked up to Xiaofan on crutches and asked the young man if he really wanted to die, if he dared to injure the master. Xiaofan warned the rapist that he would definitely send him into darkness this time. He didn't expect to see him alive after falling down the mountain. Master Song became even angrier, and he started swinging his crutches in an attempt to hit his assailant. Xiao Kun advised the master not to make a scene here because the auction was attended by important guests, and the organizer of the event was the mysterious Ouyang family. Songjong agreed to calm down, but he already wanted to cripple our hero as soon as he was outside. Yang walked up to Xiaofan and told the bastard that he didn't belong here. After all, this high-end auction was only attended by the elite. Xiaofan replied to the damn pig that this venerable was invited here, and he obviously decided to make trouble again. Jingshan knew that Xiaofan would never become one of them. After all, he was just a village blockhead with no connections and communication skills in the upper elite circle. Xiao Kun asked who could have invited our hero here at all, because this is not a nightclub for tramps and dogs. Qingshan told Xiao Kun that Xiaofan must have been invited by Miss Chu, who was completely ignorant of men. Songjung turned to manager Shu and told him to throw out tramp Xiaofan, resenting the fact that he was allowed in at all. Xiao Kun asked the manager what would happen if that tramp Xiaofan touched any of the famous guests and infected them with ugliness. Manager Shu listened to the distinguished guests, and the bespectacled man immediately ordered the guards to get Xiaofan out of here. Several agile and fast people rushed forward at the manager's command to quickly close the distance with our hero. The martial artist landed next to Li Xiaofan, surrounding him from both sides so that he couldn't escape. When the main character saw that he was surrounded on all sides by 4 fighters, he became curious to deal with them. Manager Shu shouted, demanding that our hero stop making trouble in this place and better get the hell out of here. Xiaofan deduced that the Ouyang family was indeed mysterious, having secured the event with 4 early-stage realm-level masters. Our hero praised the manager for his excellent security measures and advised him to check out Li Xiaofan in the list of bidders. The manager replied that he wouldn't check anything, because according to Master Song, the list is fake, so trash like Xiaofan should hurry up and get out of here. The protagonist found Manager Shu's words offensive, so he silently slapped the bespectacled man's face. He stated that he had no right to offend other people's parents, much less him, since the manager was currently talking to the immortal emperor. The manager shouted, asking the guards why they were just standing there and watching, because it was time for them to teach this guy a lesson in politeness. Song Zhong, Xiao Kun, and Qingshan were already overjoyed, hoping that these Ouyang family warriors wouldn't let Li Xiaofan live. 4 Ouyang family fighters simultaneously charged forward under the manager's order to pounce on our hero. Furrowing their brows, they flew out of the air to reach their destination as quickly as possible. The main character, meanwhile, didn't even move. He snorted and set up to fight back against the Ouyang family's guards. At this point, a girl with pink hair intervened, told them to stop it, and asked what they were doing. The soldiers immediately stopped and tensed. Looking at the girl with fear, they obeyed her without discussion. The manager complained to Miss Ouyang that this bully dared to cause a commotion among the people present and slapped him. He showed the girl his swollen face and promised to make sure that this intruder was thrown out of here. Miss Ouyang slapped the manager's face so that his glasses fell off and yelled at the manager who dared to treat her guests like that. The girl approached our hero and said that she could not contact him after he saved her, so she is very happy to see him here. Song Wong was indignant. He asked how a girl from a side branch of the family dared to go against his clan. Miss Ouyang stated that she was responsible for this event, so she could kick Song Zhong out, and he would pay for what he did to her that day. The guy replied that she was just a pawn, a little girl from a side branch of the family, so sooner or later, she would only belong to him. Ouyang approached Mr. Li and asked if she should fire this ignorant manager, or if he had his own plans for him. The manager clutched his twice-battered face and began to tremble in fear, afraid that he would be fired or worse. The main character was not going to leave the manager unpunished. He came up and hit the man on the leg so that he shouted at the whole building. The fighters of the Ouyang family were dumbfounded. They opened their mouths and froze when they saw how fierce our hero's strength was. Song Zhong, Xiao Kun, and Qingshan were also shocked by the cruelty of Li Xiaofan, who decided to cripple the manager. Miss Ouyang showed our hero where the entrance to the auction is and offered to guide him there to prevent those impudent vultures from getting in his way. The girl took his arm to accompany him. She didn't expect to see her savior again. She felt safe with him. Qingshan was furious to learn that in addition to Miss Chu, Li Xiaofan was also communicating with Miss Ouyang Pei behind her back. The main character, accompanied by the hostess of the event, went to the auction, leaving behind the martial artists and the rest. Xiao Kun was furious, not understanding why Miss Chu and Miss Ouyang, who is so much prettier than Qingshan, were helping this trash. All the guests parted in fright as a tall and burly red-haired guy entered the room, ordering them to stop. Xiao Kun's mood lightened again, and he decided that Li Xiaofan was finished now because Senior Chu had arrived. The big red-haired man called out to our hero and said that now he would see how good it would be for him with this girl. Xiao Kun knew that Chu Shifeng was drafted into the army at the age of 18, where he became the youngest captain of his unit. It is said that he was enlisted in Voldemort's reserve force, which includes only a few of China's millions of soldiers. Senior Chu was a member of the best special forces unit in China, and it was impossible to get into their ranks so easily. Xiao Kun knew that Chu Shifeng's reputation overshadowed everyone, even Song Zhong, because he came from a powerful family. The Chu family's heir has been courting Ouyang Pei for a long time, and 6 months ago, a second-generation rich man tried to make a pass at her as well. For this, Chu Shifeng sent the guy to the hospital. He was bedridden for several months after the guy's revenge. Xiao Kun was sure that little Xiaofan was very unlucky. After all, he angered the monster by daring to lay eyes on Chu Shifeng's girlfriend. Miss Ouyang covered Xiaofan with her back and asked Chu Shifeng what he was going to do to her most important guest. Hu Geifengyi claimed that Ouyang was his woman, so he wouldn't leave anyone who encroached on his property alone. The big red-haired man expressed confidence that Miss Ouyang would soon be his own, even though the girl was against it. Senior Chu grabbed the girl's arm, pulled her towards him, and told the kid to get away from his property. The guy came closer and said that he didn't care who Xiaofan was or where he came from, since he was from the Chu family and this city was under his control. Pointing a finger at Xiaofan, Chu Shifeng warned the kid to get out of his city, otherwise he would cripple him. The guest sided with the elder Chu, believing that the cruel Xiaofan would justly pay for his actions, and no one would save this guy. Xiao Kun believed that even if Miss Chu went against her brother, it wouldn't save Xiaofan, and Chu Shuifeng still wouldn't stop. Miss Yang asked Shuifeng to stop making things difficult, because Xiaofan is her benefactor, and the guy doesn't dare threaten him. The girl tensed, thinking that our hero has no chance against a fighter of the elite squad, because Xiaofan is an ordinary person, although he fights well. She apologized to Xiaofan and asked him to go to the auction hall without paying any attention to this madcap. The main character didn't listen to the girl and asked the kid from the Chu family how dare he talk to the venerable one in such a tone. Chu Shifeng got even angrier, slapped his chest, and asked our hero if he knew who he was talking to right now. Our hero replied that he should ask the guy this question, because a person like Chu has no right to talk to the venerable one. The elite Special Forces soldier lost control of his emotions, shouted that he would send Xiaofan to hell, and charged forward. The big guy's fist was already a few centimeters away from Xiaofan's face, but it was stopped by the guy's defensive field. Lotus burst into the room, saw what her brother was doing, and asked Xiaofeng why he was doing all this. The girl demanded that her brother hurry up and apologize right now to her master, whom he had no right to insult. Chu Shuifeng stopped being so bold when he saw his sister. He asked his cousin what she was doing here. The girl, angry with her brother, asked if he would have continued to behave like this if she hadn't intervened. She was embarrassed in front of Master. Lotus apologized to him for being late, explaining that her family was having some problems. She bowed to the master and explained that it was her cousin who was always acting so arrogantly. For Lotus' sake, Xiaofan agreed not to touch the guy and expressed the hope that it wouldn't happen again in the future. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't hold back anymore. Chu Zhifeng was angry and was ready to hit our hero because he was acting too arrogantly. Lotus bravely covered Master with her own back, slapped her brother's face, and shouted for Chu Zhuifeng to apologize to Xiaofan right away. She stated that even their grandfather should show respect when meeting a master, and Chu Shuifeng is no exception. The startled red-haired boy clutched his reddened cheek and hesitated, not knowing what to say to his cousin. Enraged, Lotus slapped her cousin's cheek once more, demanding that he apologize to Master right away. Chu Guifeng began to tremble all over in anger and clenched his teeth tightly, trying to control his emotions in front of Xiaofan. The red-haired guy blushed with shame, but still had to apologize to the main character. After that, Chu Shifeng just chuckled and left, not wanting to talk to Xiaofan or his sister anymore. When he passed by Xiaofan, he warned the cursed brat that he would only let him go for the sake of his sister. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, and the big man's threats only made him laugh. Lotus made a gesture with her hands as a sign of respect for the master, and said thank you to him for scolding her cousin. Master Li Xiaofan replied that it was nothing, and the girl continued to look at him with loving eyes. The main character and Miss Opie were about to leave, but Lotus asked Master to wait a moment longer. Master Xiaofan, at the request of his disciple, decided to stay, and the girl went in a completely different direction. A girl with pink hair approached the blonde and asked if she was Qingshan. Qingshan was forced to bow her head to the esteemed miss, looking ashamed. Lotus, looking disdainfully at the woman who had offended her master, silently slapped the blonde's face. Student Xiaofan's punch was so strong that Qingshan lost her balance and fell to the floor in front of all the guests. Miss Chu stated that Qingshan had no right to insult her master, and she was not worthy of being Xiaofan's fiancée. The girl ordered Qingshan to stay out of her way, and then ordered her to leave the premises. Qingshan started to shed tears of resentment and humiliation as she lay on the floor, looking at Xiao Kun hopefully. Xiao Kun turned to the esteemed Lady Chu and said that Qingshan is his girlfriend, so he asked for her forgiveness for his sake. Lotus asked who he was so that she would forgive Qingshan for his sake, then ordered him to leave this place as well. Young Xiao Kun decided to remind the esteemed Lady Chu who his father was, but the guy was interrupted. The pink-haired girl was adamant. She once again demanded that Yang Xiao Kun and Qingshan get out of here. The guy clenched his teeth tightly in anger, but he didn't argue with Miss Chu any further, only sighed heavily. Xiao Kun carefully helped his girlfriend to her feet and gave her a hug before they turned to leave. Lotus approached Miss Yang and apologized to the girl for kicking the guests out of her event. Miss Yang asked her not to apologize because having these guests doesn't affect the auction in any way, especially since it became quieter here. After dealing with all the annoying guests, the main character Miss Yang and his disciple Lotus went to the auction. Before the auction began, the host warned the guests that the auction house could not confirm the authenticity of the first lot. The main character Lotus and Miss Yang took the best seats. They were sitting on a private balcony and were shielded from the rest. The guests were angry because of the first lot. They wondered why it was put up for auction in the first place. The main character's face changed as he felt the aura of Phoenix power from the first lot, which was unclear if it was genuine. The host loudly announced that the starting price for the first lot is a whole million. Xiaofan had sensed the spiritual power of the Phoenix from the copper pot, which meant that it would be well suited for activating his Chaos Divine Stone. The guests were furious because the lot was put up at auction, not knowing if it was real, and they also asked for such a large sum of money for it. Someone told Mr. Sun that he came here for this copper pot, and he was willing to take Xiaofan's life if Song bought it for him. Our hero held up a sign with his individual number and said that he was ready to buy the pot for 1,100,000. The guests laughed when they heard that some fool was ready to throw money away, and they thought that the donkey had beaten off his brains. The protagonist turned his attention to Song Jong, who held up the sign and shouted that he was willing to bet 5 million. Then the guests doubted that this wasn't a real treasure, because even Mr. Song decided to place a bet. Song Jung looked at our hero with hatred and thought that he wouldn't let Li Xiaofan win so easily. Xiaofan wasn't afraid when he saw that Song Jung dared to raise the price. The guy calmly raised the bid to 10 million. Realizing that the lot was a real treasure, the guests began to shout, raising the bid again and again, and fighting for the copper pot. The main character was forced to offer $70 million for the treasure because the bid had already increased to 60. The hall became quiet. No one wanted to buy a treasure for more than 70 million, so the host started counting down. Song Jung was shaking and growling in anger, but he didn't dare raise the bid because 70 million was a lot of money for him. The guy who came to this auction just for the sake of the copper pot started baiting Mr. Song. Young Master Song asked him not to worry because Xiaofan is definitely not a competitor, and the copper pot will go to the guy after the death of our hero. A sly, evil smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to let Xiaofan relax, and he was determined to deprive him of all the money today. The auction host hit the wooden stand with a hammer, which means that the battle for the first lot was over. Miss Yang was confused. She asked Xiaofan if this thing was really worth that much money. Lotus asked Yang not to worry because her master knows exactly what he's doing. The girl said that, in addition, if her master runs out of money, she is ready to pay for it. Miss Yang smiled and offered to pay all of the protagonist's expenses instead of Lotus, since she was the one responsible for this auction. Lotus insisted that it was her who would pay for her master because she wanted to give him a gift as a disciple. The main character stopped them, agreeing to accept their kindness, but warned that he still has enough money himself. The second lot was presented to the guests. It was a dark golden branch called the Fallen Golden Tree. According to legend, it was more than 1,000 years old. The box was open, and guests were able to see the branch firsthand, which, according to the host, can banish evil, grant blessings, and even increase life expectancy. This lot was more expensive than the previous one. The host announced that the starting price of the golden branch was 6 million. Some of the guests doubted that the item was valuable, and some were sure of the divine origin of the lot. The main character decided to compete for the dark gold branch. He held up the tablet and offered 100 million for it. All the guests turned to look at the geezer, who had offered as much as 100 million for the lot. Song Jung frantically picked up the sign and offered 200 million just to make Xiaofan spend all of his money. Young Master Song glanced at our hero and cursed him in his mind, intending to make him bid higher. The main character crossed his arms and laughed. He was in no hurry to pick up the sign and fight for the lot in any way. Song Jung was shocked, not understanding why Xiaofan had stopped, and the host was already ready to give the guy a branch for 200 million. Lotus asked the master why he allowed Song Jung to buy this fallen golden tree, since she could have paid for the lot. Our hero asked the student not to worry, announced that this was all part of his cunning plan. The host hit the hammer. He was happy to pull off this successful deal, selling the dark gold branch for a whole 200 million. The action was still unfolding in the building where the auction was being held, and the bidding had already ended. Our hero left the building accompanied by the girls. He wanted to activate his divine chaos stone as soon as possible. Li Xiaofan waved his hand and told the girls to stop chasing him already because he wanted to go home on his own. The girls with pink hair looked at each other. They were at a loss because they didn't want to say goodbye to the guy. Xiaofan's disciple couldn't afford to argue with her master, so she agreed not to accompany him anymore. Soon our hero's car was parked near the entrance to his luxury villa. The guy got out of the car and entered the house. Holding a suitcase in his hand, he told someone that he planned to find it himself. Xiaofan took off his jacket, hung it on a hook, and confessed that he hadn't expected to see him here with his dogs. It turned out that while our hero was not at home, Song Jung snuck in and was very angry with him. Song Chung made himself comfortable on the sofa and confessed that he had been waiting for Xiao Fan to come home for half a day. He held a dark gold branch in his hand and complained that he had spent a whole 200 million on this wooden stick because of Xiao Fan. Young Master Song threw the dark gold branch on the floor like trash because he didn't see any value in it. Song Jung stood up and approached our hero, demanding that he return the 200 million in the copper cauldron to him, and then Xiao Fan's death would be quick. He pointed a finger at his shoulder and warned that a quick death would seem like the best option to Xiao Fan if he refused. The protagonist laughed, lit a cigarette, and replied that he also had something to say to Song Jun. While lighting a cigarette, our hero stated that Song Jung's soul would now also be banished from this world since he came here. Song Jung was outraged because he was the one who was threatening Xiao Fan and not the other way around, so he didn't understand why he was being so cocky. The guy who wanted the copper pot asked Xiao Fan if he remembered the assassin who attacked Chu Tianzheng that day. The main character pulled a cigarette out of his mouth and replied that this lord does not have to remember the names of all garbage. The guy shouted that the killer was his younger brother, but he died because of the dirty tricks of our hero. The angry young man shouted that he now intended to take Xiao Fan's life so that his brother's soul would be at peace. He clenched his fists tightly and began to swing them. They started to glow, giving the guy a special power to hit. The guy's threats made our hero only smile. He warned that bad people go to hell, not to heaven. This did not stop the brother of the deceased assassin. He threw out a flaming fist to attack the main character. Li Xiaofan only had to swing one hand to knock down the opponent, and he asked if such a weak practitioner dared to threaten him. The guy fell to the floor and refused to believe what was happening because he was an external force expert and his punch was so easily blocked. He was shocked because there was definitely a great master standing in front of him, but Xiao Fan was too young. Not wanting to give up, the guy decided to swing his fiery fist again to harm our hero. The main character stood motionless and smoked, without fear of receiving the slightest damage from the hands of an angry guy. At the last moment, Xiao Fan easily stopped the opponent's flaming fist with his hand and asked if he still wanted to fight him. Xiao Fan began to calmly and confidently press down on the opponent with his strength, not even giving the guy a chance to hit himself. He fell to his knees and gave up, begging for the venerable master to grant him mercy because he was admitting his mistake. The main character, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the guy with contempt and coolly refused to forgive him. After a few moments, the life of the guy who wanted to avenge his brother stopped because Xiao Fan did not spare him. Using his hand as a fatal weapon, our hero managed to take the life of a guy who dared to attack the venerable one with one blow. Xiao Fan turned around and finally asked the naive insect if he dared to offend the venerable and then begged for mercy. Young Master Song turned pale in horror and backed away, finding it hard to believe that such an experienced master had been killed by Xiao Fan. Panicking, Song Jung pointed his finger at the target and shouted, ordering his guards to shoot Li to kill. The main character exhaled cigarette smoke and said what a sad fate Song Jung had. After all, he was giving him another chance. Without listening to the guy, Sun ordered his guards to take Li's life, and they began to frantically shoot at the target with their pistols. Song was sure that Xiao Fan's bullets would definitely be impossible to dodge, no matter how strong he was, but the shots didn't make our hero even move. The venerable God Emperor stubbed out the cigarette in his own hand and warned the insects that mundane bullets were of no use to him. The guy stood still, hands in his pockets, his body surrounded by an impregnable protective sphere, all the bullets stuck in it. Streams of powerful energy began to shoot out from the sphere, which startled every one of Song Jung's guards. The guys in dark suits flew in different directions, smashing the walls with themselves, and the streams of energy caused them a lot of damage. The cold-blooded protagonist began to slowly walk towards the dazed Song Jung, who started to back away from fright. The terrified Song Jung started to demand that the main character didn't dare approach him. The young master was forced to grab the gun himself and start shooting at Xiao Fan, but all the bullets were stopped by his defensive sphere. When asked who he was, Xiao Fan said that an insect like Song had no right to know. Xiao Fan touched one of the bullets that was stuck in his sphere and aimed it directly at its owner, taking his life forever. After that, the main character walked over and picked up a dark gold branch from the floor, which Song Jung threw out without seeing any value in it. The guy found this wooden stick useful because it turned out to be a fallen dragon tree. He was glad because now that he had all the tools he needed, he would be able to activate the Great Gathering formation. The action continued to develop in the villa of the main character. It was already dark outside. The light was turned on in the building. The guy was just working with the great fallen dragon tree. He gave it his power to make the branch hang in the air. Xiao Fan placed all the necessary tools in the circle and reminded himself that he had obtained a copper pot and a fallen dragon tree from this auction. The main character thought that something definitely happened to the Earth because its energy became extremely meager. He expanded the formation and decided that he would use the dragon tree as its main core. According to his plan, the mansion will become the center of the formation, and the fallen dragon tree, meanwhile, began to grow before our eyes. The tree grew rapidly, green leaves and flowers appeared on the branches, and Xiao Fan decided that he would watch the formation from school. Looking at the tree that was growing at an incredible speed, Xiao Fan planned to expand the formation to the Chuzhou ridges. According to his plan, a large amount of spiritual power would slowly gather in his formations. Unfortunately, the gem that Shuilian found, although it is a treasure for this world, was completely useless to Xiao Fan. But he still didn't expect any problems with creating the formation. All that remained was for the core to merge with the sacred ground. Standing on top of a cliff surrounded by fog, Xiao Fan said that if an ordinary person lived in this mansion, they could live up to 150 years. He knew that this was called the heavenly fusion effect, and every sect had to have one. The main character had teleported from the highest point of Chuzhou back to his courtyard and was now standing in front of the door. After completing the Great Gathering formation, Xiao Fan opened the door and returned to his villa. With a snap of his fingers, he decided to literally vaporize his dead abusers, who dared to insult this venerable one. Song Zhong's guards began to leave this world without a trace, and Xiao Fan only had to activate the Chaos Divine Stone. He picked up a small stone, knowing that it wasn't as good as Tianxian's stone, but it could still be used effectively. Xiao Fan sat down and crossed his legs in front of the copper pot, clutching the stone in his fist, the same stone that he had in his previous life and helped with his cultivation. He threw it into the pot, knowing that there was Tianxian's power inside the Chaos Divine Stone, which would help him develop the Godslayer body technique. The boy closed his eyes and then, with the power of his mind, made the heavy copper pot begin to float above the ground. The stone that was thrown into the pot was activated. Now it was emitting a bright golden color, and the wind was getting stronger in the room. The main character opened his eyes and began to carefully observe what processes are taking place in the copper pot. He saw that the power of the phoenix sealed in this pot had been greatly weakened by being there for so long. With the help of the Chaos Divine Stone, the phoenix still awoke, its golden silhouette appearing above the pot. Xiao Fan wanted to take the core that shone with green and red colors, knowing that the energy to awaken the stone would be enough. He placed the divine stone against his chest in order to absorb its power into himself. The main character closed his eyes to better concentrate on the process, his body taking on a faint red aura. The phoenix's bright aura was becoming more visible by the moment, and he placed his hand on his chest to completely absorb the stone. Li Xiaofan felt that the Chaos Divine Stone had become stronger, and he was now brimming with energy. But what surprised the cultivator more was that there was a divine technique hidden inside the stone. When everything was ready, the protagonist loudly ordered the Chaos Divine Stone to activate. Li Xiaofan closed his eyes again and concentrated. He pointed his middle and index fingers up. Now, he had officially obtained the Phoenix Fire Eye technique, and he had also accidentally created a divine spirit child. Xiaofan underestimated the technique because he realized that it can only be mastered if the wearer has an immortal body and soul. The boy was determined to find out what kind of powerful power his child spirit possessed. Even more bright golden light began to pour out of the copper pot, and Xiaofan watched it carefully. Xiaofan froze as a giant stream of golden energy shot up from the pot. The guy saw that in addition to the spiritual energy, there is also a real phoenix soul that has come out. The main character put two palms together, his hands surrounded by streams of his own energy. Li Xiaofan was determined to find out if he could get the phoenix to stay inside his gathering formation. The guy began to envelop the phoenix with streams of his chi energy from all directions, trying to capture the giant flame bird. The phoenix didn't want to be held captive by Xiaofan, so the bird tried to escape with all its might. The main character, demonstrating his divine power to the phoenix, shouted, ordering the bird to bow down. The guy turned his giant divine palm against the bird, pinning the phoenix to the ground to subdue its will. The bird shrank many times in size, and Xiaofan warned the phoenix that it would not be able to cope with its energy. The phoenix did not resist any longer, and the bird under our hero flew out of the villa. The main character gave the phoenix the first order. He needs to help the guy collect chi from all places and redirect it here. For this, he promised to take the bird with him to the world of immortals. The firebird nodded several times, agreeing to carry out its new master's errand. Xiaofan promised the phoenix not to restrict its freedom, but forbade the bird to fly outside the Chuzhou mountain range. By combining the phoenix and dragon tree, Xiaofan had obtained the dragon phoenix formation. Now he hoped that he would succeed. The boy walking on the street with his mother saw that a phoenix appeared in the sky. The woman saw this as a good sign. The townspeople were dumbfounded when they saw the legendary phoenix in the sky. They thought that God had descended to this mortal world. The main character sat cross-legged on the ground again. Now he decided to activate the Phoenix Eye technique. The guy managed to see that Mr. Chu is in danger. There is a shootout near his house, and the guards are trying to protect him from the killer. Xiaofan became alert as he remotely realized with the new Phoenix Eye technique that the Chu family was in danger. The protagonist opened his eyes and chuckled warily when he heard someone enter his villa. He saw Lotus, his disciple, rush into the room, clearly in a hurry to come here. Lotus didn't rush to admit the problem, but instead clasped her hands together to greet the master. She didn't know that her master was already well aware of the danger hanging over her family, and our hero was ready to move out. The pink-haired girl wanted to say something else to her teacher, but Xiaofan interrupted her. Xiaofan took his jacket and said that the Chu family had helped him a lot, and now he couldn't stand by when they had problems. Our hero put on his jacket and left the house, and Lotus bowed to the teacher and thanked him. She was impressed by the improbability of her master, because he knew the purpose of her visit even before she told him. A black car raced along an empty Chuzhou street, the main character and his student rushing to help Grandpa Chu. Lotus told Master that the Ni and Chu family never got along, and they even started feuding in business from this year on. The girls said that once the Ne family attacked their important truck, her younger brother took the life of the head of the family for this, after which they began to feud. The main character heard from a student that a year later, the Ne family decided to return to take revenge on the Chu family for past grievances. Mr. Chu's guards tried to protect him from the sudden assassin, shooting the mysterious master over and over again. Lotus told Master that her family had strong bodyguards, but even they couldn't handle the Ne family's mercenary. The protagonist deduced that the previous assassin of Grandpa Chu, whom he eliminated, was also sent by the Ne family. The girl admitted that she worries about her grandfather, because her family has no one else to invite for his protection. Lotus told the master that both sides had agreed to meet and have a duel. According to her, Grandpa can't beat this expert, so he told his granddaughter to go to Xiaofan for help. The main character, wanting to meet a master who is not afraid of bullets, gladly agreed to help the Chu family. A smile appeared on Lotus' face as she thanked Master for making sure that her family was safe now. The following events unfolded on the grounds of the Chu family's estate, where an unwelcome guest hired by Ne had arrived. The main character and his disciple were already there too. Lotus opened the gate for Master and asked him to follow her. When they entered the grounds of the manor, the security guard wearing dark glasses was surprised to see Lotus and Xiaofan. A bodyguard in a black suit bowed before Lotus and greeted his mistress. The main character, accompanied by Lotus, went on to meet the head of the Chu family. Fortunately, Mr. Chu was fine. He met Xiaofan on the street and confessed that he was already waiting for the guy. The grandfather pointed to the entrance and hospitably asked the guy to go to his luxurious estate to talk inside. As he approached the door, the old man confessed that he was counting on the master and then promised to reward him handsomely for his help. When Mr. Chu sat down in the chair, he said that tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the evening, there will be a duel. It will be held in the pavilion of the Sun Phoenix. The main character, listening carefully to the story of the head of the Chu family, nodded in silence and drank tea. Grandpa Chu stood up and said that Weilian should stay with him while he finished his preparations, and then they would go to the pavilion. Xiaofan didn't say anything to the old man again. He looked thoughtful as he sipped his tea, and Mr. Chu decided to leave. Cousin Lotus walked into the manor's living room and asked the girl if that brat Xiaofan had come to their house. The red-haired guy was outraged that the girl asked Xiaofan for help, even though this problem only concerns the Chu family. The main character stopped being so lost in the clouds and turned his gaze to the annoying Chu Shifeng, who was once again opposing him. Zhu Gefeng told his cousin that he should just invite his master and send him away because he looked like a fraud. Lotus replied that her master was an important guest, so her cousin should stop being rude since he didn't understand it last time. The red-haired guy clenched his teeth tightly in anger because he fundamentally disagreed with his cousin. He decided that even the Lotus wouldn't stop him this time. Chu Shuifeng was determined to bring this scum to light. The guy came over and said that he wanted to talk to Li Xiaofan, and if he lost, our hero would have to leave the city. The main character replied that he was giving the guy one last chance. He should remove his hand and get out of here. Chu Zhifeng didn't calm down. He told our hero to go to hell and called him a useless trash who only pretends to be strong. The pink-haired girl grabbed her brother's hand and told him to quickly apologize to the master. Otherwise, he might get hurt badly. The cousin roughly pushed his own sister away and said that nothing would stop him today, and only his master would be fine with their family. Chu Sheifeng shouted at Xiaofan that he would teach him a lesson today for how our hero dared to mock him and flirt with his woman. Lotus was still trying to stop her cousin, She was worried about both him and her master. The main character stopped his student with his hand out and agreed to teach her cousin a good lesson. Chu Xuefeng said that he didn't care about Xiao Fan at all because he thought he was an arrogant redneck. Xiao Fan, not wanting to listen to the guy's insults anymore, waved his hand, slapping Chu Weifeng's face. After the main character decided to criticize the guy for being too slow because he did not have time to dodge, Chu Weifeng's cheek instantly became swollen and red, and he shouted, asking Xiao Fan why he suddenly dared to hit him. Xiao Fan decided to teach him another lesson. He waved his hand again so that Chu Xuefeng flew into the air. The red-haired guy flew to the other end of the room and only stopped when his back hit the wall. Trembling, he fell to his knees but tried to stand up, not wanting to be bullied by Xiao Fan. Cousin Lotus swung his strong fist once more to take revenge on Xiao Fan for bullying him. Clenching his teeth tightly, the enraged elite special forces fighter quickly swung his hand with a whoosh, wanting to hit Xiao Fan. The main character didn't even move. He turned his lightning-flashing gaze on the opponent. Xiao Fan then pushed out his fist in response so that their fists collided together, causing a bright blue flash of energy. The main character's strength was much stronger than Chu Xuefeng's, so the red-haired guy's arm couldn't withstand the onslaught. Cousin Lotus couldn't fight anymore, and the boy fell to his knees, clutching his arm and screaming, his face pale with pain. Lotus cautiously asked the teacher to go easy on her cousin and spare the boy's life for her grandfather's sake. The red-haired guy told Xiao Fan, calling him a cursed brat, that he had better kill him, and then his master would come and avenge him. The main character didn't say anything to the student and Chu Xuefeng as he silently stood up from the chair, hiding his eyes. Xiao Fan decided to teach the guy another lesson. He hit Chu Xuefeng again on the same already crippled hand. He glared at his disciple's cousin and declared that he would only leave him alone at his disciple's request, and the broken limbs would be his punishment. Our hero advised the boy to be happy that he had such a good sister, and Chu Xuefeng was silent, shaking and groaning in pain. Lotus crouched down next to her cousin and asked her subordinates to get the young master to the hospital faster. Mr. Chu hurriedly returned to the living room. Seeing the crippled grandson, the head of the family was worried for him. The dumbfounded old man walked over and saw Chu Xuefeng, who was lying on a stretcher and didn't say anything. After that, Grandpa turned his head and looked at our hero, realizing that it was Li Xiao Fan who had done this to his grandson. He thanked Xiao Fan for being so lenient with his grandson, knowing how arrogant he was towards master. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to the old man and said in his ear that Li Shizhen had arrived here, which surprised Mr. Chu because he did not call him. The pink-haired girl was sure that it was her cousin Xuefeng who called his master here. Mr. Chu was angry at his clueless grandson because Li Shizhen's arrival would definitely bring even more trouble. Lotus explained to our hero that Li Shizhen is a master from a powerful sect, a strong spiritual practitioner, and the strongest in the field of martial arts in the city, so you should be careful with him. The girl said that many people want to become students of Li Shizhen, but he rarely takes someone to study. According to her, before accepting her brother as a disciple, her grandfather had to give the master a large house, and only then did he reluctantly agree to teach Xuefeng. The girl's story was interrupted when Master Li Shizhen burst into the room and loudly called out to Old Man Chu. The man, accompanied by his students, asked what had happened and who had injured Chu Xuefeng. Mr. Chu turned around and saw the master in front of him, then hesitated, not knowing what to say to him. Master Li Shizhen crossed his arms and said that from the looks of it, Master Chu didn't want to greet his grandson's teacher. Old Man Chu greeted the master cordially and said that his visit was an honor, then invited him to come and sit down. An angry Master Li sat down in a chair and placed his sword on his lap, wanting to find out who had offended his disciple. Seeing Xiao Fan in front of him, the master immediately assumed that this was the person who had crippled Xuefeng. The guy who came with the master was taken aback when he recognized our hero as the one who beat him up that day. He shouted to the master that it was difficult to avoid the enemy and complained about Xiao Fan, who had injured him in Xiao Kun. Master Li Shizhen confessed that he had been looking for Xiao Fan for a long time, but did not expect to meet him at the Chu family's estate. Shizhen advised the boy to kneel down and beg for forgiveness for what he had done to his brothers and disciple, if he wasn't stupid. The angry man hit the chair, breaking it, and shouted that if Xiao Fan refused, his corpse would be taken out quickly. Looking at Xiao Fan, Li Shizhen thought that he was just an ordinary brat, an upstart with a cute face. The man began to recall how his students had suffered, how Xuefeng's cultivation had deteriorated, and how Xiao He had become crippled. He was determined to teach Xiao Fan a good lesson. Otherwise, it would be a shame for him to stay in the city, and after such an event, no one would want to train in his sect. Xiao took a cup of tea and stated that these guys went off on a crooked path, planning to beat up our hero, so he showed mercy by just crippling them. After taking a sip of tea, our hero declared that he would have already taken the life of Shuifeng, who insulted him, if not for the Chu family. Frowning, he glared at the master and asked why on earth he thought he could tell him what to do. Master Li Shizhen lost his temper, jumped up from his chair and grabbed his sword, asking the bastard who he thought he was. Mr. Chu tensed up, thinking that it was bad because he could see a fight brewing between Shizhen and Xiaofan. Grandpa decided to smooth things over by asking Shizhen to calm down and listen to him before he made a mistake. The old man asked Master Li Shizhen if he knew that the old enemies of the head of the family had come to his house. He explained that he had invited Master Xiaofan because he needed to protect his own family. Shizhen decided to make concessions to the old man. He was determined to deal with the Chu family's enemies first, and then it would be that bastard Xiaofan's turn. The man sat back in the chair and asked his grandfather how this kid could help him, because he looks completely useless. Master admitted that he already knew about the Chu family's problems, which was why he came here, so he would help them. Old Man Chu looked uncertain and tense as he hesitated, trying to answer Master Li Shizhen. Shizhen had stated that he was the strongest practitioner in this area, and also a martial sect master, so Xiaofan couldn't possibly be stronger than him. The protagonist nodded without replying, then Grandpa Chu assumed that Xiaofan had decided to help him. Old Man Chu sat down in a nearby chair and declared that Mr. Li had agreed to help, then the Chu family would win. After the action unfolded in the pavilion of the Sun Phoenix, where a duel between two warring families will take place. King Shan and her boyfriend Xiao Kun were also here. The girl asked him why there were so many people here. She knew that they were here to take revenge on someone, but she didn't understand what Xiao Kun meant. The young man explained to Qing Shan that there would be a duel today that would result in the Ni family destroying the Chu family. The blonde glanced at her boyfriend and wondered if the Chu family was weaker than the Ni family. Xiao Kun was in high spirits today because he was sure that the Ni family was much stronger than the Chu family. The guy suggested that the girl hurry to his father, otherwise the man alone will have to greet the Ni family. A lot of people crowded around the illegal arena. Defeated people were already lying on the stage, and people from the Yang family started to climb the stairs. Mr. Yang smiled and told Mr. Ney that he would definitely destroy the Chu family and take over the entire city, and his family would lend him a helping hand. The representative of the Ni family chuckled and glanced at the man who had come to greet him respectfully. He promised that he would allow Ian to become the representative of his family and would reward him for all the information passed to him. Mr. Yang and his son started bowing to Mr. Ney, promising that they would do their best for him. Afterwards, Qing Shan asked Xiao Kun who this arrogant man who even his father treats so respectfully is. Xiao Kun said that his name is Nei He, the head of the family, a true martial artist who has no equal. The guy drew the girl's attention to the people lying on the arena. They were martial artists, and they all lost to Nei He. Today was the best day for Xiao Kun. He couldn't wait to see that arrogant kid Xiaofan die. Qingshan was also exultant, thinking that her ex-boyfriend Xiaofan was still so weak and that he was about to die. She smiled faintly, thinking that Xiaofan had missed his chance of survival by refusing the girl last time. All the guests turned their eyes to the entrance when the Chu family and Master Li arrived at the illegal arena. Everyone in the audience started supporting Master Li, asking him to teach this arrogant Ni He a lesson. The audience hated Ni He for bullying the people of the city, and they now had no rights left, and the Yang family had betrayed them. Xiao Kun was looking forward to seeing Nei He defeat Master Li, then take over the entire city, while the guy's abusers would fall to their knees in front of him and beg for mercy. Nei He scratched his ear and was disappointed to see a bunch of trash in front of him because it was hard for him to find worthy opponents in this city. The man shouted, demanding that Chu Pianzheng hurry up and kneel in front of him, knowing the situation the old man was in. Suddenly, an unknown muscular guy flew onto the stage and demanded that Nei He stop being so arrogant. The guy had already prepared his bandaged fists. He was determined to beat up Nei He today. The unknown fighter tried to hit Mr. Ney with his fist, but Mr. He easily dodged. The guy's attempts only made him laugh. The youth once again swung his fist, which was charged with electric energy, but again his blow missed. Nei He decided to go on the counterattack. He hit the target from the first time, kicking the opponent in the torso. The blow was so strong that the guy flew through the entire illegal arena and fell, crushing the concrete floor with his body. The audience crowded around the defeated guy who couldn't stand even a single blow from Nei He. They lost all hope of defeating the master. Nei He urged Chu Pianjing to stop hiding behind the backs of others, because there are no opponents worthy of him in Chuzhou anyway. Grandpa Chu replied that Nei He underestimated the experts from Chuzhou too much, and his brother was to blame for his own death, because he was engaged in illegal business. The white-haired old man advised the man to stop doing this and not make any more mistakes. He got angry and shouted that the old man talked too much, and today he intended to take his soul away so that his late brother would be at peace. Master Li Shichen was angry at Nehi, and the man intervened and shouted, insulting Mr. Ne with his insolence. The man jumped high above the illegal arena, using his chi energy, and shouted that he intended to teach Nehi a lesson for his words. Li Shichen landed on the wooden floor of the arena, causing a deafening explosion and a bright purple flash. Nehi saw that the person in front of him was an inner force fighter, and now he wasn't surprised why he was so presumptuous, but he still advised Shichen to retreat. The master wasn't going to back down. He prepared some of his sharp swords that were floating in the air. The man was concentrating on the duel. He thought that he should make the first move faster than Nehi. Li Shichen waved his hand and used his incredible abilities to make the 3 sharp swords start flying straight at the opponent. Nehi only laughed at this. The man didn't even stand up, just raised his hands ready to fight back against the master. Mr. Ni jumped up from his chair and ran forward to attack the master in return, a bright aura surrounding his body. A fight broke out between Master Li Shichen and his opponent, and they started waving their arms and weapons as they jumped in the air above the arena. Nehi admitted that he found an interesting opponent because the man even managed to block a few of his punches. Mr. Ni unexpectedly kicked the opponent again. This time the attack was successful. Master Li fell from the sky to the floor. The entire illegal arena was filled with thick smoke, making it impossible for the audience to see through. Startled spectators parted in different directions as one of the participants in the fight flew out of the arena and fell to the floor. It was the defeated master, Li Shichen, and the man thought that he had clearly underestimated his opponent. Li Shichen was seriously injured in the battle, and the man started coughing loudly, spitting out blood from his mouth. The master could no longer continue the duel, and his students took both of his hands to drag him to safety. Li Shichen was scared because his opponent had already broken through to the border of the Grand Master. He had warned the others about it. The man had trained hard for half his life, but he had never been able to reach the Great Master boundary. He didn't think that Nehi would be stronger than him. Zhou Feng was carried out to the arena in a wheelchair because the guy couldn't walk after the fight with Xiao Fan, who was afraid for his master. The red-haired guy was dumbfounded because even his master, the strongest practitioner in the city, was defeated by Nehi. The audience was terrified of Nehi's strength. They knew that it would be difficult to stop him because it would take a master of the same level to defeat him. Old Man Chu also lost hope of winning. He was afraid that even Li Xiao Fan wouldn't be able to stop Mr. Ne. Lotus wasn't as worried as her grandfather, so she took the old man's hand and asked him not to worry. The pink-haired girl had told her grandfather that her master would definitely win, and she believed in him implicitly. Grandpa Chu despaired and told his granddaughter that everything was the will of the gods, and what was to be was to be. Mr. Neyi shouted, asking if there were anyone else willing to fight him in this arena, and he urged those willing to come out here and die. The man warned his grandfather that he was going to destroy all the city masters in front of him today, and then see what the old man would do. Nehi taunted Master Li Shichen, who called himself the strongest in Chuzhou, because he was just trash. The smile faded from the man's face, and he looked warily to the side when he noticed some danger. Mr. Ni saw another master in front of him, an elderly man who leapt onto the stage with lightning speed. The old man introduced himself as Tao Bai and said that he was the master of the immortal crane sect, and Nehi should not underestimate their martial artists. An elderly martial artist decided to use a firearm, and he shot Nehi without warning. The man crossed his arms in front of him, activating a magic defensive field that saved him from the bullet. Sectarian Taobai's eyes widened in shock as he saw what miracles his opponent was capable of. Nehi smiled and asked if the old man had just used a gun with spiritual power. Grandpa Taobai didn't have time to do anything, when a moment later, an overly fast opponent closed the distance as much as possible and broke his gun with his bare hand. Mr. N pushed the old man's head with his hand and said that it was too late to react to the counterattack. With a sinister smile, the man dealt with Taobai with a single flick of his hand, ending their duel. Nehi looked at the audience and declared that they were all just trash in the face of absolute power. The man began to cruelly taunt the defeated elderly master, who couldn't withstand even one of his blows. Mr. Ne saw only a few insects in front of him, even though he expected to fight the great martial artists of Chuzhou. The startled onlookers parted as Nehi approached Old Man Chu, announcing that today was the day of his death. With a sinister smile, Nehi warned Grandpa Chu that he wouldn't let him die so easily. He came right up to him and said that he was going to lock the old man up in the tomb and then he would regret that he didn't choose a quick death in the first place. Grandpa stated that he was the head of the Chu family, and an honest person like him wasn't afraid of death, but he would be disgraced if he died at the hands of a brat like Nehi. Nehi clenched his fist in anger and asked what was the point of acting so bold right now. He hoped that Grandpa wouldn't cool down when it all started. The man was about to punch the old man in the face, but he stopped and turned around abruptly when someone told the pitiful ant to get out of sight. Mr. Ness saw a guy standing nearby who wasn't even looking at him, but was calmly smoking his cigarette. Nehi asked where this brat came from and told him to kneel down and bow his head in front of him if he wanted to survive. The main character pulled a cigarette out of his mouth and replied that Nehi wasn't worthy of a guy bowing his head in front of him. Nehi collapsed on the floor in fright when he saw the divine image of Li Xiaofan in front of him. The Emperor of the Gods asked the boy if he understood who he was messing with. Mr. Ni looked very scared as he stared at Xiaofan in horror, being shocked by his divine aura. The man decided to rub his eyes, assuming that he was just imagining it, and it was a trick in the form of an illusion. He could see that Xiaofan was no more than 20 years old, so there was no way he could compare to Nehi, even if he started training from childhood. The terrified Nehi was still trying to act confident, and he shouted at our hero that he couldn't fool him. Xiaofan replied to the man that even a true grandmaster would die at the hands of our hero, and Nehi had only recently touched the boundary of a grandmaster. Shifeng was sure that today Nehi would beat up Xiaofan, who even in this situation was acting like an arrogant brat. Li Shijian also thought that Xiaofan was just pretending, and that he was an upstart who couldn't even handle a pinky punch from Nehi. Bloodthirsty now, he approached our hero and told the guy that it was time for him to go to the next world, since he had already talked enough. The man swung his fist to hit the protagonist, and Zhao Fan didn't even move. Xiao Fan calmly raised his hand while the opponent's fist was heading towards him to stop him. Master Li Shijian didn't understand how this arrogant clown Xiao Fan managed to live for so long. After all, he behaves like this even on the verge of death. Nehi's fist was still approaching our hero's face, and Li Xiao Fan had already put his palm out in front of him. Mr. Ni grimaced and screamed in pain as Xiao Fan deftly blocked his punch, attacking the man's arm with his palm. The main character, whose silhouette was shrouded in a bright blue light, put out his palm in front of him to attack the opponent once more. Now Xiaofan decided to hit the man's torso with his palm, causing a bright blue flash to appear in that spot. Nehi increased the distance and concluded that he had underestimated this brat, which meant that Xiaofan was deliberately hiding his skill. The man started coughing, spitting out blood, and he was finally convinced that Xiaofan was just pretending to be a weakling to let down his guard. Mr. Ni did not give up. He shouted loudly and materialized a bright flash of energy in front of him, which began to emit whole streams of qi. Master Ni surrounded himself with a protective field and asked Xiaofan, admitting that he wasn't a weakling, if he could block his barrier. The man wanted to show off that he could even block bullets with his barrier, but Xiaofan was already close to him. It was enough for the main character to swing one hand to turn the enemy's protective barrier into small fragments. Xiaofan complained about the opponent using such big words, but in reality, his barrier was a fragile shield. Mr. Ni started to panic. He didn't understand where this mysterious master, who he definitely wasn't a match for, came from. The man screamed in fear and started to run. When his barrier was destroyed, he decided to save his own skin. The main character was clearly not ready to let go of the scoundrel who threatened the Chu family. He looked at the man like a predator at his prey. Nehi ran and didn't turn around, clutching his injured arm, while Xiao Fan charged qi energy into his right palm. Mr. Ni looked up and saw a giant palm of bright blue light looming over him. Our hero pressed this huge magic palm of the enemy directly to the floor, destroying the concrete floor of the arena. Nehi, finding himself in a desperate situation, asked the guy to stop, convincing him that he could not kill him. Xiao Fan decided to listen to him. The man wanted to scare our hero with the fact that his teacher, a real great master, would soon arrive. The main character didn't listen to the opponent anymore. He clenched his fist, and his giant magic fist clenched at the same time. The audience was dumbfounded to see the real power of the great master who took the life of the strongest expert Nehi in 3 moves. After Li Xiaofan was approached by Grandpa Chu, the old man couldn't stop shivering after experiencing the stress. Old Man Chu bowed to the boy and promised that he would follow all of Xiao Fan's instructions in the future. The head of the family was joined by the rest of the Chu family. Lotus and a crowd of men promised that they would follow the instructions of our hero. Even Xiao Kun and his father were forced to bow their heads to the protagonist, even though the young master didn't like it. The father told his son to be patient because he must correctly assess the situation. Mr. Yang explained that Nehi had lost, so they must bow their heads to Xiao Fan, Otherwise, their family would be in great danger. Li Shizhen refused to believe that Xiao Fang was stronger than he was and put it down to mere luck. The main character didn't ignore the man's words. He called over a pitiful mortal who wanted to deal with this venerable. Xiao Fang, grinning, began to beckon the man to him with his finger, provoking the master to a new duel in the arena. Master Shizhen wasn't afraid. He went up the stairs to say something to the kid. The man demanded that Xiao Fan should call him a master, who the main character did not think he was. Li Shizhen hadn't even finished speaking when Xiao Fan slapped him in the face and asked if he was showing off in front of this venerable. Master Li was angry and felt insulted after Xiao Fan's action, but he found it hard to find the words. The main character explained that this slap in the face should teach a man to respect other people. Li Shizhen, his face twisted in anger, couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, insulting Xiao Fan with a damn brat. Xiao Fan didn't let the man's words go unpunished. He decided to slap Li Shizhen on the other cheek to teach him a lesson. The young hero explained that this slap should teach the master to be humble, not to be arrogant, and not to belittle other people. He slapped Li Shizhen once more, explaining that the third slap was for the way he raised his students and for his temper. Master Li Shizhen now didn't dare to resist and insult our hero. He silently endured the beatings from the guy. Zhu Feng, watching this, lamented because he expected our hero to die today, and he took the opportunity to become famous. Now he couldn't rely on his master. He only hoped that Lei Qian would come back soon. After all, Lei Qian had loved his sister since childhood. He knew that Lei Qian was an elite soldier of the Shanglong army and also a disciple of the southeastern military base, so he would be able to deal with Xiao Fan. Red-haired cousin Lotus looked at our hero from the wheelchair with hatred, dreaming of how he would be defeated. Xiao Kun came to bow to our hero and admitted his mistake, and now he was ready to receive punishment. The guy made a gesture with his hands and said that great people don't hold grudges, so Xiao Fan should just forget about it. The main character looked at Yang Xiao Kun with disdain and called him a pathetic flatterer, not believing in his sincere remorse. Yang Xiao Kun stated that he had never really liked Qingshan. She was just a sly fox who had captivated him. Qingshan was stunned to hear such words from her new boyfriend. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock. Xiao Kun continued to humiliate his girlfriend in order to get forgiveness from Xiao Fan and claimed that Qingshan is only attracted to money. The guy shouted that our hero did absolutely the right thing by breaking off relations with this girl, and Xiao Kun's father supported him. The girl was shocked when her boyfriend started shouting that anyone would leave such an idiot, and he especially did not need her. The blonde wasn't going to let these public insults go on the brakes, so she went up to Xiao Kun and asked what he had just said. Yang Xiao Kun had already told the girl to her face that he wanted to break off the relationship with her, so they were strangers to each other from now on. Xiao Kun shouted that Na had abandoned Grandmaster Li and then stuck to him like a bath leaf, and he didn't want to see her puppy dog eyes anymore. The guy clarified that the difference between him and Li Xiaofan is big, so there's no point in even comparing it. The blonde girl started shaking all over with rage. She glared at her boyfriend with anger and shouted his name. The young man asked why she was shouting so much, and once again said that they would say goodbye today. Qingshan slapped him and called him an idiot, who suddenly wanted to take everything away from her and leave. The guy couldn't stand it and hit Qingshan back, because he didn't dare to tolerate such behavior towards himself from a harlot. The blonde got so angry that she turned pale and started yelling at the entire illegal arena. The girl stretched out her arms and rushed forward, wanting to pounce on her already ex-boyfriend and take his life. Yang Xiaokun grabbed the girl's shoulders in response and started shouting insults at her. He didn't mind taking her life either. A fight broke out between the young master and Qingshan, pulling each other's hair, and the young master's father just watched nervously. The main character couldn't take this commotion anymore, the guy shouted, demanding that they get out of here. Yang Xiaokun pushed the blonde away from him and shouted at her to get out of here, because it was Mr. Li's order. The guy got nervous when our hero shouted that this applies not only to the girl, he was also told to get out of here. Qingshan collapsed to her knees and calmed down, and Xiaokun came up to our hero, wanting to justify himself to him. The main character did not listen to the flatterer's excuses. He silently slapped the guy for what he arranged here. An angry Xiaofan once again loudly told Xiaokun to get out of here. Young Xiaokun held his cheek and didn't argue with the Grandmaster. He agreed to leave the room. The viewers of the show began to discuss that our hero definitely doesn't need the Yang family, and such hypocrites should leave here. Xiaofan thought that he would have gotten rid of the Yang family long ago if it wasn't for his desire to lure out the person behind them. The head of the Chu family approached our hero again and warned the guy that he still had to be careful. The old man said that Nehi became so strong because of some expert. This person is very mysterious. he is probably a great master. He warned him that there were no masters like Lin Yue in all of China, which was why Xiao Fan should be careful. The main character smiled and replied that he knew this, and he would still easily get rid of the great master if he showed up here. Soon after, Xiao Fan returned home. He sat on the floor, crossed his legs, and started meditating. Qi streams and the phoenix birds started circling around him. He knew that the peak of Qi refinement was the final stage of cultivation on Earth, and he was already at that level right now. Xiao Fan knew that Li Shizhen also relied on internal energy to become a master and a respected person among other cultivators. The phoenix bird, which was circling around its master while he was lost in thought, decided to draw its attention to itself. In the mind of our hero, the image of a girl surfaced. It was his student who was the most important person for him. He thought that he needed to increase his cultivation speed because there was still one important person waiting for him to return. Although he has completed the formation, the spiritual energy of this planet is too weak, so you need to gain even more strength to enter the Tianxian realm. He came to the conclusion that he needed to refine a lot more Taishuan energy using his divine body. Xiao Fan knew that the Chaos Divine Stone contained a lot of spiritual energy, so in the past world, many people would risk their lives and commit crimes for the sake of obtaining this treasure. Our hero decided that now he needs to fight with a real grandmaster to test his level of combat power. When Xiao Fan finished thinking about his future plans, he silently walked outside of his villa. He remembered that that demonic cultivator who had escaped earlier should have recovered by now, so it was time to take her energy to create the immortality pill. The immortality pill absorbed all kinds of spiritual energy in this world, and its creation was not easy, so Xiao Fan decided to start this task now. In a previous life, the father of our hero tried to provide for his son, so he was ill a lot, and as a result, the man died. The main character is determined that now that he has returned to the past in a new body, he will not let his father die. The green car of a local taxi stopped near the desired building, and the driver announced that they were there. Our hero got out of the car and appeared in front of a building called the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. The taxi driver tried to convince the passenger to go there because he knew that this place is teeming with evil creatures. The guy turned around and assured the driver that he wasn't going to go to that building so that the driver wouldn't worry about him. The main character drew attention to a woman who complained that her son had died a terrible death. Xiao Fan saw in front of him a hooded woman who was sitting outside the building and couldn't stop sobbing in grief. The guy concluded that the 1,000-Flower Alley was still an interesting place because this old lady had aroused his suspicions. The taxi driver still decided to leave here. He finally asked the passenger to take care of himself. Now Xiao Fan was left alone with the mysterious people living here. He noticed the pile of money that had turned to ash. He was about to find out what kind of place it was, and at that moment, a man was just passing by the guy, grunting in pain. Xiao Fan was surprised when a guy accidentally bumped into him, fell down and dropped the bag, and it turned out to be his friend Xiao Fei. The main character helped his friend up and asked why Xiao Fei needed ritual money and candles. Xiao Fei said that his mother had recently become worse, so they took her home from the hospital, and his father invited the famous Master Liu to the city. The boy shared that this Master Liu promised to heal his mother, and all these things were needed for the ritual. Xiao Fan asked his friend if his house was somewhere nearby, because he couldn't leave Xiao Fei without help. Xiao Fei collected the ritual money and candles back into his backpack, and replied that he lived in the Anfu district not far from here. The guy advised our hero to leave this place as soon as possible, because the Alley of 1,000 Flowers has a very bad reputation. Xiao Fan smiled and asked his friend to accompany him to see his mother. Perhaps he could help treat her illness. Xiao Fei asked his friend not to joke, because this is not the situation after all. He does not remember that Xiao Fan ever studied medicine. The main character was determined to go to a friend's house because he wanted to meet this Master Liu firsthand. Soon they were there, walking along a narrow path surrounded by green lawns and trees. When they got inside, someone started complaining and asking to go home, demanding that this person be released. Xiao Fei saw his mother sitting on a chair, covered with a blanket, as if she was distraught, demanding that no one approach her. Her husband started begging Master Liu to save his wife, and the cost of this healing is completely unimportant. Master Liu adjusted his mustache and replied that it was very difficult because someone had cursed the woman and he could only stabilize her condition. Xiao Fei, fearing for his mother's life, also began to ask Master Liu to help the woman. The guy was willing to do anything for his mother. He said that they would even sell the house if only Master Liu would help them. The main character stopped his friend because he was suspicious of Master Liu's words. Xiao Fan decided to check on his friend's mom's condition on his own, and he approached the distraught woman. To remotely analyze her condition, the guy decided to activate the Phoenix Eyes. As he thought, not only did the woman lose a piece of her soul, but she was also infected with something vile, and the aura definitely has some connection to that demonic cultivator. Xiaofan admitted that he was lucky to have the phoenix eyes, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to understand the cause of the woman's illness so quickly and easily. Our hero told Uncle Chow that he could cure his wife, but in fact her body was weakened due to the evil spirit that possessed her. Master Lu intervened and asked the young man how he was able to diagnose the patient so quickly. He demanded that the guy explain to him how a woman can be possessed if it's only day outside. The main character looked at the master in disgust and told the quack to shut his mouth because he came here to help the woman, not to argue with him. Xiaofan asked his friend and Uncle Chow if his aunt had ever passed the Thousand-Flower Alley. The haggard man scratched his head and replied that this place had been abandoned for a long time. They might have just passed by car. Our hero concluded that he was right, and the source of the patient's obsession is located in the Alley of 1,000 Flowers, so she needs to be brought there. The guy told Xiao Fei to go there with him and carry his mother in his arms, and the blonde agreed without a murmur. Master Li wasn't going to let it go so easily. He put out his hand to stop the impudent youth from taking his work. The man warned Uncle Chow that trouble might happen to the woman if they listened to this brat. The doctor said that if the patient gets worse, $100,000 will not be enough for treatment. Uncle Chow hesitated. He knew that Master Lu was a famous person in this field, and he had a good reputation, and he usually helps people with high status in society. On the other hand, Xiao Fan was his son's best friend, and he was calm, so there was no point in lying to them. Concerned for his mother, Xiao Fei put his arm around the woman and offered to combine the two options, because it was a matter of life and death. Master Lu scratched his beard and fell silent as the man considered the patient's son's suggestion. The older man sighed heavily before saying what decision he had come to. He took out a small black pill from his pocket and said that he was willing to give the woman a medicinal pill that would help her for half a day. The man was sure that the brat Xiao Fan would only make the woman suffer, and after that, he would finish the treatment he started. The main character was alerted when the doctor handed the man a pill. The guy suspected something was wrong. Xiaofan didn't let Master Lu pass the medicinal pill to Mr. Chow. He snatched it out of the healer's hand abruptly. The guy accused Master Lu of having a real ancient poison in this pill, and the man is so rotten that he would do anything for money. Master Lu stiffened visibly, but replied that he didn't understand what Xiaofan was talking about. After all, he had come here to save a woman's life. He turned around and left to watch his Xiaofan treat Miss Chow using his tricks. The protagonist replied to the pitiful aunt that he wanted to see how much longer Master Lu would pretend. The following events unfolded in the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. It was already dark outside. A crow with red eyes was sitting on a tree. Xiaofei carried his mother on his back, and he saw that 1,000-star alley definitely looked like an abandoned place. The main character, who was leading the Chow family, told his friend to follow him. They were met at the entrance by a man in uniform who shouted indignantly, asking what they were doing here. Xiaofei was at a loss. He didn't understand what the guard was doing here. After all, 1,000 Flower Alley had long been abandoned. Mr. Chow asked the guard to just take a look at his wife who had become possessed, so they came here. The guard adjusted his cap and said that he had lived in this place for a couple of years, but had never seen anything like it, so they could pass. The main character again drew attention to the grieving woman who burned ritual money and suffered for her son, who died a terrible death. The security guard got angry and yelled at the damn old lady to burn her damn money somewhere else. The woman wiped away her tears and replied that she was burning money for her son. He was a taxi driver who died not far from here, and last night he came to her in a dream. Master Lu said that you should have listened to him from the very beginning and not come here, because this place is too dirty. Xiaofan smiled and asked Liu Yi if he still hadn't noticed anything, but still dared to think of himself as a master. Liu lit a cigarette and admitted that the brat was good at talking, and he was curious about what nonsense Xiaofan would say this time. Master Lu only became suspicious when he sensed the sinister energy coming from the guard. He shivered in horror when he saw that the guard was a sinister dead man, baring his sharp teeth at the delicious human flesh. The healer was so afraid of the monster that he screamed in fear and began to run wherever his eyes looked. The main character was not going to let the charlatan go so easily. He grabbed the man by the collar, not letting him do it. Xiaofan reminded the healer that he thought of himself as a master, and now faced with some wandering monster, he got scared and started running. Panicking, the man replied that he was just a fraud, so Xiaofan should hurry up and let him go home. Our hero was not going to let him go. He demanded to know if there really was an ancient poison in that pill. A wandering monster in the uniform of a security guard interrupted their conversation, a snarling zombie slowly approaching them. Master Lu, terrified, confessed that he had tried to deceive the Chow family and only did it for the sake of money. The monster had already opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and was snarling. intent on grabbing its prey. Both Master Lu and Xiao Fei and his father started running in different directions in fear. Only Xiao Fan was not afraid of this monster. The main character activated his fiery phoenix gaze and called the monster a non-entity. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a bright magical flame as he ordered the monster to reveal its true form in the name of this venerable one. Zombies began to evaporate right in front of our hero under the influence of his radiant fiery gaze. In just a few moments, the elder snarling monster simply disappeared, leaving only ashes. The main character turned around and thought that the creature hiding behind the image of the monster very quickly escaped. Xiao Fan approached his friend and said that everything was fine now. He just had to destroy the remaining evil spirits, and by morning his mother would wake up. The blonde man was happy with this news. He thanked his friend, saying that after these words he felt much calmer. Mr. Xiao approached Xiao Fan and said that this was a very dangerous place, so they were very lucky to have a comrade like him. Noticing that Master Lu had decided to run away while they were talking, Xiao Fan grabbed him by the collar and stopped him. Xiao Fan stated that Master Lu had deceived a lot of people, so it was time to repent for his sins and drink the poison pill. Master Lu didn't want to do this, but he had no choice because Xiao Fan stuffed the black pill into his mouth. The ancient poison disguised as a medicinal pill took immediate effect, and the man opened his mouth and tried to spit it out. Master Lu was attacked by an unbearable itch, and the man began scratching his back as he encountered the first symptom of the poison. The itching was unbearable, the man screamed, complaining of unbearable sensations. He scratched his skin with his fingernails. The charlatan panicked and ran away, shouting for help because he urgently needed to drink the antidote. Xiao Fei said that he was afraid to imagine how his mother might have suffered, and Mr. Chow knew that without Xiao Fan, they would have been cruelly deceived. Xiao Fan told them to go home while he dealt with some things, and Xiao Fei warned his friend that it was dangerous here, because all the owners of this land had died for mysterious reasons. Mr. Chow left, but asked our hero to take care of himself and return home when he was done with everything. When he was alone under the full moon, he decided to use the heavenly phoenix eyes again. With their help, he found the demonic cultivator's lair right in front of him and deduced that this place had the strongest source of evil energy. The main character came to the right place. It was an ancient tomb that was destroyed, and he was surprised that it is here. The woman was still burning the ritual money and grieving for her son. She said Xiao Fan seemed to be the same age as her child. When she turned around and asked if Xiao Fan could become her son, he saw that this woman wasn't human at all. She began to transform before his eyes, her silhouette surrounded by bright flames, and ancient coins clung to her from all sides. The creature finally revealed its true nature, and the masked witch invited Xiao Fan to stay here and become her son to protect the ancient tomb. The sickle witch screamed and raised her hand up, bright red streaks of sinister energy starting to come out of her palm. The main character was not afraid of this, because it was just another wandering ghost who dared to stand in his way. The masked witch flew forward, shouting that anyone who dared to disturb her master's tomb would die. Xiao Fan put out his hand and told the monster to disappear. He released streams of his blue-chi energy against it. The guy decided to attack her with his light divine power, which absorbed the entire space around him. The masked witch grunted as the magical flames began to destroy her. She didn't want to die. After all, she still hadn't found her son. After dealing with the creature, Xiao Fan decided to enter the tomb. He didn't think that a demon cultivator would gather so many wandering ghosts. As he walked down the stairs, Xiao Fan thought that if there was an ordinary priest here, he definitely wouldn't last long. Actually, as our hero expected, he saw a demon cultivator in the middle of the tomb. It was a girl in red. She sat cross-legged and meditated with her eyes closed, streaks of red energy swirling around her body. The main character's face changed when he saw a bright, shining crystal in front of him. He immediately realized that it was a divine chaos stone. The demon cultivator immediately noticed the presence of an outsider in her ancient tomb and opened her eyes. Holding the chaos divine stone, the girl immediately recognized our hero as the cursed man who destroyed her servants and prevented her from cultivating. Our hero warned that now the demoness should not wait for mercy, because last time he let her go, because she could be useful to him. The demon cultivator admitted that she was too weak back then, so she retreated, and even if she absorbed Xiao Fan's life force, she would have died. Activating the purple flame magic, she declared that things were different now that she had managed to break through to the demonic realm. Directing all the evil energy of this place against our hero, she screamed that Xiao Fan was no longer her match. The girl clasped her hands and activated the demonic energy gathering formation, forming a giant flame in the air. Xiao Fan grinned and acknowledged the girl's talent. He promised to spare her if she gave him the divine stone. and agreed to become his servant. Swinging her hand to control the demonic flame, the demoness replied that the guy did not have the right to decide her fate. Gathering all the evil energy of the ancient tomb, she threw the flame directly into our hero, but this did not frighten him. The main character caught the demonic charge of flame as a harmless fluff that cannot harm him. With all the evil energy that the demoness had gathered in his hand, he concluded that the gap between their powers was too large. Using Taishuan energy, Xiaofan turned the flames into useless fragments and asked if that was all the demoness was capable of. The destruction of the magic flame caused damage to the girl. As they were inextricably linked, she began to lose her balance. Gritting her teeth in anger, she wondered why she couldn't stand up to even a single blow from Xiaofan. Activating the sinister aura once more, the demon cultivator landed on the ground, refusing to believe in her helplessness. Now the girl raised her hands up and decided to activate the demonic soul summon. The energy once again accumulated around her. The ancient coffin, covered in golden symbols, began to move after the demoness cast the spell. The coffin lid opened, revealing the hands of the creature that had been hiding there all along. A bandaged dead man with red eyes rose from the dead and growled loudly. The monster, whose face was covered with bandages, glared at the protagonist with its blood-soaked eyes. Xiaofan immediately realized that this was a Zhang Shi who had become a demon. He didn't expect to see such a creature on the ground. The demon cultivator laughed and confessed that she had only recently learned how to control this 1,000-year-old Zhang Shi king. The girl stated that she would let Xiaofan die in peace if he just gave up. If not, she would make him suffer greatly. The demoness's threats only made our hero smile, and he replied to the cultivator that it was very funny. Grabbing a bundle of sinister energy, the enraged demoness screamed, advising Xiaofan to accept her death. She swung to attack Xiaofan along with the 1,000-year-old demon because she was sure that our hero wouldn't get out of here alive. The main character held up 2 fingers, not allowing the sinister energy to touch him, and declared that she did not know the limit of her powers. Xiaofan said that in that case, he could only calm down the demon cultivator and took out a piece of paper with incomprehensible symbols. The demoness never managed to hit Xiaofan. She was at a loss because that kid had disappeared somewhere. The main character channeled his Taishan energy into the demoness because he couldn't let the brat do whatever she wanted. To destroy the cultivator, he decided to use an overwhelming demonic talisman. He quickly managed to knock the demoness to the floor and immobilize her with his energy, and imprison the 1,000-year-old tree in a talisman. The demon cultivator couldn't move and wondered what the hell this technique was. Our hero walked up to the girl and coolly looked down at her, giving her the choice of whether to serve him or die. The magic talisman began to work on the 1,000-year-old demon, which began to growl and decompose, which noticeably frightened the demoness. She was shocked that Xiaofan was able to kill the Zhang Shi demon himself so easily. Frightened, she concluded that she was no match for him, so she shouted that she was giving up and willing to serve him. The demon cultivator said that she would voluntarily give our hero the divine stone of chaos, if only he would spare her. After agreeing to her terms, Xiaofan replied that this was what she should have done from the beginning. When he took the stone, he said that he would see to it that she performed her duties, and if she failed, she would be banished from this world. Xiaofan didn't think that on this planet, he would be able to find another chaos divine stone that was also refined with the spiritual power of a magical beast. He decided to absorb it to obtain the divine blessing, then his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. The girl asked if Xiaofan could let her go now that she had given him what he asked for. Xiaofan placed 2 fingers charged with Taishuan energy on her forehead and invited her to reveal her true form, as she was now his servant. Surrounded by the red mist, the girl started screaming because she didn't want to show her true identity. She stared at her hands and panicked, begging the protagonist not to do this to her. The girl wondered why her transformation was destroyed. Now she didn't look like a woman, but like a child. The demoness started to get indignant because this transformation was supposed to help her develop, and Xiaofan ruined everything. The main character sternly looked at the new servant and asked how dare she speak to him in such a tone. The girl was terribly frightened and shuddered. She frantically apologized and promised that it would not happen again. Xiaofan demanded that she give her name and confess where she found the Chaos Divine Stone. She introduced herself as Lan and confessed that she was completely unaware of the properties of this stone. She accidentally found it in Zhonshi's coffin. Lan grinned slyly, thinking that she would just pretend to be nice and then deal with Xiaofan cruelly. The main character concluded that if the Chaos Stone has a connection with Zhongshi, then it should have protected the dead man. He looked at the bundle of dark energy and asked if it wasn't her who gathered those demons in Thousand Flower Alley. Lan rubbed her face and replied that the demons had lived here long before her, and she had come here because it was a place suitable for cultivation. Xiaofan crossed his arms and wondered what other secrets this mysterious place was hiding. Soon the guy returned home to a friend. Xiaofi said thank you to him, because only he managed to cure his mother's illness. Uncle Chow admitted that he didn't know how to thank the guy, but decided to give him a modest gift. The protagonist modestly replied that he couldn't accept the gift because Xiaofi was his best friend. The guy asked his friend if he knew anything else about the Thousand Flowers Alley, because it's quite an unusual place. The blonde man said that many years ago a project was conceived there, but the businessman responsible for it died mysteriously because a strong evil spirit lived in the alley. He said that now the building can be bought for only 1 million, but it still stands without an owner. Xiaofan decided that he would buy this building as a property for his father since it was already free of evil spirits and it was very cheap. After making sure that Aunt Xiao was fine, the protagonist said goodbye to everyone because he still had things to do. When Xiaofan left, Aunt Xiao told her son that he should help his friend in the future because he was a very good person. On the street, our hero began to give instructions to the doe. He told her not to run around and not to leave him anywhere. Indignant, the girl replied that to escape, she also needs to try because she lost her former body. Soon, the main character announced to his new assistant that they had arrived at the right place. Lan was surprised when she saw a phoenix that looked like a bird from ancient legends floating in the air near the tree. She was shocked to see that Xiaofan even had a fallen dragon tree, and she didn't understand where he got all these rare treasures from. The girl was even more dumbfounded when she was surrounded by bright streams of blue energy. Lan immediately sensed that a huge amount of spiritual energy had gathered in this place. She saw a large multicolored magic seal above her and immediately recognized it as a great formation. The girl pointed at it and asked the new owner if he had created it. The main character did not answer the girl's question, but pointed his finger next to it and told her to stand there. Lan was offended, but she obeyed, wondering if the guy really wanted to use the formation to take all her energy. Xiaofan explained that he had to activate the Chaos Divine Stone, and Lan had to stand still and release her demonic energy. He warned her that he would immediately banish her from this world if she did anything suspicious, and Lan promised not to do anything of the sort. In fact, she didn't want to listen to his orders. She was waiting until she found a way out, and then Xiaofan would immediately die. Xiaofan knew that the demonic Lan energy would help him absorb the Chaos Divine Stone and make the formation more complete. He sat down and began to meditate, knowing that the girl's demonic energy would help him create a true dragon from the fallen dragon tree. Lan realized that she had underestimated our hero because the spirit dragon and phoenix were the foundations for his formation. As they started to devour the stone, a bright green light surrounded the fallen dragon tree. The demoness was unhappy that she had to say goodbye to her demonic energy, which she had collected with such difficulty. Xiaofan knew that everything has yin and yang. The tree belongs to yin, so the demon energy increased its growth rate. Even before he opened his eyes, he realized that activating the divine stone was a success. Everything was much easier than he thought. Lan was dumbfounded. She expected to feel exhausted after releasing the demonic energy, but it was the opposite. The main character touched the divine chaos stone with his fingertips, which he absorbed to improve the formation. Xiaofan explained to the demoness that as long as she was inside the formation, her cultivation would continuously increase. She froze with her mouth and eyes wide open as she realized that the great gathering spirit formation was in front of her. She hoped that she could even reach the heavenly demonic realm if she continued cultivating with this person. Lan was thrilled. She knew that this was a rare opportunity, so she would never miss it. Xiaofan felt that he could no longer absorb the divine stone, the vast reserves of Tai Xuan energy overflowing in his body. The guy told Lan to stay here and not run away, while he went away for a while. The main character turned around before leaving because he was surprised that the girl called him master. Xiaofan waved his hand and said that she could call him whatever she wanted, and Lan giggled in response. The Venerable One was forced to return to his duties as the main shareholder and headmaster of East Star School. He was strolling around the courtyard of the academy. The guy stopped when one of the students ran up to him and told Teacher Li that things were bad. Our hero saw Yang Su in front of him. The guy was with a black eye and broken teeth. He was clearly beaten up by someone. Teacher Li asked what had happened and who had done it to his student. Yang Zu told the protagonist that Ming Hao had just returned to their academy. Xiaofan replied that it was a great time for him to come back because he just wanted to settle an old score with Su Mingao. The student said that Mingao accused them of being traitors, so he beat him and several other classmates and teachers. Yang Zu told the teacher that one of the beaten classmates was in a coma, and it was still unknown if he would recover. The guy complained that his other classmate was injured, and Ming Hao is too arrogant and does not value the lives of other people. The student advised the teacher to run away because Ming Hao, who had hired a gang of thugs, was already on his way here. A crowd of thugs led by Ming Hao was already marching through the school, shouting slogans calling for Li Xiaofan to be kicked out of the school. Xiaofan saw this using the Phoenix vision. He wanted to wait for Ming Hao to arrive since he was targeting him. Yang Zi wanted his master to just run away because he didn't want to be dragged into a fight with Ming Hao again. Teacher Li crossed his arms and wondered how this noisy thug was able to make all this mess. Ming Hao's thugs brought along huge banners that called for Xiaofan to be kicked out of school. On one of the posters, Ming Hao's people wrote a call to beat up the homeroom teacher, referring to our hero. Ming Hao, who was followed by a whole crowd of guys, was already heading towards Xiaofan, while the others were shouting slogans and waving their fists. When the main character saw the impudent blonde with his own eyes, he only chuckled. Ming Hao was a little disappointed when he saw Xiaofan, because it was just an ordinary guy. The blonde man smiled slyly, pointed back, and asked the director what he thought of all the posters. The main character replied that all he saw was that all these posters were as useless and ugly as Su Minghao. Ming Hao shouted, advising Xiaofan not to think that he had become someone great by being able to defeat Yang Zimo. The blonde said that today all the students and teachers will see how he will deal with the new headmaster and confirm his status as the only king of the school. The protagonist smirked and replied that Ming Hao was just an insect that wasn't even worthy of fighting him. The situation was interrupted by a girl in red boots who ran to the schoolyard, where a commotion began. It was the doe who had asked Master to leave all this useless trash to her to devour. The master turned around and happily agreed to hand the task over to the Lan, but asked them not to take their lives. Ming Hao was at a loss when a girl with demonic horns approached him and asked him not to blame her if she lost control of his powers and crippled him. The blonde man laughed out loud at Xiaofan's decision to hide behind the little girl's skirt. He and his henchmen began taunting Lan, thinking that she was about to pee in fear of them. One of the thugs hired by Ming Hao approached Lan and advised her to go home and drink her milk. He patted the doe's head and warned her that she would really make a puddle here if she accidentally saw blood. The doe showed her true sinister face, laughed, and said that she would see who was going to wet themselves. Baring her sharp teeth, the little demoness swung her palm to attack the scoundrel with sinister energy. Darkland energy shot through thug Ming Hao, who grunted and froze, unable to resist. With a single wave of her hand, the girl made the guy fly up to the sky and fly back a long distance. Ming Hao and his guys were shocked. They turned pale with horror, not realizing what they had just witnessed. The blonde shivered in fear, not realizing what was going on here. Now he didn't look so confident. He shouted, demanding that the doe not come near him as the little demoness aimed at him. The doe jumped high off the ground, and a startled Ming Hao asked the girl what she was up to. The girl swung her foot and hit Ming Hao on the neck, using her dark energy for a strong kick. Satisfied with herself, she successfully landed back on the ground, and Ming Hao began to fall headfirst, grunting in pain. Lan yelled that she was going to make Ming Hao pee in his pants every day, now that he had allowed himself to say such words to her. While the girl was beating him, a red-faced Ming Hao yelled at our hero, trying to mention his father. Yang Zi warned Teacher Li that Ming Hao's father was strong in martial arts, and he had also raised over 100 cultivators. The guy tried to tell him that Mr. Su can do anything in the city without punishment, but Xiaofan stopped him, not wanting to listen to it anymore. The battered Ming Hao called his father and said that it was bad because someone wanted to hurt him, so he should hurry up and bring his men here. Lan carefully prepared the throne for her master, and Xiaofan sat down and said that he would wait here for Ming Hao's father to see what the man who raised such an ill-mannered son looked like. A cortege of black limousines began to arrive at the elite East Star Academy. The students saw with their own eyes how much influence the Su family had in the city. After all, they had brought such a huge number of people here. They decided that Director Xiaofan was now in great danger because the Su family's people looked very bloodthirsty. Mr. Su got out of the car and shouted, asking who the bastard was that dared to cripple his son. Ming Hao was happy to see his father, but complained that he was late because he was almost beaten to death. The guy pointed his finger at our hero and asked Dad to take his life to avenge his son, while Lan was still bullying Ming Hao's thugs. An angry Mr. Su shouted that he wanted to see this daredevil who decided to bully a man just because of his loss to Nehi. The main character grinned and said that this venerable one wasn't even much surprised to see his old acquaintance in front of him. The man froze and opened his mouth wide, speechless when he saw Li Xiaofan sitting on the throne in front of him. Ming Hao started yelling at his father, asking what was wrong with him, and once again asked him to take Xiao Fan's life as soon as possible. Master Shijin didn't go along with his son's provocations. Instead, dealing with his abuser, he slapped Ming Hao in the face. The already battered Ming Hao was completely shocked because he definitely didn't expect to get hit by his own father. Yang Zi and the others who witnessed the incident were also taken aback, as they had expected a very different behavior from Mr. Su. Ming Hao shouted, asking the Pope why he still hadn't taken Xiao Fan's life and why he had hit his son. Master Shijin told Woodpecker that he shouldn't have gotten into trouble, and now they were in deep trouble because of him. The boy was at a loss, and he asked his dad why he was afraid of Xiao Fan, who was just a poor and plain teacher. Grimacing in anger at his own son, Shijin couldn't help but call him a blockhead. The master slapped his own child once more, asking Ming Hao if he knew who made him remove the symbol of his battle school. Ming Hao was shocked to think that Xiao Fan, who he thought was just a teacher, was involved. An angry Shijin explained to his son that he had been defeated by Master Li, and now the head of the Chu family and the leaders of other families recognized him as the boss. He kicked one of the posters and yelled at his son for being a fool to mock Master Li in such a way. The man once again called his son Woodpecker, and Ming Hao collapsed to the ground in complete helplessness. Mr. Su went up to Master Li and admitted his guilt, but asked the boy to do him a favor and forgive his son. Master Shijin froze in shock when, instead of being forgiven by Li Xiaofan, he was slapped in the face by a nearby girl. Lan smirked and asked the man ominously if he still dared to mention his honor in front of her master. The veins on the man's forehead bulged with anger. He wanted to yell at the girl, but stopped himself. The main character was forced to intervene. He forced out a chuckle and got up from the red throne. Xiaofan passed by and told the master that it was his fault for raising his lousy son, and Ming Hao didn't become so bad on his own. Our hero left, not wanting to continue the conversation with Father Ming Hao. Instead, Teacher Li approached Su Ming Hao and surprised him with the news that the boy would be expelled from school. Ming Hao was angry at his director. He deduced that the main character must have threatened his father. He decided that his grandfather was the only person who could take revenge for him, so he took out his phone to call him. At this time, Old Man Chu was communicating with some man who was asking Grandpa for help, and there was a disagreement between them. A man who came to see Mr. Chu noticed that his phone, which was lying on the table, began to vibrate. The old man picked up the phone and smiled, politely apologizing to Mr. Chu because he had a call to answer. Mr. Su moved to the side and picked up the phone to talk to someone without any unnecessary witnesses. A look of shock appeared on the elderly man's face when he heard the news that was reported to him over the phone. The man replied that he understood everything and promised to come immediately. And Old Man Chu also heard this conversation. Chu asked the man what was wrong because he looked worried and asked him to come clean. He admitted that it was his useless grandson who got into a fight with someone, and now his leg was broken. A girl intervened in the situation outside the Eastern Star Academy. She came and started calling Xiao Fan loudly. Xing Shan went to see Teacher Li and said that she had spent a long time trying to find him, after which she admitted her mistake. The girl said that she was very sorry for her decision, so Xiao Fan should forgive her and start all over again. The blonde admitted that she was stupid and blind. The money had clouded her mind and she shouldn't have looked down on Xiao Fan. Lan answered in Xiao Fan's place and asked if Qingshan thought she was worthy of becoming her master's girlfriend. Qingshan tried to squeeze out her tears, pressing down on the pity. She looked at her ex-boyfriend with a pleading look. The Emperor of the Gods replied to the harlot that she had chosen her own path, and he could not forbid her to pursue power or money. Xiao Fan advised Qingshan to stop hanging out with Yang Xiaokun if she didn't want to cause trouble for our hero. Finally, the main character looked at the blonde with disgust and decided to just send the girl, not giving her a chance to restore their relationship. Qingshan paled in horror and froze. Looking at Xiao Fan with dumbfounded eyes, she wondered if this was how it would end. The blonde burst into loud tears and ran away, and the doe smiled and thought that she didn't know her place exactly, since she decided to become her master's girlfriend. Xiao Fan clearly remembered the tragic events from his past life and how his father had sacrificed his life just because of Qingshan. He looked at her with disdain and thought that she shouldn't even hope for such a chance to get forgiveness from him. Without taking his scornful gaze off her, he decided that she would now spend half her life in misery and remorse. Ming Hao once again got into a conflict with the director and shouted at our hero not to dare run away because his grandfather was almost there. The main character, who was already fed up with Ming Hao's behavior, told him to stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, he would silence him forever. The armored camouflage car stopped right in front of Xiao Fan. Ming Hao was glad that his grandfather had arrived so quickly. When Grandpa and his guards got out of the car, Ming Hao immediately started complaining about Xiao Fan, who had injured him. Mr. Su stood face to face in front of his misbehaving grandson's abuser and sternly looked him in the eyes. The man bowed his head shyly in front of Teacher Li and confessed that he already knew about his grandson's actions today. The old man stated that it was a fair punishment for his arrogant grandson who beat up his classmates and teachers. Manhwa was shocked when his grandfather admitted his guilt for raising his grandson incorrectly and failing to raise a good person out of him. Mr. Su said that he didn't blame the main character for his action, and he was terribly sorry to bring such trouble to Director Li. Manhwa got angry and shouted at his grandfather, asking if he couldn't see that Xiao Fan had broken his leg. He grabbed his grandfather's sleeve and asked if the old man was as afraid of Xiao Fan as his father. Grandpa Su decided to punish his arrogant grandson. He didn't say anything and slapped him in the face. The old man shouted that he had been through a lot in his life and had even been on the battlefield, and his grandson had grown up rotten to the core. Mr. Su acknowledged Xiao Fan's point and pointed his finger at the exit, demanding that his grandson get out of his sight. Manhwa agreed to leave. His friend helped him to the car, and suddenly Old Man Chu appeared and waved to his friend Surong. Surong turned around and was surprised to see Mr. Chu in front of him. He asked what he was doing here. The head of the Chu family first approached Mr. Li and bowed his head to greet him. The old man admitted that he heard the noise of cars coming from this direction, so he was worried and came to see if Xiao Fan was okay. Surong was shocked when Mr. Chu introduced our hero to him and said that he was the same great master that the old man was looking for a meeting with. The elderly man put his hands together in a gesture of respect and asked if Xiao Fan was the same Mr. Li. The head of the Chu family suggested that the protagonist and Surong go to a more comfortable and secluded place to talk. Old Man Chu confided to Mr. Li that he and Surong needed his help, so they needed to talk urgently. Xiao Fan sighed, but he agreed to talk to the old people, especially since he also had something to do with Grandpa Chu. The next events unfolded in a high pompous building where Xiao Fan and old men Chu and Su went. When the main character and Messrs. Chu and Su entered the lobby of the building, all the subordinates bowed their heads respectfully in front of them. Afterward, they settled down in a private office, where Surong decided to tell Mr. Li what the problem was. Old Man Su revealed that this time, he wanted Xiao Fan to help protect him from a Chinese idol named Mudong Wansuo. Mudong Wansuo was the main idol of the country. She is a great actress, and her voice is like an angel. The girl has millions of fans. Not only did the idol shoot, but she also performed on stage in front of her fans who were crazy about her. Surong said that soon the girl will have a concert, and they must guarantee her safety. For this task, he is ready to pay our hero 100 million. Xiao Fan crossed his arms and shook his head, saying that he unfortunately had no desire to be a bodyguard for an idol. Old Man Su said that Mudong's father was an old friend of theirs, and he had sacrificed a lot for them, so he didn't spend much time with his daughter. Su Jun revealed that the idol's father is currently engaged in research on creating a secret weapon, a serum. Once the weapon research is completed, the country's special forces soldiers will raise their combat power to a new level. They will break through to the internal strength expert stage or even higher. The man said that the successful creation of this serum can also become a threat to the country due to the fact that many other states will not like it. Therefore, the enemy is constantly searching for a secret development base and at the same time preparing an attempt on the researcher's family, namely on the only daughter, Mudong Wansuo. According to Surong, if something happens to the girl, Mr. Mu will not be able to focus on his experiment. Then all the resources and efforts spent will be wasted. So Mr. Su tearfully asked Xiao Fan once again to accept the man's request and protect the idol for the good of the country. Xiao Fan knew that in the world of cultivators, the serum allowed an ordinary person to become a superhuman, so he wanted to know the details. He knew that after the serum was injected, his cultivation would increase, but it seemed like a cheap trick. Surong confessed that the serum was actually found by a student who was doing research in Shushan. Xiao Fan knew about Shushan. There was a sect with that name in the immortal world, and they had many magic sword owners. Their non-flying sword movement technique could take the cultists to any place, and the chi power of their weapons was unsurpassed. Our hero knew that this is a very mysterious sect. They rarely contacted other people, and no one who wanted to learn more about it did not return from there alive. Even Shui Shi, who used all her strength to cultivate, couldn't break through the gate of the Shushan sword sect, even though she was almost at the level of our hero. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Xiao Fan never managed to discover the secret of the mysterious Shushan sect because he was killed by those 3 insignificant rats. Now that Surong's suggestion interested him, he hoped that he could find some traces of this sect in the Shushan lands. Old Man Chu decided to persuade Xiao Fan to help, promising to give him a Chaos Divine Stone after completing this task. Xiao Fan was surprised that the Chu family had another Divine Stone, so he didn't mind getting new resources. The guy stood up and crossed his arms, agreeing to do this task, but with some demands from him. Mr. Chu and Su Rong were overjoyed, and they immediately agreed to fulfill any requirements of the main character. First, Xiao Fan requested to get the original samples that were returned from Shushan. Su Rong agreed, but warned that the samples were in the hands of an old friend, so he would have to meet with him personally. Secondly, Xiao Fan wanted to take over the Thousand Flower Alley, which made Old Man Chu dumbfounded, because this place is teeming with evil energy. Our hero waved his hand and reassured the grandfather, saying that the flower alley was cleared by him. Now it is a normal land. Old Man Chu was thrilled because they had already invited countless practitioners to purify this land, but things were only getting worse. Grandpa didn't think that Xiao Fan would be able to clear the evil energy from the alley, so he concluded that this kid wasn't that simple. The head of the Chu family stood up from his chair, clasped his hands together, and announced that he was ready to prepare a contract to transfer this land to Xiao Fan. The old man was relieved. He was glad that they had convinced Xiao Fan to help his old friend. Su Rong was also now calm. Mudong Wansuo, who was covering her face with black glasses, entered the building accompanied by several bodyguards. Babo and the other guards were delighted, and the red-haired guy said that she was even more beautiful in person than on the screens. The girl and her bodyguards entered the office where Su Rong and the main character were already sitting. Su Rong decided to introduce the girl to her new bodyguard, saying that it was Mr. Xiao Fan who would protect her while she performed in this city. Mudong Wangsuo lowered her glasses and looked at our hero appraisingly, and Su Rong said that Xiao Fan is a very young, talented person. The girl interrupted Uncle Su and said that she didn't think this guy could guarantee her safety. According to her, Xiao Fan looks very weak, so he is not suitable for this job, and he is not even able to protect himself from an assassin. Su Rong tried to convince the girl that she was wrong this time, and he sacrificed many resources to make this deal. Old Man Su wanted to tell Mudong Wangsuo about Li Xiaofan's achievements and who he managed to kill, but he was interrupted by a phone call. The man took out his phone and apologized to everyone, explaining that he needed to answer the phone. Su Rong put his phone to his ear, and after listening to the person, replied that he would be there soon. The old man asked Xiao Fan to take care of Mudong Wangsuo because he had some urgent matters to attend to. As the man left, he asked the girl to remember his words that she should listen to Mr. Li. Mudong Wangsuo sat down and allowed Xiao Fan to leave because she didn't need his protection, but she was willing to lie to Uncle Su to get him to pay for his work. The girl explained that she didn't underestimate him. It was just that she could only be made to admire the young Grand Master who took Nehi's life. Blushing and giddy with infatuation, she imagined this master in her head and said that he was the only suitable person to be her bodyguard. The main character immediately confessed that the young Grand Master who killed Nehi was actually him. Xiao Fan stated that he took his promises very seriously, and if he agreed, then he would fulfill his duties. Mudong Wansuo didn't believe him because the guy looked quite ordinary, and great masters go around in fancy outfits. The idol felt that our hero had just insulted her favorite master and hoped not to hear that from Xiao Fan again. Her bodyguard got angry at the main character and said that a skinny monkey like him was not worthy of protecting Miss Wangsu. He was about to hit Xiao Fan, accusing him of being a coward and pretending to be a great master. Mudong Wansuo abruptly stood up from her chair and shouted, ordering her bodyguard to stop. The guard obeyed Mrs. Wangsu and didn't punch Xiao Fan in the face, but our hero didn't even open his eyes when the guy's hands were swinging. When Xiao Fan opened his eyes and saw the big man's fist trembling in front of him, Master Li snorted in displeasure. The bodyguard finally took his hand away and said that the kid was very lucky today, and God forbid they would cross paths again. Mudong Wangsuo pointed her finger at the door and advised Xiao Fan to go home, because there were things in this world that couldn't be obtained no matter how hard he tried. The main character replied that the guards were also very lucky today, because if they hadn't stopped, they would have already been found lying on the ground. The idol's bodyguard lost his temper again and shouted, asking Xiao Fan if this damn monkey really wanted to die. Mudong Wansuo was also angry at Xiao Fan, thinking that he was just an arrogant brat who didn't give a damn about anyone. She still tried to avoid a fight by telling Jackson to calm down, go downstairs and wait for her there. Jackson did not agree, explaining that he should punish Xiao Fan for such an act because he did not show any respect to Miss Wangsu. The girl insisted that Jackson just leave him alone because it wasn't their concern and it was time for them to leave. Mudong Wangsuo's bodyguard was still glaring at our hero, but he obeyed his mistress. To vent his anger, he slammed his fist on the wooden table, shattering it, and warned Xiao Fan that he would meet the same fate if he showed such disrespect to Miss Wangsuo again. Mudong Wansuo had already turned around and was about to leave, but the protagonist calmly told the girl to stop. The idol, whose hair was dyed a bright blue, turned around and looked at Xiao Fan questioningly. Xiao Fan advised her not to rely on the stupid jock Jackson, who had an initial layer of inner strength, who couldn't stand up to real experts. She turned back to leave the office and said that she didn't need his advice. Mu Dongwon Suo returned to her bright pink car, accompanied by security guards and our hero, and complained about the way it was parked. The main character drew attention to a group of guys in suits, who at the same time came out of the building opposite. He carefully examined these suspicious strangers and concluded that there was clearly something wrong with these people. Xiao Fan warned Big Man Jackson that he needed to be alert because there were assassins nearby. Jackson laughed in response, completely disbelieving our hero, and asked why he didn't see these killers then. Mudong Wansu told Harry to pull out her car, and Jackson started shouting and waving his hand, demanding that the killers show themselves. The killers never showed up, and Jackson asked the damn monkey if he didn't claim that the criminals were nearby. Our hero was right because, in a second, Jackson lost his life because of his stupidity, because someone threw a knife at him. The group of criminals started their mission. The leader shouted, giving instructions to the others to do everything quickly. The assassins crossed the street. Someone had already jumped on the car to get to Mudong Wangsu. The girl got scared and started calling for help. The surviving bodyguard grabbed Miss Wangsu's hand and asked her to hurry up, trying to save her from the criminals. Mudong Wansuo was horrified to see that her second bodyguard was also expertly eliminated by the mercenary band. The assassin with the gun stated that all the bodyguards were killed, and now the main target, Mudong Wangsuo, must also be killed. The terrified girl collapsed on the ground and pressed her back against her car. She couldn't believe that she would die here today. One of the criminals pointed a gun at her and wished her to rest in peace, adding that they were just doing their job. When the trembling and tearful girl heard the shot, she was at a loss because she did not expect that she would survive. She saw Xiao Fan, who she didn't believe in, come up from behind and calmly hit the culprit on the back with the edge of his palm. Xiao Fan knew that this weapon was nothing compared to his true Taishuan essence, and he could only deal with a missile shell at this stage. The only surviving criminal was shocked to realize that the rest of his accomplices were already dead at the hands of Xiao Fan. The main character picked up the assassin's gun lying on the floor and threw it at the remaining criminal. The clever guy managed to knock out the criminal with a pistol, which flew directly into his face. Mudong Wangsu was sitting on the ground and still couldn't realize that it wasn't the guards who saved her from death, but Li Xiaofan. When it was over and she was sure she was safe, the terrified idol struggled to her feet. Crying with relief, she smiled and thanked the protagonist for saving her. Xiaofan replied that he only saved the girl at Su Rong's request because he didn't want to betray the old man's trust. The main character completed his task and left silently. Mudong Wansu got angry and shouted, demanding that he not leave her here. Babo went outside and asked Miss Dong why she was just standing there, because she should hurry up and catch up with Xiao Fan. Mudong Wansuo waved her hand and replied that she was the idol of the entire nation, so she didn't have to chase after some guy on the street. She decided that Xiao Fan was just lucky to be a blind cat who caught a dead rat, and she had met stronger experts. Idol smirked and thought that she would be safe if she could find her beloved young grandmaster. Unfortunately, her man wasn't able to dig up information about this master. She only knows that his surname is Li. The girl took out her phone and thought that she should just put up with it if she couldn't find that master. She decided to contact Fu Qingming, knowing that he had a huge reputation in the Haidong area, was talented in martial arts, and was also a descendant of the Xingyi sect. Mudong Wansuo had once seen Fu Qingming defeat the king of a foreign country, Black Fist, with a single blow. The Black Fist king was invincible before. His strength was the same as that of this mysterious great young master. After contacting Fu Qingming, the guy agreed to fly to her on a plane, and the girl apologized to him for disturbing her. She was sure that Li Xiaofan's strength was no match for the great Fu Qingming. The director of the report center called Mr. Su and reported that the mission to protect Mudong Wangsuo was assigned to him, and he hoped the old man would not interfere. Su Rong got angry and shouted, asking why they thought that a man who had put so much effort into a contract with Xiao Fan would agree to this. The old man shouted to be connected to the boss of the director of the report center because he was infuriated by the guy's impudence. He was told that it was the chief chairman's idea because Su Rong had hired a useless person who had put Mudong in danger. The director of the report center asked the man not to be angry because they have nothing against him, and then hung up. Su Rong was furious. He slammed his hand on the car door, venting his anger at the director of the report center. Now he had to urgently call our hero to explain everything to him. When Xiaofan picked up the phone, he heard an apology from Su Rong and an excuse that the old man couldn't do anything about these completely unreasonable people. Soon a black sports car was speeding down the city street. The car drove up to the villa that belongs to our hero. The guy confessed to Director Zhang that he had never heard of Li Xiaofan, so they should find out together what this master is good for. Master Fu Qingming didn't know who was behind the Xiaofan and how he could possibly be worthy of being compared to their sect. Director Zhang went to the door and knocked. Fu Qingming felt humiliated because he, the elder of the Xingyi sect, now had to lower his head in front of Xiaofan. Zhang explained that this visit was a request from the higher-ups, and if it wasn't for Su Rong, he wouldn't even have come here. The door wasn't opened by Xiaofan, but by the Li girl, who looked at the strangers sternly and asked what was the matter. Fu Qingming replied that they had come to see Xiaofan, and without asking, he crossed the main character's doorstep. The main character at this time was relaxing on the sofa and drinking tea. He asked the uninvited guests what brought them to his house. Qingming was disappointed when he saw Master Li in front of him and declared that the guy looked like a dry stick. Feeling more confident in front of the brat, Fu Qingming told Xiaofan not to protect Dong Wangsu anymore because he didn't know his limits exactly. Director Zhang introduced himself to our hero and announced that Xiaofan would be excluded from the mission to protect the girl because he wasn't qualified enough. The bespectacled man wondered why the completely useless Su Rong had hired this person in the first place and why he didn't take the idol's safety seriously. The main character asked if they were finished and told them to get out of his house if they had nothing else to say. Director Zhang got angry because of the host's rudeness and shouted that even Su Rong didn't dare to talk to him like that. Xiaofan complained that he was already tired of repeating these phrases, but still asked if they knew who he was and where they were now. Fu Qingming shouted that he didn't know who this redneck was, but he intended to teach him a good lesson today. The doe bared her demonic face in anger at the insolent guests and screamed, asking if they wanted to die. Director Zheng sighed heavily because he knew that the entire responsibility would fall on him if Fu Qingming caused trouble. The bespectacled man shouted for Fu Qingming to stop, and Lan was already ready to stop the master as well. Fu Qingming's palm stopped inches from the head of our hero, who didn't even flinch from the threat. The doe, bearing its sharp fangs, couldn't stop being angry at Fu Qingming, wanting to deal with this pathetic piece of trash. Fu Qingming thought that Xiaofan was scared to the point of freezing and decided to let him go today just because of Director Zhang's order. Lan thought that Qingming was just lucky today, and she would have swatted the guy down on the spot if he had only touched her master. Soon, a black car was pulling up to another building with a luxurious facade, and the street was already dark. Director Zhang, who was still accompanying Qingming, announced to Master Fu that they had arrived at the scene. Mudong Wansuo was already waiting for them. She was happy to see Qingming and immediately complained that someone tried to kill her, but she was able to escape. She admitted that she was still afraid for herself and asked to take care of her because her concerts will be held for 2 more days. Fu Qingming smiled and replied that he would be honored to protect such a beautiful idol, and from now on, no one would be able to harm her. Clenching his fist, he proudly declared that all these assassins were just a bunch of cowards to him, and with his absolute strength, he would be able to crush them all. Director Zhang said that Xiaofan had been incredibly lucky to defeat those assassins that day, and without the gun, he would have died for sure. He advised the girl to rest easy now, because Mr. Fu is from the Shin sect and will be able to protect her from any assassin. Mudong Wansuo said that Mr. Fu's room would be directly opposite her own, so that he could quickly respond to any dangerous situation. Fu Qingming arrogantly replied that these assassins would just run away in fear if they only heard his name. The next events unfolded at midnight. Near the same building parked a mysterious white van. A group of suspicious men in caps got out of the van, one of them carrying a suitcase in his hand. The group leader told the others to complete the task as quickly as they could and to do it quietly. Several cap-wearing criminals quickly ran towards the hotel, taking advantage of the shadows to avoid being noticed. Fu Qingming was sleeping soundly in his room, and someone was trying to call him, but he couldn't hear it at all. When the loud melody still made him wake up, Fu Qingming jumped out of bed because something had happened. The criminals, while Master Fu was sleeping, had already managed to tie up the girl and snatch the phone from her so that she wouldn't dare call anyone. Mudong Wansuo couldn't move or speak. The assassins advised her to stay quiet if she didn't want to die right here. Fu Qingming made it in time, rushed out of his room and shouted, demanding that the criminals let go of the idol. He introduced himself to the assassins as the elder of the Xingyi sect and accused them of daring to kidnap a person under his protection. The leader of the group smiled and decided that Master Fu was too weak, and apparently the Chinese didn't have a stronger expert to hire such trash as a bodyguard. Fu Qingming had nothing to say, grimacing in anger as he swung his energy-charged fist to hit the culprit. The killer with the bearded cap just grinned and said that this filthy insect was so pathetic that it wasn't even worthy of dying by its hand. The culprit only needed to swing his arm once to deal serious damage to Qingming, and cause him to collapse to his knees. Mudong Wansuo was terrified. She couldn't believe that this criminal was so much stronger than Master Fu Qingming. Fu Qingming started shouting and making excuses that he was just being careless, and asked if the assassin could repeat his success. The culprit kicked him in the face and shouted that other than eating dirt from his soul, Fu Qingming was no good for anything else. When it was already light on the street, the action unfolded in a luxurious building with a pond at the main entrance. A man's cry of shock could be heard all along the corridor as the news reached him. Director Zhang spilled the water from his glass when he heard that Mudong Wangsuo and her bodyguard Fu Qingming had been kidnapped. Enraged, Zhang smashed the glass and shouted that this elder of the Xingyi sect was no more useful than he was useless trash. He was now faced with the task of saving the idol, otherwise he would lose his position, so he had to call Mr. Su. Su Rong, upon hearing the news, became angry, lost his temper, and started shouting, insulting Zhang as an idiot. He accused Zhang of making his men useless because Miss Mudong had been abducted, even though he was assured that only Fu Qingming was capable of dealing with the assassin. Director Zhang replied that now was not the time to find out who was more to blame, but to figure out how to save Mudong Wangsuo. Su Rong couldn't calm down and stop shouting because he had already said more than once that only Xiao Fan could protect the girl, but Director Zhang allowed himself to insult him. The man ordered Director Zhang to go to our hero and ask for help while he still had time, hands and feet. Mr. Su hung up the phone. Director Zhang heard a nasty ring and called the old man a fucking bastard. He was displeased that he was now forced to call Li Xiaofan because of this clueless Master Fu Qingming. When he managed to contact him, Director Zhang politely introduced himself to Mr. Li and wanted to explain the situation. Unfortunately, no one answered the man, and then he heard the phone ring again because Xiaofan hung up. Director Zhang tried to call Xiaofan again, but the automatic dispatcher told him that the caller was temporarily unavailable. The bespectacled man twisted his face in anger and shouted because Xiaofan dared to add him to the blacklist. When it was already dark outside, Director Zhang's black car stopped in front of our hero's villa. Zhang went to the door and started knocking, begging for Mr. Li to open the door for him. When the door opened, Director Zhang immediately put on a benevolent smile and hesitated. What he saw in front of him was not Xiaofan, but his novice Lan, who revealed a demonic face and pounced on him. Director Zhang only had time to cry out in pain when the doe deftly scratched his leg with its sharp claws. A bespectacled man ran out of the villa and hurried to his car to hide. He screamed for help. Out of breath, Zhang got into his car and strapped on his seatbelt to get away from the place teeming with evil creatures. Xiaofan came out of the house and asked the director, "Didn't he say before that our hero is not worthy to protect Mudong Wangsuo?" Director Zhang yelled back at Xiaofan, threatening that he would regret what happened today very soon. The man hit the gas pedal and drove away. Xiaofan and Lan did not stop him. Suddenly, someone called our hero. Su Rong told Xiaofan that he was very sorry, but it was a matter of life and death for Mudong Wangsuo. Xiaofan congratulated the man and asked Su Rong if he thought our hero was a boy who could be summoned at any time. He hung up the phone, not wanting to talk anymore, because he was a venerable with a great position in the immortal realm, and the insects dared to order him around like a pet. Someone called him again. This time it was Old Man Chu, and he tried to explain to the guy that it was just a misunderstanding on Mudong Wansuo's part. The main character stopped Grandpa Chu and said that there was no need to waste time shaking the air. Xiaofan didn't want to listen to Old Man Chu's excuses anymore, so he calmly hung up the phone without even saying goodbye. Soon the guy went to the Wolong mountain peak, on top of the cliff under the shade of a tree. He sat down to cultivate. The evil energy of the Chuzhou mountain range had been cleared, but he found an ancient ruin hidden by the Great Dragon Formation right under that ridge. He discovered that this incomplete hidden dragon formation was ancient, and it was much larger than his own. Therefore, Xiaofan decided to merge the two formations together to create a true dragon soul and gather spiritual power from all over the city. As a result, Xiaofan's cultivation would be increased by more than 1,000 times, and he would be able to leave this place to return to the immortal realm. At this time, a gray car was speeding along the dangerous rocky road, heading up to the top of the mountain range. The car stopped, and Lotus got out to show her grandfather the place where her master was practicing. While Xiaofan was busy cultivating, Old Man Chu apologized to him for intruding and said that he needed his help in rescuing Mudong Wangsuo. Lotus admitted that it was all those people's fault, but Mudong was in danger, and it might cost her her life if Master Li didn't save her. The main character sighed heavily and confessed that he knew about the imminent arrival of Lotus and Old Man Chu, but he refuses to interfere in this matter. Xiaofan thought that the girl got what she deserved because she didn't believe in him, so he told Old Man Chu and his granddaughter to leave. Old Man Chu knew that he couldn't blame Xiaofan, since Mudong Wangsuo had chosen another master herself, and Director Zhang's arrogance had played a cruel joke on them. Grandfather presented Xiaofan with a box containing the Chaos Divine Stone and expressed the hope that the boy would accept the gift. Xiaofan went down, picked up the stone, and immediately saw that it was hiding some kind of ability, but what kind of ability he would only be able to recognize when activated. The young man decided to help Old Man Chu if the master agreed to give him this valuable thing in the form of a stone. Mr. Chu was overjoyed, but he told Xiaofan that they needed to hurry because Mudong Wangsuo was in great danger. Director Zhang was informed that the assassins were currently inside the chemical plant where they were hiding the kidnapped idol. The police department was already on the scene, and an employee reported to Zhang that they tried to enter the factory 3 times, but all their attempts failed. The police officer said that the worst situation could happen because a huge amount of flammable substances is stored at an abandoned chemical plant. The officer warned that another explosion could occur at any moment because a fire broke out at the factory because of the killers. Zhang knew that the chemicals would explode sooner or later, but the hostage needed to be rescued as quickly as possible. Scratching his stubble, he told the officer that they would be severely punished if they made a mistake and failed the mission to rescue the hostage. One of the men in a business suit turned to Master Ren and asked if he could save the hostage if the situation escalated to an explosion. Zhang and the officer began to convince Master Ren that only he could handle such a difficult situation and only he could defeat the assassins and save the idol. Master Ren replied that there was no need to wind yourself up like this because they were just a few helpless assassins and he was ready to eliminate them today. The mayor of the city named Chen Fu was happy, and he told the master that they were relieved by his words. Ren stated that he would have come here on the sex orders anyway, because the kidnapped Fu Qingming is one of its elders. While sipping his tea, the man stated that, after all, this matter is also related to the reputation of the Xingyi sect. The policeman suggested that Master Ren take along a whole squad of special forces who were already ready for battle as a safety net. Master Ren was also offered a bulletproof vest because it was better to be alert and prepare for the worst. Ren waved his hand and replied that he was the second in command of the Xingyi sect, an inner strength cultivator, so bullets wouldn't be able to harm him. Mayor Chen Fu got angry and yelled at Director Zhang because Master Ren is a martial arts expert and the special forces will only get in the way. The mayor shouted for the bulletproof vest to be removed from his eyes and didn't humiliate the mayor and Master Ren like that. The officer smiled ingratiatingly and agreed to clean up everything, explaining that he was just very worried and admitted that Master Ren could move as fast as the wind, killing everyone with a wave of his hand. Master Ren revealed that during the Three Kingdoms period, the 5th great general, Zhao Yun, had to kill 1 million enemies to save his commander's child. He said that today he wants to repeat the feat of General Zhao and without thinking about injuries, attack the enemies and save the hostage. Director Zhang clapped his hands and started praising Ren, a true expert, but stated that they needed to release the idol as soon as possible since they didn't have much time. The man took a sip of tea and replied that there was no need to hurry because these killers were just a bunch of insects. When Xiaofan appeared on the doorstep, Director Zhang asked why the guy had come because he refused to help them, thinking that he was above it. The bespectacled man stated that they now have Master Ren, so they don't need the protagonist's help anymore. Xiaofan saw Master Ren and immediately realized that the man was still far from the Grand Master stage and he couldn't even compare to Nei He. Our hero told Director Zhang that Master Ren doesn't have enough strength, so he doesn't advise him to go to certain death. Master Ren threw the teacup on the floor in anger and yelled at the brat who dared to underestimate him. He started taunting Xiaofan, thinking that he was just a kid without any experience who dared to appear in front of him. Master Ren walked past him, bragging that he was considered the strongest in the city beside the mysterious young master. Xiaofan crossed his arms and asked what if he was the mysterious Grand Master he was talking about just now. Ren turned around, smiled, and told the kid to stop daydreaming, joking that in that case he was the richest man in the world. Director Zhang, the officers, and the rest of the men also started laughing because they had never met someone as shameless as Xiaofan. Old Man Chu was angry. He wanted to stand up for our hero, but Xiaofan made it clear to him that it was not necessary to interfere. Xiaofan stated that he didn't come here to talk about who the great master really was, but to save the life of a hostage. The guy told Master Ren to follow him if he didn't want to die. Otherwise, the man would meet his end very quickly. Master Ren decided to show the guy his true strength as a deputy sectmaster Xinyi, and he didn't want to follow Xiaofan. The man jumped onto the ledge, wanting to prove to Xiaofan that he had no right to look down on the master. After that, he jumped down and activated his power, telling Xiaofan to stay put while he quickly rescued the hostages and returned to look into his lying eyes again. Master Ren, hovering in the air above the others, declared that he would show them how strong their Xingyi sect was. The man began to fly down directly from the roof, using a flying technique that impressed many because they saw this only in a TV show. The officer was delighted with Ren's abilities. He didn't think that the master was capable of such a thing, and now he wasn't surprised that Ren was the deputy head of the Yingyi sect. Director Zhang asked our hero if he had seen what a true martial artist had just done, and how dare he compare him to himself. Xiaofan sighed heavily when Zhang declared that Master Ren would go back and teach a lesson to an imposter who thought he was all-powerful. Meanwhile, Master Ren successfully landed on Earth to go to the chemical plant and free the hostages. The man hurriedly ran to the entrance of the warehouse to deal with the killers who were hiding there. Inside, the criminals were already waiting for him. While their leader was sitting on a barrel, the others were kicking Fu Qingming. Qingming started shouting, threatening the assassins that the deputy master would come here soon, and then they would beg them for mercy. The guy saw that the deputy master finally appeared. Ren said that now he would make the criminals who dared to kidnap his disciples suffer. Master Ren waved his hand to protect himself from the bullet. He was outraged that the assassin dared to use this toy in front of him. Then the criminal took out a grenade launcher and, smiling ominously, asked Grandpa what he thought about such a toy. The assassin fired a grenade launcher, certain that Master Ren would not be able to handle a projectile of this caliber. Ren shouted, asking the shameless trash how dare they use heavy weapons against him. He managed to protect himself with a force field. The leader of the criminal group adjusted his cap and agreed to fight Master Ren one-on-one as he wished. The man kicked off the ground, and a second later, he was already hitting Master Ren with a fist that was charged with purple chi energy. The boss managed to knock down the Xingsek master, and with one punch, Ren knew that this guy was at the peak of his inner strength. Wiping his face, Master Ren spoke to his dear disciple, saying that his master should escape first. Master Ren ran out of the chemical plant warehouse, shouting that he would save his disciple later. When Deputy Sectmaster Xing Yi returned to safety, he couldn't stop groaning for a long time after running for a long time. Concerned men in suits immediately ran up to him and asked the master if something had happened to the hostages. Ren replied that it was a very dangerous place because the assassins had heavy weapons, and their team had an expert with a level of cultivation no worse than him. He sat back in his chair and said that even he couldn't handle it, and the others couldn't. The man reassured himself because he was the only one who dared to go there alone, which meant that he was braver than ordinary people. Wiping away his sweat, Director Zhang asked Master Ren what to do. Since they didn't have much time left, the chemical plant might explode any minute. Master Ren replied that there were two options: ask his senior for help, but he was in Haidong right now, and he would have to fly here by plane for a few hours. The man also voiced the second option, to find this mysterious young master who might be willing to help them. None of the officers and businessmen present knew the young master. One of them only knew that he had killed Ni He with just one blow. Mr. Chu, smiling ingratiatingly, approached Xiaofan and once again asked Mr. Li to help them this time. Xiaofan turned around and left, telling the others that if he had gone to the factory first, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The others were sure that Xiaofan would be shot before he entered the chemical plant, but they weren't even upset about the arrogant guy's natural death. Master Ren was sure that Xiaofan wouldn't last 3 seconds in that factory, and he would be beaten up so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Director Zhang was smiling. He didn't like this Xiaofan from the beginning, and he was glad that he wouldn't see him again. The main character calmly entered the territory of the chemical plant when barrels of dangerous substances were already burning there. At this time, Fu Qingming was banging his head on the floor and pleading with the assassin, swearing that he really didn't know anything. Sectmaster Xing Yi begged the culprit to spare his life. In return, he was willing to do whatever he wanted. The leader of the assassin group was willing to show the guy the right path if he was so desperate to live. He stated that Fu Qingming needed to get Mudong Wangsu to call her father here, who would bring them the result of his research on the serum. Fu Qingming was overjoyed to hear that he had the opportunity to save his own life by completing a simple task. Qingming started begging the girl to fulfill the assassin's conditions, otherwise they wouldn't be able to leave this place in one piece. Mudong Wansuo was disappointed in Qingming. Now she didn't see him as a righteous superhero, but as a cowardly guy who should be ashamed of himself. The girl turned to the leader of the criminals she sent him, refusing to call her father or anyone else here. Dong Wangso recalled that her parents were in the military, and on one of the missions, her mother sacrificed herself to help her father get out. Her mother traded her life for her father's, and in the end, this mission became a success only for the organization. She thought it was an honor for a soldier to give his life for the welfare of the country, so she should sacrifice everything she has, even in this situation. Qingming continued to plead with the girl to do the sensible thing, but she suggested that the killer take her life right now, because she wasn't going to call anyone. Fu Qingming couldn't help but cry as he confessed that he didn't want to die, and asked who would become the Xingyi sect master if he passed away today. Mudong Wansuo looked at him with disdain and declared that the Xingyi sect's pride had long been trampled on by Fu Qingming. She admitted that everyone is afraid of death, but there are some things that are more important than their own lives, and she is afraid that Qingming will never understand this. Miss Dong was glad that Xiaofan didn't follow her, otherwise he would have been held hostage as well. Right now, she was only relying on the mysterious young master. The main character finally came out of the shadows and asked the girl if he was the one she was looking for right now. Xiaofan boldly showed up in front of the group of criminals. No longer hiding, he sternly looked at everyone present. Mudong Wansuo screamed, begging him to run before the assassins caught him, because there was nothing he could do in this situation. The criminals started shouting at our hero, threatening the little brat to stand still, otherwise they would shoot him. The assassin leader thought that the three of them had cultivation at the peak of their inner strength, so they would be able to fight back even against a great master. He didn't understand why he didn't notice Xiaofan coming here, since the guy looked so weak and powerless, just an ordinary person. The man convinced himself that everything was fine, and no one in Chuzhou could compare to him, except for that mysterious young grandmaster. He didn't believe that this could be the same great master, because this ordinary-looking kid couldn't even handle a chicken. Xiaofan stated that today was definitely a bad day for criminals, since he was the young grandmaster. While threatening with a knife, the assassin asked how dare he call himself a great master, being just an arrogant brat. Throwing the knife on the floor, the criminal decided to give Qingming a chance. He should take Xiaofan's life, and in return, he would let him go. Fu Qingming was overjoyed, and he didn't mind fulfilling the criminal's conditions, thinking that this task was a simple one. The guy immediately grabbed a knife and stood up, declaring that taking Xiaofan's life would be as easy as crushing an ant. Xiaofan advised Qingming to just stand aside and wait for him to finish off the assassins, and then he would take the hostage out of here. Qingming, holding the knife tightly, asked Xiaofan if he really considered himself to be the young grandmaster. Pushing himself off the floor, Master Fu confessed that he felt lousy about Wang Su's humiliation, and now he could vent his anger. After getting close to our hero, he shouted that Xiaofan should not blame him, but blame his luck, and after rebirth, perhaps our hero will stop being so arrogant. Xiaofan calmly asked Qingming not to blame him for what he was about to do, because he was already giving the guy a chance to retreat. With a flick of his finger, charged with Taishuan energy, our hero made Master Fu literally start to dissolve. Fu Qingming collapsed on the ground after losing his legs and screamed, refusing to believe that Xiaofan had gained such incredible strength. Qingming started demanding that bastard Xiaofan take his life because his torment was unbearable. Xiaofan replied that this was now Qingming's problem, and he would have to watch in pain as our hero dealt with the murderers. Fu Qingming shouted as he cursed Xiaofan, and he didn't care that this was the mysterious Grand Master in front of him. One of the criminals asked the dumbfounded boss if Xiaofan was really the master everyone was talking about. The leader of the criminals took a rocket launcher and ordered the others to do the same to eliminate Xiaofan with heavy weapons. The main character remained calm as he watched the flaming rocket projectile fly straight at him. At the last moment, Xiaofan used a magic giant hand to take the blow from the rocket launcher. He thought that he was lucky that he had recently absorbed the energy of the great hidden dragon formation, and his cultivation had increased significantly. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiaofan noticed in time that the leader of the criminals had crept up on him and wanted to hit him. Releasing his sharp claws, the assassin shouted that he would still take Xiaofan's life, and tomorrow he would be famous throughout the city as someone who was stronger than the great master. Xiaofan smirked, asking how a man would become famous with such weak abilities. The main character waved his hand, in one movement depriving the criminal of the accumulated energy and ripping off his cap. The man collapsed to his knees and groaned in pain, taking fatal damage from our hero's Taishuan energy. The rest of the criminals wondered what to do now that their boss was dead, and they decided to run away. The guys couldn't move. They were demanding that Xiaofan not approach them when our hero started to approach them. Magical hands held the assassins, legs preventing the blonde-haired guys from taking a single step. The main character warned the criminals that it was too late to escape if they wanted to leave here. With a wave of his index finger, Xiaofan launched a stream of Taishuan energy at them, which instantly took the lives of the two assassins. Mudong Wansuo asked the protagonist if he really was a mysterious young grandmaster. She cried, admitting that she had been stupid, because Xiaofan had been protecting her all this time, and she had just kicked him out and humiliated him. After finishing off all the assassins, the main character used Taishuan energy to rip the ropes off the girl's hands. After freeing the idol, Xiaofan held out his hand and ordered her to follow him, because it was time to get out of here. The main character picked her up in his arms because it was necessary to run as soon as possible, because soon this chemical plant will explode. Fu Qingming started to get indignant, because Xiaofan can't leave him here. He has to save him too. Xiaofan went to the exit without paying any attention to him. The guy started shouting to the bastards, demanding to be saved. When our hero left the factory, at that moment, a huge explosion thundered behind him and the rescued girl. The people who were standing nearby on the roof covered their faces with their hands because the cloud of flames was very high. The mayor of the city began to panic because everything was bad. They not only did not save the hostages, but also allowed the chemical plant to explode. Master Ren got angry and slammed his fist on the armrest because Fu Qingming was the only hope of the Xing sect. It wasn't the boy he felt sorry for, but the effort and resources he'd spent developing his abilities. Old Man Chu asked everyone not to worry. Grandpa believed that Xiaofan had managed to save Miss Mudong Wangsuo. Director Zhang replied that this explosion destroyed the entire factory. No one would be able to survive it, so Xiaofan just lied about his abilities. Master Ren said as he stood up that even he couldn't handle it, let alone that impudent brat who caused something irreparable to happen. Leaving, the man said goodbye to everyone, because it's time for him to go home. And after the death of the hostages and Xiaofan, it's useless to discuss anything. The officer pointed his finger at the sky and shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the fact that he had noticed a person in the sky. Everyone saw our hero in the sky, who was literally floating in the air. Along with him was Miss Mudong Wangsuo, safe and sound. Everyone surrounded Xiaofan when he landed on the roof. The mayor of the city said that it was really lucky because they could not have thought that our hero would be the right person. The idol was carefully wrapped in a blanket, and Director Zhang suggested that the girl ensure her safety until the very doorstep of her house. Everyone was starting to disperse, and a giant cloud of acrid smoke still hung over the chemical plant building. Director Zhang looked at our hero with disdain. He still couldn't believe that Xiaofan was the mysterious master. Master Ren approached Xiaofan with a complaint. He asked the brat where the second hostage, Fu Qingming, was. The protagonist looked at the man and directly admitted that Fu Qingming was already dead. The man started yelling at our hero, asking why Xiaofan didn't bother to save the master. Xiaofan grabbed the man's finger and asked the impudent man through gritted teeth who he was to tell him what to do. Master Ren clutched his sore finger. He fancied himself as the second in command of the Xing sect, and he couldn't let some brat humiliate him. He asked our hero if he thought there was no great master in his sect too. Ren was confident of defeating him. The man jumped up and shouted at the cursed brat that he was about to take his life. Waving his fist, Master Ren shouted that he would sacrifice Xiaofan's soul for the death of his disciple, Fu Qingming. Thinking that this was just a naive boy, Master Ren decided to use his secret technique against him. Once he secretly snuck into the Tang sect to learn this technique, he launched magic poison darts at our hero. Xiaofan grabbed these darts in midair and smiled, asking the master if he dared to call these children's toys a secret technique. Now he wasn't going to spare the old man, because it was clear that Ren was going to kill everyone here to keep his failure a secret. The main character decided to punish the man. He launched a stream of Taishuan energy into him to deprive him of his hands. Master Ren fell back to the ground and began to scream in pain, threatening the cursed brat with his life. Director Zhang stiffened. Master Ren told the man to quickly call his older brother to avenge him. Our hero came closer and warned Master Ren in an ominous voice that he would take his brother's life if he came here. With a wave of his fingers, the young man launched sharp beams of energy at Master Ren, introducing himself as Li Taishuan for the first time. Master Ren was screaming, complaining about the damn brat and the pain. He was still trying to threaten our hero. Director Zhang dropped the phone from his hands in shock. He never thought that Li Xiaofan would be so strong. He concluded that Xiaofan was too ruthless, and he would die if he stayed here, so he had to run to find Master Xinyi. The man didn't manage to escape because Xiaofan literally appeared in front of him in an instant, teleporting away. Using Taishan energy, the main character swung his hand to hit Director Zhang, taking revenge for all the grievances. One punch caused the man to lose his balance and flop to the ground, grunting in pain. He started complaining about the guy who dared to hit him because even Su Rong and Chu Pianzheng show respect for the headmaster. The man started shouting that the guy would not be able to avoid the consequences now, having dared to use force against the director. The main character was not intimidated by the threats from Director Zhang. He grabbed him by the collar of his white shirt and lifted him up. Holding it in the air with one hand, Xiaofan asked the man to show him the consequences that he couldn't handle. Without waiting for a response, Xiao Fan started slapping Director Zhang's face until he couldn't fight back at all. Without stopping for one slap, the cool-headed Xiao Fan slapped Director Zhang's other cheek again. Wanting to give Zhang a proper lesson for his arrogant behavior, Xiao Fan repeatedly slapped Zhang's face with his palm. A series of punches from Xiao Fan made Director Zhang finally admit that he was wrong. The protagonist roughly threw Director Zhang back to the ground and called him a spineless weakling. All this time, Zhang's phone was on. He was in touch with the sect master, who demanded to know what kind of dead person dared to take the lives of his juniors. Xiao Fan picked up the phone and asked the master who he was talking to, who started the conversation with insults, calling our hero a fucking bastard. There was a commotion in the Xingyi sect master's manor, and the head of the organization started shouting, calling Xiao Fan an arrogant little rat. He was shouting into the phone, threatening Xiao Fan that he would soon deal with him severely for all his actions against the members of his sect. The main character replied to the man that he would wait for him to appear and told him to remember his name, Li Taishuan. Xiao Fan kicked Master Ren's head, telling the sect leader that he would use his disciple's head as a soccer ball first. After finishing talking to Sect Master Xingyi, the protagonist dropped his phone on the floor and stomped on it with his foot. Already in the car, Old Man Chu told our hero that the Xingyi sect has a huge influence. They are everywhere in this Haidong. According to him, the sect master's name is Situ Kuang. He is a ruthless and arrogant person who is very difficult to deal with. Xiao Fan waved his hand and asked the old man not to worry about him because he would not hesitate to take the life of this Situ Kuang if he came here. Soon the car of Old Man Chu and our hero stopped near the desired building. Someone was already waiting for them outside. Su Rong went to Mr. Li first and told him that he had just received a call from that very close friend. The man happily thanked Xiao Fan on behalf of his friend for saving his daughter. Now our hero will be appointed commander of the Shanglong Special Army. Old Man Chu was stunned because the main character would get the position of Major General, and Xiao Fan didn't react at all to the news. Grandpa Chu said that the Shanglong Army is a mysterious special force. All the soldiers in it are the best among the best, and the position of commander of this army is beyond the reach of ordinary people. According to the old man, Special Army Captain Shang Long manages the southeastern part of the military base, and his name is Long Tiangang. Su Rong revealed that this person didn't have any special abilities, so they decided to assign Mr. Li to the position. The man warned that Xiao Fan will have to go through several small procedures to divert unnecessary attention if our hero agrees to accept the position. The main character, after listening to the old men, closed his eyes and silently shook his head, refusing the position. The guy turned around, waved his hand, and said that he wasn't interested in this job, so they should find another master. Xiao Fan remembered that in his previous life, this heavenly venerable had to submit to all the great powers. Among these powers that used to be under the power of our hero before he was killed by the three gods was the Sun Hall. The main character was also worshipped by a slumbering sea lord who lived underwater, and his weapon was a trident. The lord of the 72 great demons also bowed his head to Xiao Fan, so a small command position can't attract his attention. Su Rong asked what was wrong because Xiao Fan was interested in the serum before, and its researcher is also in the Shanglong army. The man said that his close friend experimented with this serum to give it to soldiers and captains of the special army. He asked if the guy had no intention of testing the serum and if he wasn't interested in how it worked on the soldiers' bodies. Xiao Fan remembered that the serum was found in Shushan, and he would like to see the original sample to learn the secret about the Shushan sword school of the immortal realm. So he agreed to Su Rong's suggestion and confessed to the man that he was interested in becoming a major general in the special army. Su Rong smiled and replied that he was glad to hear it, and he was ready to prepare everything necessary since it was Xiao Fan's will. Xiao Fan reminded Old Man Chu that he would like to start rebuilding the Thousand Flower Alley if he didn't forget about his promise. Mr. Chu, beaming with joy, told the boy not to worry because he would definitely not let him down. He bowed his head to Xiao Fan and stated that he would bear all the responsibility and costs of restoring Thousand Flower Alley. After returning home, Xiao Fan thought that he had been spending a lot of time cultivating lately, and he wouldn't have time to control the alley. He was surprised when he took out his phone from his pocket and saw that Zhao Zhanghong was trying to call him. Xiao Fan put the phone to his ear and heard that Zhao Zhanghong had learned of our hero's new residence. Zhanghong only asked his old friend not to say that he had forgotten him, since they were classmates in middle school just recently. Our hero only remembered that Zhao Zhanghong had a good relationship with him during his school years, but their paths diverged at university. In a previous life, Xiao Kun humiliated Xiao Fan, but Zhao Zhanghong usually supported our hero, and as far as he remembers, Hong entered the University of Construction in Suzhou. Zhao Hong dared to invite Xiao Fan to have a barbecue at Yuezhang Culinary Street. Our hero didn't mind. A guy who had already had dinner at the institution told an old friend that he had heard about him getting a job as a trainee teacher. He asked how much a trainee teacher could earn in this job and whether Xiao Fan could earn at least 4,000. Zhao Zhanghong asked how Xiao Fan was going to buy a house or find a wife if the real estate prices in the city were up to 3 million. The guy put his hand on the shoulder of an old friend and suggested starting a new business, opening a barbecue diner and dividing the profits in half. Xiao Fan smiled and confessed that he had just come here to ask an old friend for help. Zhao Zhenghong replied to our hero that he didn't want to work for these pennies, thinking that Xiao Fan wanted to ask for help with teaching work. The main character replied that he wanted to appoint Zhang Hong as the manager of Thousand Flower Alley and asked what he thought of the job. The blonde guy with glasses froze in surprise because he definitely didn't expect to receive such an offer. He laughed and said that Xiao Fan should have been better prepared if he wanted to make a joke, because he was already mad after a couple of beers. According to him, the Thousand Flower Alley mansion project would require an investment of more than 1 billion yuan, so Xiao Fan wouldn't have enough money. The man also heard that the Alley of Flowers is even haunted, so no one dares to take on this project. He reminded Xiao Fan that his teacher's salary was about 4,000 and asked where he could get that kind of money to invest. Xiao Fan laughed when Zhao Hong said that the guy definitely couldn't have that kind of money, even if he robbed a bank. Our hero thought that for the first time in so many years of deprivation, he felt great again in the company of an old friend with whom he just drinks and talks. Xiao Zhenghong said that he had recently mentioned the most beautiful girl in his class, Lin Lanji. He asked if Xiao Fan remembered when he wrote her a love letter, and she read it out loud in front of the whole class to humiliate him. Hong reminded his friend of how the whole class made fun of him afterward, and he was bullied by a group of rich students. Xiao Fan remembered that he was once a thin and weak boy who was constantly bullied by everyone. In middle school, a girl named Lin Lanji even suggested that Xiao Fan use a puddle of her urine as a mirror to look at her ugly, poor face and realize that he wasn't her match. For Xiao Fan's attempt to confess his feelings to a classmate, the boy was severely beaten by his classmates. One of them kicked our hero and asked if he was tired of living, since he dared to write a love letter to his girlfriend. That guy ordered his friends to start beating the defenseless Xiao Fan with all their might with thick wooden sticks. When Xiao Fan was being beaten up by 3 hooligans, someone decided to stand up for our hero and shouted for them to stop. Zhao Zhenghong usually threw himself into the thick of it to protect his friend. He covered him with his back and shouted that he wouldn't let hooligans bully Xiao Fan. The bully with dark hair was indignant and shouted, asking who the bespectacled man thought he was, and threatened to beat him up too. Zhang Hong screamed out in pain as the vicious disciples slapped him on the back with sticks, but he still defended his friend staunchly. Thinking back on it now, Xiao Fan thought that Zhao Zhanghong was truly courageous, and he was always willing to come to his friend's aid. Xiao Fan put his hand on his friend's shoulder and promised him that he could now rely on him to protect his family, giving him a happy and rich life. When Zhao Zhanghong heard this, he almost choked, spitting out all the beer he had just drunk. He asked his friend to stop joking like that, because Xiao Fan is now a trainee teacher with a small salary who can hardly even support himself. The guy laughed and said that he was willing to accept Xiao Fan's good intentions, but it was worth a drink first. Lan was delighted with the barbecue. She told the master that she had never eaten anything like it, and it even tasted better than the vitality of those guys. A bewildered Zhao Zhanghong asked the girl what kind of life force she had mentioned, and asked Xiao Fan if he had accidentally abducted this child. The main character hit the dough on the head with the edge of his hand so that she would stop talking nonsense in the company of his friend. Lan was holding back her tears, holding her head in her hand, and Xiao Fan asked his friend to ignore her. A group of hooligans was walking nearby, and one of them began to molest the girl, asking the beauty to smile at them. The second bully, meanwhile, started shouting at a passerby to get out of here and not stare, otherwise he would injure him. Zhao Zhanghong turned around to see who was making a fuss while he was having dinner with his friend. He abruptly stood up and asked Xiao Fan to leave now, otherwise he might also have problems. The main character looked at the gang of Gopnikovs and concluded that they intend to cause problems to his friend. The guy didn't make a mistake, because the hooligans came up to Zhao Zhanghong and started shouting his name. Their leader shouted that Zhang hadn't paid them for security last month, so he intended to burn down his diner if he kept delaying payments. Zhao Zhanghong asked Shi to calm down his anger, because he is in a difficult situation right now. He is broke because of his younger sister's illness. She refused to go to the meeting and slapped Zhao across the face, shouting that he didn't care if his little sister died or not. The bully with the red mohawk kicked the guy in the stomach and shouted that he came here to get money, and otherwise Zhao shouldn't blame him. He called out to his brothers, ordering them to burn the hell out of Zhao Zhanghong's diner. Brother Shi's subordinates brought cans of gasoline, and passers-by concluded that it was not worth getting involved with this hooligan. They heard that 6 months ago, the guy didn't pay for protection, after which his diner was also destroyed and burned to the ground. The hooligans, laughing, started pouring gasoline all over the diner to get back at Zhao for delaying the security fee. The main character couldn't let this happen, so he intervened and shouted, demanding that the hooligans stop. He crossed his arms and addressed Brother Shi, stating that this diner was under his protection. Xiaofan pointed his finger at the exit and demanded that Shi take his mutts and get out of here if he understood everything. The main character, frowning, sternly looked at the bully and warned that otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Lan decided to protect her master, so she asked Master Li for permission to teach these worms a lesson. The girl flexed her fists, smiled ominously, and said that she was already inflamed because she hadn't warmed up with dummies for a long time. Brother Shi looked at our hero in disbelief and asked the kid who he was. The protagonist confidently replied to the red-haired hooligan that he was a friend of Zhao Zhanghong, the owner of this diner. The hooligans laughed, and Shi admitted that he thought he was looking at a rich young master, but it turned out to be much simpler. Xiaofan replied that it looked like the guys were trying to beat the bad stuff out of them. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, Brother Shi looked at our hero defiantly and called him an arrogant brat. The red-haired guy yelled at his subordinates for being slow and told them to take Xiaofan's life. Lan flared up, releasing her stored energy, happy to deal with the crowd of bastards. The girl couldn't stop smiling because she finally got a chance to stretch a little. Jumping up, the girl with a sharp movement of her foot got rid of one of the hooligans. In a matter of seconds, Lan managed to knock out several more thugs by kicking, kneeing, and punching them. Only the boss of this gang was fine now. Brother Shi was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on here at all. After getting rid of all of Brother Shi's bullies, Lan returned back to the ground, her body surrounded by bright red magic flames. Dusting off her palms, she criticized these guys for how frail they were and how they still dared to threaten her master. Bursting into a satisfied smile, Lan approached the master and asked the master what he would do with the gang leader. The main character wasn't eager to fight, so he waved his hand and allowed Lan to do whatever she wanted with Shi. Lan laughed and thanked the master, and she couldn't wait to get away from Brother Shi because she still had enough strength. Bearing her sharp claws and sinister demonic face, the doe declared that then she wouldn't hold back any longer. She was thrilled to have sucked out subordinate Shi's life force because she hadn't done so in a long time, and the sensation was pleasant. Xiaofan asked her to be careful not to kill them. Lan replied that she knew her limit, so they wouldn't die so easily. Trembling with terror, Brother Shi warned that he was under Big Boss Pa's command and let them stand here and wait if they were willing to contact his superior. Zhao Ranghong asked his friend to leave the city as soon as possible because he shouldn't make Big Boss Bei angry. He didn't believe that the little girl could stand up to 100 wolves, even though he recognized her impressive abilities. Lan snorted and resentfully replied that she shouldn't underestimate her because 100 people wasn't much to her. Xiaofan put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked him to trust him. He guaranteed that Boss Pa and his men wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao or his diner. The protagonist stated that even if Lao Tzu, the ancient Taoist leader himself, came here, he would obediently bow down to Xiaofan. Zhao Zhanghong held his head and asked his old friend when he had become so bold, because he didn't want to believe in Xiaofan's strength. He asked Xiaofan to put all the responsibility on Zhao when the big boss arrived here, because he was already a dead man anyway. After all, his bad luck was always following him. The protagonist replied to an old friend that no one dared to touch Zhao while Xiaofan was around. Brother Shi shouted, warning the kid that Big Boss Pa was coming here soon and would bring someone with him. Soon a black car stopped nearby, and people started to run in different directions when they saw that Big Brother Bia was really here. Brother Shi shouted that he couldn't wait to see Xiaofan's pitiful face begging for his life because Boss Ba had already arrived. The main character carried himself confidently and just smiled in the face of the pathetic bully who didn't stop threatening Xiaofan. The red-haired guy asked our hero why not get down on his knees in front of him and let him start bullying him. For his words, Brother Shi received an impressive slap across the face in just a moment with a small land fist charged with sinister energy. The impact was so strong that the bully flew back and landed directly in the car of his boss, denting the body. Xiaofan said that even if Boss Baz showed up here, he would have to kneel down in front of the venerable once he saw him. Sai yelled at the bastard that this rabid kid dared to hit him in front of Boss Pei, so they would soon know about the regret. The guy looked out the car window and asked the boss if he saw what that kid did to him, so Boss should avenge him. Boss started to assess the situation with one eye, taking his time to leave his car. Sai shouted, asking the boss what he was waiting for and why he didn't get out of the car, because it was worth taking a hard revenge on this girl. Brother Shi's eyes filled with tears as he continued to shout, begging his boss to get out of the car. The main character also shouted with his arms crossed, ordering Boss Pa to get out of the car quickly. Both Brother Shi and his boss Bei were dumbfounded. The bully didn't expect Xiao Fan to give out orders to his superior. When the red-haired guy tried to get out of the car, he tripped in his excitement and fell to the asphalt. Worried about the boss's condition, Brother Shi helped the guy up and asked if he was okay. Unexpectedly, Big Boss Bia kicked his subordinate in the back and shouted, asking how the bastard dared to insult Mr. Li. He grabbed the chain to beat up the bully for such a crook daring to even speak to Mr. Li. Angered by the subordinate, he shouted, explaining to him that Xiao Fan wasn't just a friend of the diner owner, but a master of Miss Chu herself. He kicked him again, telling Shi to hurry up and kneel in front of Master Li before it was too late. Brother Shi obeyed, knelt down in front of Xiao Fan and asked to be released, admitting that he was stupid and dared to insult him because of this. The guy started banging his head on the asphalt, admitting that Master Li was a very decent and respected person, and he was just a nobody. Boss Bia admitted that it was all his people's fault, so all of today's losses will be reimbursed 100-fold. He looked at our hero pleadingly and asked if Xiao Fan could give Brother Shi a chance to correct his mistakes. The main character stepped on Brother Shi's hand, explaining that he didn't have many close friends, and Zhang Hong was one of them. Xiao Fan shouted that Brother Shi dared to contact our hero as well, since he contacted his friend Zhao Zhenghong. Brother Shi obediently lay on the asphalt and endured the punishment from our hero, screaming in pain while Xiao Fan crippled him. The red-haired bully still managed to leave alive. He thanked our hero for not taking the life of this ant. The guy received another blow on the back, this time from his boss, who decided to hurry the subordinate. Zhao Zhenghong now saw firsthand how much influence his old friend had, so he agreed to become the manager of Thousand Flower Alley. Zhang Hong asked where Xiao Fan was going to get so much money because building an alley requires a lot of investment. The main character replied to a friend that he should not worry about money and allowed him to start working tomorrow. Xiao Fan asked him what had happened to his sister, and he told him about his sister's advanced stage of kidney failure and his expensive treatment. He couldn't afford to be so brazen as to ask a friend to lend him money to treat his sister, even though Xiao Fan was a powerful man. Zhang Hao decided that he would continue to try to manage on his own without asking for help from outsiders. The main character wanted to help his friend's younger sister, so he asked Zhang Hong to take the boy to this hospital. Hao warned that it was too late, so the visiting hours were over, and suggested that we go to the hospital tomorrow. The following events unfolded in Zhao Zhenghong's apartment, where he had returned after meeting an old friend. It was already deep into the night, but the guy was not up to sleep. He lay in his bed and thought about the problems of life. He remembered the words of his sister's doctor that her illness had reached an advanced stage, so it was necessary to raise $500,000 for the operation. Zhang Hong couldn't delay his sister's illness any longer. He needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chen Xianfu wrote to him. He made it clear that he was aware of Zhang Hong's new position and suggested that the guy still needed money for his sister's surgery. Hong sighed heavily after receiving the message from Chen Xianfu because the conversation was starting to take on a strange atmosphere. Chen Xianfu suggested that a former classmate hand over all the building materials for the Thousand Star Alley to his company, and then he would receive money for his sister's treatment. Soon, the main character decided to personally visit the construction of new residential buildings on the territory of the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. He thought that when this part of the alley was finished, he could leave the property to his father to provide him with a good life. Suddenly, an expensive white car drove into the construction site, raising clouds of dust. The main character was forced to cover his face with his hand because a cloud of acrid dust hit him too. The guy silently dusted off the dust from his jacket, not bothering to complain to the driver, and the car stopped nearby. The bespectacled man in the car smiled and asked Xiao Fan to explain how to get to the construction site manager's office. The driver got out of the window when he recognized the boy standing nearby as a friend named Li Xiao Fan. The man got out of the car and complained to our hero that he didn't even say hello, even though they were former classmates. He was accompanied by a woman who said that our hero had the same poor sour look, even though she hadn't seen him in so many years. Xiao Fan recognized this pair as Chen Xianfu and Lin Lanjuri. He didn't expect that this dog and dog pair had finally gotten together. He thought that it didn't matter anymore, because now he was reborn, and sooner or later all his abusers would pay the bills. The main character asked a former classmate why he was looking for him, and made it clear that he was in charge here. Chen Xianfu pointed a dismissive finger at our hero because he refused to believe that he was in charge here. He and his girlfriend laughed out loud. The man said that after so many years of studying, Xiao Fan didn't seem to have made any progress at all. Still laughing, he asked how a person like Xiao Fan could be the owner of this place. Chen assumed that our hero was just carrying bricks here. Chen Xianfu suggested that Xiao Fan serve him, run after him and pour him tea, and clean the toilets in his company, because it was better than carrying bricks on a construction site. A former classmate offered him as much as 7,000 wen for such a job, not noticing that the immortal God Emperor himself was standing in front of him. Chen tried to convince him, offering him 10,000 a month, because even if Xiao Fan carried bricks all his life, he would never be able to earn that much. The main character stood and listened to these humiliations in silence, closing his eyes and did not forget that he was the emperor of the gods. Xianfu put his hand on Xiao Fan's shoulder and asked why he was silent, and if he was really satisfied with his work. Master Xiao Fan didn't reply to his former classmate just yet, but was interrupted by a phone call. The guy ignored Xianfu, walked away and answered the phone. Zhao Zhanghong allowed him to come to the hospital to see his sister. The main character said that he should go, and it is their right to decide whether to believe him or not. Xianfu started shouting, demanding that Xiao Fan stop acting like an actor, because he would never be able to become the owner of such a place. The man immediately called someone and asked them to bring 2 guys because he wants to teach a stinking bastard a lesson. He was surprised when he heard that the guy's arm was broken and asked who had the guts to do it. Clenching his teeth in anger, Chen Xianfu said that Xiao Fan was just lucky, but even his own mother wouldn't know if he was seen by a man again. The next action took place in the hospital, where Zhao Zhanghong's sister was lying with severe kidney failure. The main character had already arrived at the hospital, and Zhang Hong met him and pointed to the room where his little sister was staying. In the hospital room, he adjusted the blanket for his sister and told her that they were still children. When their parents died, Zhang Hong worked hard to provide for his sister. He told Xiao Fan that he had worked as a part-time tutor in college and worked at a diner at night, and he didn't expect to face such a calamity. Zhang Hong's younger sister woke up when she heard her brother's voice, and slowly, with difficulty, she opened her tired eyes. A gaunt, thin girl with black eyes was delighted to see her older brother and asked what he was doing here. The girl shared with him the happy news that she feels much better than before. Zhang Hong's little sister looked at our hero questioningly because it was the first time she had seen him. Zhang Hong introduced his classmate and best friend Xiao Fan to his sister, and our hero officially introduced his sister, Zhao Fei. The girl realized that this was her older brother's best friend. It was difficult for her to talk, and she started coughing. Xiao Fan asked her not to talk, seeing how hard it was for her, and warned her that he wanted to check on her condition, so Fei should lie down. She looked at her older brother in disbelief, who asked her not to worry and do as Xiao Fan said. Xiao Fei lay down and looked at our hero in disbelief, because this person didn't look like a doctor at all. The main character surrounded the whole body of his friend's little sister with Tai Xuan healing energy to check her condition with the palm of his hand. The haggard, pale girl closed her eyes and did not resist, letting the stranger perform all the necessary manipulations on her. Xiao Fei thought that she hadn't felt so comfortable in a very long time. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and the haggardness disappeared from her eyes. Zhao Zhanghong was delighted. His little sister visibly looked much better. He asked how she was feeling. Boldly jumping out of bed, the girl replied that she felt as if her illness was completely cured, and the pain in her body disappeared. Xiao Fan reported to Zhang Hong that his sister was now completely healthy and could be released from the hospital in a few days. A happy Zhang Hong took his little sister's hand and said that he would call the doctor here right away. The doctors were faced with a miracle in the world of medicine. They were convinced that Miss Zhao was really cured, and the results of the medical report were even better than that of a healthy person. As he left, Zhang Hong admitted that he saw a strong change in our hero, but still asked where he learned such skills. Xiao Fan replied that there were some things that he couldn't explain to his friend, but one thing wouldn't change: they would always be brothers. The protagonist's words should have made Zhang Hong happy, but for some reason, the guy became visibly sad and fell silent. Zhao Zhanghong could no longer hide the truth from the friend who had helped him so much, and confessed that he was guilty of something. Xiao Fan smiled and asked why he was talking like an old man, and asked him to speak directly, promising to help with any problem. Zhang Hong scratched his head and asked his friend to just not get mad at him when he told him everything. The bespectacled guy admitted that he came home drunk last night and started chatting in the school chat room about his new work on Thousand Flower Alley. Zhao Zhanghong asked Xiao Fan who he thought was the first person to contact the guy after this news. Hong said that it was the disgusting Chen Xianfu, who offered to help him and promised to hire experienced doctors from America, covering absolutely all expenses. According to him, Xianfu later revealed his true intentions and said that he would only help the guy in exchange for building materials for the alley. Listening calmly to his old friend, Xiaofan asked if Zhao Zhonghong had agreed to Xianfu's terms. Zhao Zhonghong was ashamed, but he confessed to a friend that he was forced to agree to Xianfu's request because he never thought that Xiaofan would cure his sister. The main character reassured his friend, saying that he had already thought of something serious, and this problem turned out to be a mere trifle. He patted Zhonghong on the shoulder and promised to deal with the problem. Only the guy needed to tell Xianfu to come to him. Zhonghong was glad that his friend didn't get mad at him. He was relieved and agreed to invite Xianfu to dinner tonight. He revealed that there are several other suppliers who will attend today's dinner, and Chen Xianfu's company won't be able to cover all the materials on its own due to the project's scope. Xiaofan asked his friend to go back to his sister because she had already finished the discharge procedure, and they would see each other in the evening. Zhonghong tried to hint to his friend that it was time for Xiaofan to start living a normal life, and his sister was already an adult and a beautiful girl. When the guy opened his eyes, it turned out that Xiaofan had already disappeared for a long time. He was shocked because his friend was incredibly fast. Xiaofan teleported away, thinking that he appreciated the kindness of an old friend, but no other women could take a place in his heart. He recalled Shuixi again, namely the conversation he had with her in the immortal world, when she had confessed that she didn't want to surpass anyone or reach an invincible level. Walking with the master at the waterfall, the girl said that she just wants to follow in the footsteps of Taishuan. Our hero took his beloved by the hand, and Xuexi said that she was looking forward to the moment when Taishuan will stand at the top of the universe. Xiaofan's heart sank as he heaved a heavy sigh and thought that Xuexi must have already gone crazy by now, looking for a guy all over the universe. He became angry as he recalled the heavenly masters who had caused him to fall into the mud and be separated from his beloved because of the silent heavenly book. He promised himself that one day he, Li Taishuan, would definitely rise up again and return to his path by killing these people. The protagonist doubted whether his assassins would have the strength to withstand the wrath of the great venerable Li Taishuan once that time came. Dinner had already started. The little bosses were flattering Chen Xianfu for getting such a big order for building materials and wondering who the new owner of Thousand Flower Alley was. Chen Xianfu, holding a glass of expensive red wine in his hand, cleared his throat before answering the men. The businessman admitted that the manager of the reconstruction of the Alley of 1,000 Flowers is actually his school classmate. He said that Zhao Zhonghong was a poor man with no education or experience, so he foolishly agreed when Xianfu promised to treat his little sister in exchange for a contract. Smiling wickedly, Xianfu guessed that the manager's little sister would surely die, and no one could save her, and he himself wasn't a naive piece of trash to give money for an operation. The bespectacled businessman noticed Boss Chen's trickery, and at that moment Xiaofan burst into the room and said that he needed to talk to Xianfu. The man waved to the waiter and told him to get out of here quickly, because they, the big bosses, are busy discussing important matters. The second businessman got angry at Xiaofan and shouted, threatening to file a complaint if he didn't get out of here right away. Chen Xianfu stood up and started laughing because he didn't expect to see his old classmate Xiaofan again. He decided to introduce him to the businessman and introduce his former classmate Li Xiaofan. Xianfu offered to talk about his school days and said that his friend Lan was the school flower and Xiaofan was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. He started quoting phrases from a love letter that our hero dared to write when he was in love with Lin Lanji. The man laughed and admitted that he almost died of laughter at the time, but later his smart girlfriend read this letter aloud in front of the whole class. All the businessmen started laughing loudly, telling Xiaofan to look in the mirror and stop living in dreams, because such a person deserves to be poor all his life. Xianfu said that later he, a charismatic and charming guy, also wrote a love letter to Lanji, and then she became his woman. The businessmen began to compliment Chen Xianfu, claiming that Big Boss Chen's eyes were as deep as the sea, and he was a great man. The others also started calling Xianfu a great man and a winner, openly admiring the man. Zhongfu replied that he wasn't finished yet and explained how his village classmate was now hauling bricks at the Thousand Flower Alley construction site. He asked Xiaofan what he was doing in this hotel and assumed that our hero worked as a waiter here because he didn't have enough money. Chen complained that Xiaofan had shown his ignorance by turning down a position in a man's company for 10,000 a month. The businessman supported Xianfu, saying that he had already done enough for Xiaofan, and he was an ungrateful kid who could not understand his good intentions. One of the businessmen said that now he would teach the stupid kid who turned his back on Boss Chen a lesson. Xianfu stopped him and asked him to forget about it, because everyone has their own aspirations, and it's not worth bothering with this kid. The men agreed with him, because Chen Xianfu is so noble that even after all these years, he wants to help a classmate, and he makes them admire him. The blonde businessman confessed that he felt very annoyed that this arrogant guy didn't even thank Xianfu for the job offer. One of the businessmen sided with Xiao Fan and said that Chen Xianfu and everyone sitting here had already gone too far. He stood up and asked Xianfu how he could laugh and mock his former classmate since he really wanted to help him. The man reminded that Boss Zhang and Boss Wang also used to carry bricks on the construction site when they were just starting out in the industry. The businessman asked them not to forget that they too were once poor, and even poorer, and now they began to look down on people. He asked the men what qualities they possessed to look down on other people and dare to make fun of them. The bespectacled man got angry and asked what qualities he had to point out to Boss Chen, who wasn't even older than him. The second businessman dared to push the guy and ordered him to kneel in front of Xianfu and apologize to the boss. The guy in the dark suit snorted and pulled the tattooed businessman's arm away from him, not wanting to obey him. Outraged, Zhou Wen confessed to the scum that he was even ashamed to be in the same room with them. The main character watching this thought that there weren't many people with strong character in this world. Chen Xianfu shouted, kicking Zhou Wen out of here, because from now on, the guy is not allowed to enter the Thousand Flower Alley project. Suddenly, Zhao Zhanghong, the manager of the Thousand Flower Alley project, entered the hall and immediately turned to Chen Xianfu. The guy said that from now on, a man is no longer allowed to participate in this project, so he does not dare to indicate here anymore. Chen crossed his arms and asked Zhao Zhanghong if he didn't want to cure his little sister's illness anymore. Zhanghong shouted, telling Chen to shut his mouth. After all, his sister's illness had already been cured, and he didn't need to pretend to be magnanimous anymore. The guy looked at his younger sister with a smile and asked her to come into the hall so that she could demonstrate her recovery to everyone clearly. Xiaofei went into the hall and greeted Xiao Fan first. The girl looked absolutely healthy. The main character, who was Xiaofei from Death, turned around and nodded to the girl in greeting. Chen Xianfu couldn't believe what he saw. He said that it was simply impossible and started frantically taking out his phone from his pocket. The man said that last night, Zhang Hong sent him a picture of his sister confined to a hospital bed, and she couldn't heal in just one day. Zhang Hong replied that Xiao Fan had cured his sister, and it was a shame that such pathetic hypocrites as Shan Fei would never know how to repay someone's favor. The guy said that people like Zhanfu have no right to mock others because he used his sister's illness to blackmail. Xiao also reminded the man of how Xianfu had summoned a group of hooligans to beat up Xiao Fan when he wrote a love letter to Lin Lanji. He officially informed Chen that Xiao Fan was the big boss of the Thousand Flower Alley renovation project, which cost more than 1 billion yuan. Chen Xianfu opened his mouth wide and cried out in shock when he was told the news and accused of being arrogant and hypocritical. Zhang Hong called him a piece of trash compared to Xiao Fan and said that now even in his wildest dreams, he would not be able to earn money on this project. The other businessmen were also taken aback when Zhang Hong shamed them for trying to make a big profit on the project by collaborating with this despicable monster. The men were now regretting that they had dared to mock Xiao Fan, who absolutely unexpectedly happened to be the owner of the renovation project. Chen Xianfu shouted at Zhang Hong to stop joking, because Xiao Fan, a poor dirty peasant, absolutely couldn't possibly be the owner of the alley. He shouted that it was simply impossible because the renovation project was purchased by the Chu family, and this boy could have nothing to do with her. The businessmen breathed a sigh of relief when they remembered that the renovation project actually belongs to the Chu family. Chen Xianfu asked Xiao Fan if he still wanted to say that he was also that mysterious young grandmaster. The conversation was interrupted by a girl in blue shoes who came in and said that she didn't know if Xiao Fan was the same Li Taishuan. It was Mrs. Hu Yang who barged in and claimed that she knew exactly who the real and only owner of Thousand Flower Alley was, and they would be Xiao Fan. The people present abruptly stood up from their seats to greet Miss Hu Yang. They didn't understand why she was here. The girl took our hero's arm and reproached a bunch of stupid people for being so stupid that they decided to kiss Chen Xianfu's smelly feet instead of supporting the real owner of the alley. Miss Ouyang accused Xianfu of not even knowing why the Chu family bought this project and admitted that it was bought specifically for Xiao Fan. The businessmen were dumbfounded to hear that Xiao Fan was the great benefactor of the Chu family, as well as the master of the daughter of the head of that family. Lin Lanzi was also shocked. She couldn't believe that the redneck Xiao Fan would turn out to be such an influential person. Ouyang explained to our hero that she went down because she heard someone shouting, but she didn't expect to meet him here. The businessmen gave our hero a startled look when Xiao Fan broke the silence and pointed at them. The main character stated that everyone except Zhou Wen had no right to interfere in this project from now on, especially Chen Xianfu. Xiao Fan also stated that they should settle old differences, so this mortal needs to prepare to entertain the Venerable One. When he was done, he allowed the others to leave. Only Zhou Wen remained in the room. Zhou thanked our hero and warned that his company was inferior to others, but he didn't expect to get such an opportunity from Xiao Fan. He bowed to Xiao Fan and swore that he would use all the resources available to help our hero if he needed anything in the future. Chen Xianfu was seething with rage at what had happened. Cursing an old classmate, the man grabbed a glass of red wine. He threw it on the floor and shouted, insisting on his participation in the alley project and that Xiao Fan didn't dare give him orders. Trembling with rage, Xianfu warned that he would make sure that no one else dared to supply building materials for the alley if the guy refused him. Xiao Fan calmly picked up the chopsticks from the table when Xianfu warned the guy that he wasn't going to be dealt with that easily, and whether to take his life was a matter of a few minutes. The irritated protagonist shouted that Xianfu was making a lot of noise, and at the same time threw chopsticks at him. The small wooden sticks charged with Taishuan divine energy hit Xianfu so hard that he groaned in pain. The force with which Xiao Fan threw the chopsticks at the enemy sent the man flying several meters back and landing against the wall. The man fell face first into the table, breaking a plate with it, and started shouting, complaining about the soup being too hot. The other businessmen were taken aback and wondered what kind of incredible strength Li Xiaofan possessed. The main character did not leave the old classmate alone. He went up and grabbed the screaming man by the hair. He slammed his face against the table again, asking if the man remembered how he and his friends had maimed Zhang Hong when the guy was defending Xiaofan. Xiaofan threw Chen Xianfu to the floor and warned him that today he would cripple him too, so that he wouldn't get out of bed for the rest of his life. The main character began to take violent revenge on his high school classmate so that he would feel the same pain as him and Zhao Zhanghong. Chen Xianfu started shouting and complaining about the pain, asking our hero how dare he beat him up. The man grabbed the phone and warned Xiao Fan not to even dream of getting out of here in one piece. It was enough for him to make one call. The main character didn't mind taking a break. He plopped down on a chair and agreed to let Xianfu call someone. Xiaofan put his feet up on the table in a masterly manner, crossed his arms over his chest and said that he wasn't in a hurry, so Xianfu could call whoever he wanted. Zhao Zhanghong was visibly worried, and he turned to his old friend to tell him something. The guy warned our hero in his ear that the origin of Chen Xianfu is not simple, so he is worried. The protagonist waved his hand and told his friend not to worry, because he definitely wasn't afraid of Chen Xianfu's family. Appearing as the Emperor of the Gods, Li Taishuan declared that not a single person of Chen Xianfu would escape his wrath today. Zhao Zhanghong, who saw his friend's true appearance, froze in surprise. The guy rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was imagining it, and thought that Xiaofan really had changed too much. He had the aura of a powerful man. Zhang Hong deduced that his friend was no longer the humble boy he used to know, and he could only speculate about Xiaofan's past. A group of thugs rushed into the hotel, the leader of which shouted, asking what kind of short-sighted bastard dared to beat up Xianfu. Chen Xianfu, trembling, grabbed the edge of the table and warned Xiaofan that he was finished today because Brother Shi and hundreds of his other people were already here. When a red-haired guy with a mohawk and a bandaged arm entered the hall, he froze in surprise. The bully inwardly screamed in fear when he saw the grinning face of the same Xiaofan who had crippled him the day before. He turned to the heavens, asking why, out of everyone in the entire world, he had encountered Xiaofan today, and hurried to escape from there. His subordinate asked Brother Shi if they didn't come here to deal with someone, and why he decided to come back. The red-haired guy slapped the subordinate in the face and ordered him to keep his voice down, because he has no idea what happened yesterday and who Mr. Li is. A happy Chen Xianfu found the strength to stand up. He and his woman were glad that Brother Shi had finally come. The man started waving his hand to get the guy's attention, but Si, sweating and turning pale with fear, left without turning around. Xianfu was trying to reach Brother Shi because he had to teach someone a lesson today. Xiaofan smiled when he realized that Xianfu was waiting for little Shi and asked the red-haired guy why he was running away. The red-haired guy flinched in fear as the protagonist shouted, ordering him to come here immediately. Smiling ingratiatingly, Brother Shi cautiously peeked into the hall and pretended that it was a nice coincidence to see Mr. Li here too. He ground his teeth in anger, cursing bastard Xianfu for dragging him into this situation. Chen Xianfu started complaining to Brother Shi that Xiaofan was the guy who crippled him today. The man promised the red-haired thug that he would give him as much as 20 million if Xiaofan died today. The businessmen were looking forward to hearing the little boy Xiaofan's cries for help, as he was now surrounded by Brother Shi's men. A large number of people began to enter the hall. The hotel employee asked them to wait, because there would not be so many people there. The men recognized the East Side leader, Kang, the famous boss of Ding District, Mr. Ye, as well as the business magnate from the shopping district, Sister Yang. Chen Shanfu was thrilled that so many older siblings had come here to support him. He shouted at Xiaofan, showing what true influence was, and guaranteed him a death worse than that of a street dog today. When Boss Bai and his men also appeared in the room, the others started cheering loudly. Chen Xianfu was breaking into a happy smile. It was really unbelievable that a busy person like Boss Bai would also come here to help him. He wondered what a small ant like Xiao Fan would do now that even Boss Ba had arrived here. Everyone present started to greet Boss Pa, who was standing in the middle of the hall with an angry look. The businessman now believed that Xiao Fan couldn't escape even if he was supported by Miss Yang, since even Boss Ba was already here. Chen Shanfu asked Brother Shi to hurry up and turn that boy Xiao Fan into a pile of trash, and he would give him the promised 20 million. Brother Shi couldn't stand it and slapped the businessman's face, refusing the monetary reward. The red-haired guy started beating up the man, shouting and calling him a stupid pig for insulting Mr. Li. He continued to kick Chen, shouting that Shanfu should die alone if he was so impatient, and not drag Shi into trouble. Brother Shi came up to our hero and said that he was very sorry, but everything that happened was just a mistake. Sweating with fear, he decided that he had to be very careful now. His life was hanging in the balance and completely depended on Xiao Fan's mood. The main character sternly looked at the red-haired guy and clarified whether it was really a mistake. Babo got angry at Brother Shi, shouted his name, and went to the table to grab a cup of tea. He threw this cup at Brother Shi and asked the dumb donkey how many more times he would get in Mr. Li's way. Brother Shi replied that he still remembered the lesson that Mr. Li taught him last time, and this time it wasn't his fault. Ba yelled at Xianfu, warning that the consequences for him would be unimaginable if he allowed himself to molest Mr. Li in the future. The big guys were angry with Xianfu, suggesting that we stop wasting time and take the life of this fat pig who dared to pick a fight with our hero. Chen Xianfu was in deep shock, not understanding why Li Xiaofan had such an influential entourage and why so many underworld bosses were behind him. Lin Lanzi regretted her choice. If she had known that Li Xiaofan would become an outstanding person in the future, she would have chosen him back in school. The main character stood up from his chair, causing everyone else to freeze in fear, and spoke to Chen Xianfu. Xiaofan walked over to the man who was lying on the floor after being beaten up and announced that he was going to do something today in front of everyone. Our hero swung his leg to hit a former classmate and shouted that he was going to maim him. The guy put his foot on the man's chest, and the man began to beg him to let him listen to him, now calling him his brother. Xiaofan had no desire to listen to a pitiful mortal. He kicked him, shattering the concrete floor beneath him. Clearing his throat, Chen Xianfu warned the protagonist that sooner or later, his brother would take revenge on him for this. Chen Xianfu broke through the floor with his body and fell to the lower floor, while our hero and Babo stood and watched in silence. Soon, Xiaofan went outside and paramedics arrived to put Xianfu on wheelchairs and take him to the hospital. Lin Lanxi ran up to our hero. She admitted her mistake and that she had done something wrong with the guy in the past. The girl coquettishly tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and asked if they could start over. After all, she had heard that the ex-girlfriend had broken up with Xiao Fan. She didn't expect the main character to just turn around and send his first love from high school. Lanja was angry at the guy, thinking that this freak would definitely not find anyone better than her in this city. She wished to him that such an arrogant man would never find a girlfriend. At that moment, Miss Yang came over to her. When Lanja turned around, she immediately smiled when she saw a girl with pink hair standing in front of her. Miss Yang swung her hand and slapped the girl's face, asking how she had the guts to talk to Xiao Fan like that. Lanja held her cheek and burst into tears, while Ouyang called her just a trash who didn't even dare to approach Xiao Fan from now on. Brother Shi and the rest of the city's bandits were impressed by Miss Ouyang's action, calling her a very domineering woman. They looked at the girl with pink hair with loving eyes, admitting that they liked her very much anyway. Miss Ouyang approached our hero and advised him to be careful with Xianfu's brother, Chen Xianlin, because this time he had offended the Chen family. She said that Chen Xianli is very talented from a young age. He was born a martial arts genius and destroyed many talented masters. Xiao Fan asked her not to worry, since even Sect Master Xing Yi couldn't scratch him, so Chen Xianli wasn't a threat to him at all. Blushing, Miss Ouyang leaned on our hero's shoulder and suggested that we have dinner together, since he probably hasn't eaten anything yet. The main character upset her, indifferently replied that he still had other things to do, so he postponed dinner indefinitely. Miss Ouyang started flirting with the guy, coaxing him to have dinner right away. The bandits envied our hero, believing that he was truly blessed by heaven, because he was always surrounded by the most beautiful girls. Chen Shanfu was already in the hospital, all bandaged up, and he didn't stop saying that he wanted Xiaofan to lose his life. The man, who couldn't speak clearly because of the bandages, told his brother that he should avenge him by sending Xiaofan to the grave. The burly red-headed man jumped up from his chair and swore that he would make Xiaofan pay tenfold for bullying his brother. His eyes shone bright red with anger, and he declared that he intended to make our hero's life a living hell. The main character in Lan returned to the construction site, where the reconstruction of the Alley of 1,000 Stars project was underway. Mudong Wangsuo called him because she couldn't properly thank our hero for saving her life due to her busy schedule. The girl told the guy that she had just left for another country to give a concert, but was going to return to Chuzhou in 2 days. She decided to invite Xiaofan to dinner so that she could properly thank him for saving her life. Mudong Wansuo explained that she never found the right moment to say thank you to Xiaofan personally for his feat. She often thought about the time when she looked down on our hero and criticized. Now she regretted this stupid act every day. The girl was unpleasantly surprised when Xiaofan apologized to her and refused dinner because he didn't have any free time. Mudong Wansuo was angry at her rescuer because Xiaofan dared to hang up the phone without even waiting for her to answer. At that moment, the manager came into her room and saw that the girl was angry, so she asked what had happened. The manager was angry at the idol for turning down a role in a Hollywood movie, even though the woman had been fighting for the job for her for so long. The woman told Miss Wangsuo that director Ryan's work is phenomenally great and his fans are in every corner of the world. According to her, all the elite actors from all over the world dream of working with this director, and Miss Wangsuo dared to reject his offer. Mudong Wansuo stood up silently as she listened to her manager's complaints because she was tired of these reproaches. She admitted that she found something even more valuable than this role, and she should return to China as soon as possible. The blushing girl looked at her manager and said that she was bewitched by this man. The manager turned pale with horror and stared at her charge, asking if she was serious. The main character, meanwhile, was at the construction site. He concluded that the project will be completed in 3 to 4 months. Zhao Zhenghong ran up to him and shouted, informing him that a large crowd had gathered at the construction site. Xiaofan asked Zhenghong to calm down first and tell him what was going on here normally. Zhenghong began to thrash and grab his head, saying that the construction site was cut off from water and electricity. Even the supply of sand and stones was cut off. According to him, this can lead to the fact that construction will be suspended, which means they will lose many millions of yuan. He said that last night a gang of vile thugs invaded the construction site, brutally beating most of the workers and even killing 2. Zhang Hong said that the police were unable to track down the attackers, and all the workers ran away because they were afraid to work here. The manager suggested that the boss contact Mr. Chu, because in such a dangerous situation, you can only rely on him. The main character could have solved this problem without the help of Old Man Chu, but suddenly he noticed a golden business card flying straight at him. He pushed his friend back so that the card wouldn't hit him, and he didn't understand what Xiaofan was doing. Xiaofan easily grabbed the business card with 2 fingers, preventing the intruder from pulling off his clever trick. The main character saw a man in a suit on the roof and immediately assumed that Chen Xianfu's henchman was standing in front of him. The masked man announced that there would be a banquet in honor of Xiaofan at the Chen family mansion at 8 o'clock tonight and asked if he dared to attend. Our hero asked the guy to tell Chen Xianfu that he should prepare for the consequences because Xiaofan will definitely not be afraid to come. An indignant Lan asked if Master wanted her to deal with this arrogant guy, but Xiaofan wouldn't let her. He grinned as he stated that he was going to teach the Chen family tonight and let them know what remorse and torment really meant. The following events unfolded on the territory of the airport, where Ms. Wangsu arrived after a concert tour. The blue-haired girl called someone and asked if they had managed to find out where Li Xiaofan was now. She was told that Xiaofan was going to attend the banquet hosted by the Chen family in the mansion at 8 o'clock in the evening. The information made the idol happy, and the girl was ready to come to this banquet to meet Xiaofan in person. After that, the action unfolded on the territory of the Chen family mansion, where a banquet was organized in honor of our hero. The guests had already arrived. They were impressed by how many big bosses had arrived. Rumor had it that even Lei Yuntian, the major general of Chu State, would be attending. Chen Xianfu had already been discharged from the hospital, and he told his wife that he had recovered so quickly because of the pill that his genius brother had given him. The man said that his older brother had also invited Lei Yuntian, the first super soldier of the Kanglong Special Forces, so Xiaofan would definitely die this time. Lin Lanjia knew that this soldier worshipped the martial art of Long Tingsun and Voldemort, who no one can defeat in all of Chuzhou. She said that even great people like Xiao Kun, Chu Shifeng, and Song Zhong would bow their heads to Lei Yuntian. Chen Xianfu was looking forward to enjoying this beautiful sight, thinking that his brother and Lei Yuntian would definitely deal with our hero. Chen Xianli was already sitting on the sofa in the living room and chatting with Lei Yuntian. He was very happy that the Grandmaster had arrived for the banquet. Senior Chen said that the two of them would now be able to crush that little cockroach Xiaofan, even if it had the ability to jump to the skies. Mr. Lei replied that Xiaofan's strength should not be underestimated, as even Su Rong had invited him to become the commander of the Kanglong Special Forces. But he still thought that Xiaofan was just a little frog at the bottom of a well that couldn't imagine the ocean. What angered Lei Yuntian the most was that everyone in Chuzhou already knew that Xiaofan had dared to provoke his disciple Xuelian. Chen Xianli guessed that Xiaofan would be scared and not come after learning about which martial arts mastodons would be attending this banquet. The red-haired big guy was deeply mistaken, because a moment later our hero burst into the building, kicking out the door and at the same time knocking down a couple of people. Displaying his Tai Xuan divine aura, he confidently entered the house. The men who fell to the floor asked in fright who he was. Lin Lanzhi asked if Xiaofan himself had come here all alone, and where was his beautiful girlfriend Miss Ouyang, who was constantly buzzing around him like a fly. She assumed that Ouyang had already abandoned our hero because he is just a redneck, and people just take advantage of him because they don't want to be with such an idiot. The girl was already getting out of her car at this moment. When she heard the girl, she asked who in their right mind could throw such a powerful person. It was Mu Dong Wangsu, who had surprised everyone with her appearance and claimed that she had come across the ocean specifically to see Xiaofan. Lin Lanzhi immediately recognized the girl as a famous idol, and the other guests began to envy her. The idol approached Xiaofan and hoped that he wasn't mad at her anymore, since she had already admitted her past mistakes. She was at a loss when Xiaofan claimed that he came here to kill, and she didn't understand why she came here. The men were angry at the arrogant brat who allowed himself to talk to a world star like that. Chen Xianfu didn't understand why those beauties Miss Yang and Idol Wangsu were hitting on Xiaofan, even though the man was obviously much better than him. Lin Lanzhi drove her husband in a wheelchair closer to Xiaofan to ask how our hero dared to appear in front of his guests in such an unsightly way. Jianfu stated that Xiaofan had made the biggest mistake of his life by coming here to his death. The main character swung his hand and slapped Chen Xianfu across the face because that bastard dared to grunt in front of him again. Xiaofan looked up as Chen Xianli appeared on the balcony, accusing our hero of having dared to hit his brother in front of him. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, the red-haired burly man shouted to make sure that Xiaofan didn't leave this place alive today. Chen Xianfu shouted, declaring that Xiaofan would never be able to defeat his older brother, no matter how formidable he was right now. Lin Lanzhi laughed viciously. She was happy that Xiaofan, who had rejected her, was in such trouble. The rest of the guests were wondering if Xiaofan could withstand Chen Xianli's wrath and where to put our hero's confidence. The main character accused Chen Xianli of being no better than a third-rate hooligan because he cut off the electricity and water at his construction site and also beat the workers to death. Chen Xianli proudly admitted that it was him who did it. He started laughing, asking and provoking what Xiaofan was going to do in this situation. The man explained that he only did it to get revenge for his younger brother, whose life was ruined by Xiaofan. Xiaofan charged his palm with Tai Xuan energy and shouted that Chen Xianli was not worthy to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Big Brother Chen swore that he would deal with our hero cruelly. Chen Xianli was visibly startled because after a moment, he saw streams of bright blue light in front of his face. The man grunted in pain as our hero's Tai Xuan power attacked ahead of him. He started shouting, demanding that Xiaofan let go of him because the energy trap was making it impossible for him to move. The main character shouted for him to be silent and made him fall down from the balcony while controlling the flow of Tai Xuan energy. A cloud of blue light still enveloped Chen Xianli, who couldn't move as he lay in the pit. After getting rid of Xiaofan's shackles, the man quickly jumped up from the floor and snorted, saying that it was just a cheap trick. Chen Xianli grabbed the knife and charged it with his energy, shouting that now he and Xiaofan would see each other in hell. Shouting furiously, the man ran up to our hero, swinging his knife point down to attack Xiaofan. The main character closed his eyes, not fearing Chen's attempts to injure him, and Lan decided to deal with the non-entity instead of her master. The girl, exposing her fierce demonic essence, caused Chen Xianli to fall back to the floor, taking revenge on the trash for her master. The guests hurriedly parted, covering their faces with their hands because Lan began to take revenge on the elder Chen, provoking explosions and bright flashes. Smiling sinisterly, the girl once again swung her red, energy-charged hand to attack Chen Xianli directly in the face. The guests couldn't believe what they were seeing, because Chen Xianli was a genius who had practiced martial arts since childhood, and now he was beaten up by a little girl. Chen Xianli was in shock, also not expecting to be defeated by the little girl. He was lying on the floor littered with rocks. His younger brother was also dumbfounded because he thought that it was simply impossible, being confident in Xianli's strength before. Xianli didn't give up. He asked Xiao Fan not to be so presumptuous when trying to get out of the pit. Gritting his teeth in anger, he looked at our hero and warned that Lei Yunxian would soon descend here and give him a miserable death. Lan noticed a piece of jewelry that was hanging around the neck of the guy she beat up. It was a small blue crystal. The girl stared at it in fascination because she recognized it as a body-hardening jade. She didn't expect to see this divine magic item on this boy. It was no wonder that Xianli had gained such power. Lan wanted to get this jade because this way she could not only restore her strength, but also develop it to the next level. She looked at her master warily, guessing that he might want to get such a jade for himself. Realizing that the girl wanted this piece of jewelry, Xiao Fan told her that it was just trash to him, even though it was a treasure. Lan was overjoyed when Xiao Fan decided to give her this jade because it contains the remnants of spiritual energy for practicing heaven sorcery. The little girl bowed her head to her master and thanked Xiao Fan for his generosity. Exposing her demonic essence once more, she charged forward to snatch that ornament from Xianli's neck with her sharp claws. The Lan attacked Chen Xianli, forming a bright red flash, and the boy began to scream, begging Master Lei to save him. The girl snatched the jewelry from the red-haired big man's neck, saying that this jade would now belong to her. She gave Chen Xianli a sinister look and declared that anyone who dared to challenge her master would be killed by her. Chen Xianli no longer had the strength to resist. He lay on his side and waited for help, while Lan charged her arm with energy again to attack him. The girl didn't have time to do so, because Lei Yunqian came to the rescue, putting out his fist against her. Chen Xianli's mood had improved, and he now believed that even 100 Yao Fangs couldn't hold out against his friend Master Lei. Lan, meanwhile, was still holding firm against Lei Yuntian's violent strength as he pressed down on her with his fist. The girl was forced to retreat because the master's power was too fierce against her own. Lei Yunqian claimed that the Chen family had invited him here to help deal with Xiao Fan, and now the guy had to explain to him why he had done such a wrong thing. He gave our hero the chance to kneel down and repent of his crimes against the Chen family properly if he wants to survive. At this moment, Mr. Chu and his granddaughter arrived at the banquet, and the first thing the old man did was address our hero. He said that he hurried back here as soon as possible when he heard that there were some problems at the construction site. The banquet guests respectfully bowed their heads to the head of the Chu family, greeting the old man. They didn't understand why even a busy man like Old Man Chu would come here, and they were also struck by the dazzling beauty of his granddaughter. One of the guests told another that Lei Yuntian had loved Lotus since he was a child, so he came to the city to marry her. Lei Yuntian himself was happy when he saw his beloved after a whole year of separation, and in his eyes she became even more beautiful. He was sure that the girl had come to see him, and he asked her how she came to be here, but Lotus passed by indifferently. Lotus apologized to Master Li for arriving too late and hoped to get forgiveness for the incompetent disciple. The main character waved his hand and replied to the worried student with pink hair that everything was fine. The guests were annoyed to see that Lotus had come here to see this brash boy, because usually this girl is very cold to everyone, and in front of Xiao Fan, she is very accommodating. Mr. Chu turned to Lei Yuntian and asked if he thought he could afford to mess with Xiao Fan. He said that he would try to convince Mr. Li not to kill the guy today, just for the sake of Lei's future. But he should not forget that Yunqian is a mediocre martial artist. Lei Yuntian assumed that the old man's mind was beginning to degrade, and he didn't think that Chu could comment on his actions in public. The guy got angry and asked who in this city he, Lei Yuntian, couldn't beat if he shouldn't even mess with Xiao Fan. Grandpa Chu shouted, telling the ignorant blockhead to shut up as he was trying to save his life right now. Lei Yuntian refused to believe that Xiao Fan was the mysterious Grand Master, since it was impossible for any cat or dog to become one. He shouted at our hero that he was just a newbie, and no one in the entire state of Chu knew about Xiao Fan, and people would probably die laughing if they heard our hero call himself. Lotus intervened, saying that Lei Yuntian wasn't in a position to talk to her master like that right now, since he didn't even know the basic rules of conduct. The guy clenched his teeth tightly in anger and glared at his lover, who insulted him shamelessly. He couldn't believe that the girl scolded him because of this clumsy boy and asked what people would think about it. After all, everyone knows who the Lotus Man is. Lotus screamed, demanding that he stop talking nonsense because there is no relationship between them, and this is clearly a one-sided love. The words of the pink-haired girl offended the guy so much that he screamed and slammed his fist on the table, using his energy. He admitted that he did not expect to receive such an attitude from his beloved, and for sure she will regret her behavior in the future. Lei Yuntian announced that he was going to deal cruelly with Xiao Fan on her words, so that she would understand who the pathetic aunt really was here. Old Man Shu advised Xiao Fan to be careful. After all, Lei Yunyan fought on the battlefield all year round, honing his skills. Xiao Fan calmly replied that he didn't care. However, he would like to see how great Long Tianyu's disciples really were. But before that, the protagonist still had unfinished business, and he turned his gaze to Chen Xianli lying on the broken floor. He went up to him and declared that Chen Xianli's vessel of sins was full to the brim, and he couldn't let him live any longer. The red-haired guy screamed in terror, begging for Senior Lei Yuntian to come to his aid. Lei Yunyan stood up for his friend and indignantly asked if Xiao Fan still dared to try to harm Chen in front of him. Xiao Fan asked Lei how a scoundrel like him dared to stand in front of this venerable one, and declared that a lowly idiot like him would never be able to stop him. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist directed a stream of Taishuan energy directly at the red-haired burly man's head. This was the final attack against Chen Xianli, who collapsed on the broken floor and no longer showed any signs of life. Chen Xianfu, who was confined to a wheelchair, screamed in horror at the loss of his beloved brother. Lei Yunyan tensed, wondering just what kind of inner strength Xiao Fan possessed. After all, he couldn't even defend against it. The banquet guests were shocked. They were convinced that Xiao Fan had incredible strength, and now Lei Yuntian was unlikely to be able to stop him. Mudong Wansuo was also dumbfounded to see Xiao Fan take Senior Chen's life without showing any mercy. Lei Yunchen charged his fist with fiery inner strength, telling our hero that he would definitely be finished now. He charged forward, followed by a giant image of a magical green dragon that was intent on taking Xiao Fan's life. The banquet guests were shocked to see the dragon fist. It was a powerful martial arts technique, one of the most famous martial techniques. Chen Xianfu was trembling with anger and hatred towards our hero. He wanted Xiao Fan to go to hell today, and his brother would be avenged. Lei Yunchen directed all the fiery power of his dragon fist directly at the protagonist, shouting that he would take his life. The purple-haired guy laughed viciously. He was sure that Xiao Fan couldn't withstand this blow. His expression changed dramatically as the flames dispersed, and he saw the results of his attack. Lei Yunchen's fist was completely stopped by the index finger of our hero, who called the opponent's trick childish games. Yuntian couldn't believe that he had used more than 60% of his inner strength on this strike, and Xiao Fan had managed to block it with just one finger. The banquet guests were horrified to see Xiao Fan's frightening abilities, as he only needed one finger to block the attack. The main character grinned and declared that his opponent was just a narcissistic kid, but not the #1 master in Shuzhou. Xiao Fan stepped aside, saying that Lei Yuntian was definitely no match for him, even if this venerable one would only fight with one hand. Lei Yuntian didn't want to give up. He shouted that Xiao Fan was forcing him to use another technique that he didn't think he would use in a place like this. Frowning in anger, he said that even the master had warned him not to use this technique unless absolutely necessary. He clenched his fist tightly and yelled with all his might. A huge image of an elderly, muscular, ancient martial artist appeared above him. Lei Yunchen's eyes turned into two pockets of flame. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his entire body ignited with magical fire. The image of the giant fighter was already aimed at our hero. Lei shouted that today the guy would meet his end, but Xiao Fan was not afraid of this. The main character looked at the opponent's fist charged with inner strength and laughed as he watched his pathetic attempts. The young man simply held out his hand and stood there, while a frenzied Lei Yuntian swung his fists, threatening Xiao Fan with a violent reprisal. Venerable Xiao Fan simply grabbed the opponent's fist, preventing Lei Yuntian from waving his hands in front of his face anymore. Lei Yuntian didn't give up. He shouted the Rickshaw King spell to use the 11-palm strike against Xiao Fan. The main character just pushed the guy's fist away from him, thinking that it was interesting because he is able to practice the Golden Ganga Dharma technique. Xiao Fan easily parried all the opponent's blows, and it was enough for him to do so with just one hand and his own inner strength. Lei Yunchen fell off his feet when Xiao Fan decided to use his giant Taishuan energy arm to stop the Rickshaw King as well. Master Lei stopped. He refused to believe what was happening and asked how such an absurdly strong person could even exist. The main character admitted that the opponent's blows were good, but unfortunately, it was difficult to even call it a fight. Lei Yunyan was startled when Xiao Fan grinned, clenched his fist, and said that it was probably time to get this over with. Mr. Chu was afraid for Lei Yuntian, and he shouted for the protagonist to show mercy. Lei Yunyan was now on the defensive, putting his hands out in front of him to prevent Xiao Fan from attacking his face. Trying to defend himself was futile, as a single divine punch from Xiao Fan sent him flying far back. Lei Yunchen only landed when he collided with the wall, shattering it, and grunted in pain. Chen Xianfu fell silent at what he saw. The loss of the legendary master left him in shock. Lei couldn't stand up anymore. Xianfu and the rest of the banquet guests opened their mouths wide in shock. They began to doubt if Xiao Fan was even human. Old Man Chu was trying to convey to our hero that Lei is actually not a bad person, and the incident at the construction site has nothing to do with him. He added that Yun Tian is a member of the Kanglong Special Forces, and soon Xiao Fan will become the head of this unit. Lei Yunqian gritted his teeth as he struggled to his feet, and Xiao Fan declared that he was willing to spare his life for Mr. Chu's sake. The main character looked down at the defeated master and asked if he wanted to live or not. Master Lei was defeated, but he glared at his opponent and said that he refused his terms. The guy said that he, Lei Yuntian, was only doing things of his own free will, and he didn't need some old man begging for his life. Mr. Chu started shouting at Lei, calling him a little brat because he was ungrateful to the old man. Chu asked Mr. Li to ignore this idiot, and Grandpa would send Lei to his father for strict re-education. Outside, Old Man Chu admitted that it was his frivolity that had caused so much trouble for Mr. Li. He tried to reassure Xiao Fan that the Chen family would be removed from the list of major families tonight, and he would personally handle the supplies for the alley's construction. Soon the main character returned to the construction site. There were already workers on the street who managed the delivery of materials. As Xiao Fan strolled around the construction site in a businesslike manner, he concluded that construction would soon resume. The guy smiled when someone called him, and Xiao Fan heard his own voice on the other end of the line. Happy to hear his father's voice, the son asked how Dad was doing, a happy smile still on his face. His father told him that he was currently staying at his Aunt Wu's house, so Xiao Fan should come there quickly to talk. Xiao Fan immediately went to see Papa. He remembered that his father and Wu Qingxuang were old comrades in arms for many years. When our hero arrived at the door of Aunt Wu's house, he heard her yelling at his father, asking if Old Man Li really thought that his beautiful daughter was not worthy of his son. He heard Aunt Wu loudly accusing Xiao Fan of being a spoiled son who shamelessly spends time with bad girls. Old Man Li tried to justify himself to Mama Qingshan, saying that he knew his son and he wasn't the person she described him as. Grandpa said that it was just a misunderstanding, so the woman should wait a little while for Xiao Fan to return home. Aunt Wu screamed, accusing Xiao Fan of being cruel and heartless for daring to abandon her innocent little girl. Trying to be polite, Old Man Li asked her to calm down when the woman demanded money from him as moral compensation. Xiao Fan guessed that Qingshan and her mother would not be so kind and deduced that they had purposely forced his father to contact him. He sighed heavily and recalled how in his previous life, Qingshan and her mother had cheated on him, ruining his life forever. He knocked on the door, still remembering his past life and how disgusting and pathetic it had been because of this harlot. What amused him more was that while in prison, Xiao Fan continued to dream that Qingshan would change his mind and return to him, abandoning Xiao Kong. By the time Xiao Fan was released, his father's cold corpse was waiting for him at home. It was a winter night and it was snowing heavily. Xiao Fan silently entered the house and Aunt Wu immediately started yelling at him, accusing him of being unscrupulous and heartless. In a previous life, the death of his father was an irreparable regret for our hero, so the first thing he did was hug his father tightly. Now that Xiao Fan was reborn, he swore by his cultivation that in this life, he would use all possible resources to protect Papa. He decided that he would definitely find his father's killer, and he would pay with his blood for what he had done hundreds of millions of times. Mr. Li asked his son why he was so sentimental and if he really missed him so much since they hadn't seen each other for only a month. In his previous life, Xiao Fan never thought that he would be able to reunite with his beloved father. Since his rebirth, this was the happiest day for him. Aunt Wu screamed again, demanding that the men stop being affectionate and stop being rude and ignoring her. She asked Xiao Fan if he was going to compensate her daughter for moral damages for abandoning her. The main character accused the woman of shamelessness because she swaps black and white, confusing the right with the wrong. Aunt Wu shouted at old Li that he had now seen with his own eyes what a scoundrel he had raised his son to be. Mr. Li gave his son a stern look and demanded that he explain what was going on here. They sat back down on the sofa, and Old Man Li told the matchmaker that he hoped for his son and Qingshan to be reunited, since the two of them have been communicating for a long time and maybe even understand each other right away. A disgruntled Aunt Wu stopped the old man, asking her not to call her matchmaker because this word hurts her ears. She asked how Xiao Fan would like to return to Qingshan, because now both businesswomen and idols are hovering around our hero like flies over a pile of garbage. Old Man Li waved his hand and said that it couldn't be, because if his son was so successful, the man wouldn't be living in a small house in the countryside. The man asked the matchmaker to give another chance to his son, because Xiaofan and Qingshan have been communicating since college. The woman agreed to give Xiaofan another chance to make things right and allowed him to meet her daughter again. Aunt Wu held up her index finger and stated that she had one condition. Old man Li was already happy that his son had a chance, so he didn't mind listening to the matchmaker's terms. The woman took a sip of tea and, with a sly smile, ordered to buy a house for her daughter so that she could have her own property. Xiaofan thought that Aunt Wu had finally shown her foxtail and dared to deceive his dad. He decided to let his father see for himself the true face of the couple and asked what kind of house they wanted, because all the villas of the Alley of 1,000 Flowers belonged to him. Aunt Wu choked on her tea when she heard this, and Xiaofan suggested that his father choose any house he liked in the alley for himself. The woman asked if Xiaofan was still living out his dreams, and did he want to say that he was the mysterious owner of Thousand Flower Alley. Xiaofan smiled proudly and confirmed that he was the secret owner of the Thousand Flower Alley project. Qingshan didn't expect Xiaofan to become like this, and asked if he had decided to lie to save his face. Aunt Wu told Old Man Li that the abandoned area of the alley had started to be built up. Now there were more than 100 new luxury mansions. Smiling sarcastically, the woman explained to Mr. Li that his son now calls himself the owner of this major project. The old man was angry with his son and forbade him to say such nonsense in the future, but asked if he might not know something about him. The man thought that his son really aspires to greatness, but right now, his child can't even afford to rent a room in the Wu house without the help of his dad. In the evening, when Xiaofan was walking with his father, our hero suggested that his father rent a room for him in a 5-star hotel. Old Man Li replied that one night in a 5-star hotel would be very expensive, so he was willing to stay in a cheap hotel. The father advised his son to save up all the spare money because Xiaofan came to Chuzhou for a short time, and his salary is not so big. Suddenly, manager Zhang Hong called Xiaofan and informed him that there were several contracts that our hero had to sign personally. The main character replied to an old friend that he understood everything and agreed to personally come to the office to sign contracts. Xiaofan asked his dad to call him if he needed anything, but he still had to go because there were contracts waiting for him to sign. Old Man Li slapped his son on the back of the head and told him not to bother with him so much and not to worry about him since they were no longer in the Wu household. He told his son to stop bragging about what he didn't have, and Xiaofan said that he couldn't explain some things to his father yet. Finally, Xiaofan asked Papa not to be deceived by Mother Qingshan and not to comply with their request for a house. The man thought that his son does not know anything yet because you need to show sincerity to the woman you love, and he wants to take care of him. The next day, when the old man checked into a modest room and sat on the bed, his phone lying on the nightstand rang. It was Aunt Wu, who reminded the man of his promise to buy a house for her daughter and hoped that he wasn't one to waste words. Mr. Li replied that he would bring Xiaofan to buy a house for Qingshan today and also send the woman the address. Before coming to Chuzhou, the old man sold his house and land, borrowed money from neighbors, and collected all his savings, but he barely had 1,000,000 yuan left. Looking at his bank statement, the man thought that his son's well-being was more than just some money. Back at the Thousand Flower Alley office, Aunt Wu told her daughter that the poor redneck would always be like this, and they discussed Xiaofan's recent boast. The woman was glad that her daughter did not stay in a relationship with this poor boy. Otherwise, she would have lived in poverty for the rest of her life. King Shan replied that Xiao Fang was a cheapskate because he had put his father in the cheapest hotel where only guest workers live. She thought that she couldn't wait to see Xiao Fan's unhappy face when they bought the house in Thousand Flower Alley and found out who the real owner of the project was. When Aunt Wu was looking at herself in the mirror, Old Man Li came and immediately apologized for making them wait so long. The woman decided to make a joke, asking the old man to tell his son to leave the most expensive villa for them because he allegedly owns the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. The man replied that he had already scolded his son for his bad behavior, and Aunt Wu shouldn't take all that nonsense seriously. He admitted honestly that he could not afford to buy a villa because it was worth tens of millions, and he himself had never been to a villa in his entire life. Aunt Wu said nothing and turned away resentfully, concluding that, after all, a redneck is a redneck. Old Man Li suggested that they go have lunch together and pay for the lady's food, and then discuss the details of buying a place for Qingshan. The man called his son, asked where he was now, and offered to have lunch together. The main character replied that he had an appointment with the manager of the department in the Alley of 1,000 Flowers, and it would take some time. Li was embarrassed that the women were listening to his conversation through the loudspeaker of his old phone, and Xiao Fan once again mentioned that he was now the owner of the alley and was littered with paperwork. Aunt Wu snatched the phone out of the man's hand and started shouting, accusing Xiao Fan of lying shamelessly and threatening to expose the whole lie of the guy. Old man Lee asked Mother Qingshan to keep her calm because his son was just joking and she shouldn't take it seriously. The man mentally scolded his son because now that his lies were exposed, the old man would be ashamed to show himself to people's eyes. They soon entered the Thousand Flower Alley office, where they were told that the complex's grounds were located in a thriving area of Chuzhou, and the project owner had invested billions of yuan in the construction. Aunt Wu and her daughter looked at the mock-ups of the mansions with delight, and Old Man Lee admitted that these houses looked very expensive. The man was embarrassed, so he asked Aunt Wu to go somewhere else because the real estate here is too expensive. The woman replied to the office employee that she had come to see Xiao Fan and asked her to call him here. The employee, smiling sweetly, replied that no one here works with that name. They only have Zhao Zhenghong. Aunt Wu made sure that old Lee had heard it too and asked him to call his son here for an explanation. The man did not understand why this pair of mothers and daughters behave so viciously and try to humiliate other people, even though his son is wrong. He asked Aunt Wu to be reasonable and leave his son alone, leaving this trivial matter aside and work on restoring Qingshan and Xiaofan's relationship. The woman looked at old Lee with displeasure when he suggested that they go to the suburbs, where the prices of houses are much lower. Aunt Wu screamed, thinking that the old man was just bullying her because her precious daughter shouldn't live in the suburbs. She shouted that the man should go and get some credit if he didn't have any money and threatened to deprive Xiao Fan of a peaceful life. Mrs. Wu loudly declared that she would not allow her only beautiful daughter to enter a poor village family. Old Lee tried to stop his matchmaker, begging her not to leave and listen to him. The woman screamed, demanding that Old Man Lee stop calling her matchmaker because she was getting embarrassed. Mr. Lee offered to negotiate. She would only give her $1 million because the villa in the alley of 1,000 flowers is inaccessible to him. Aunt Wu laughed and advised her daughter to kick the old man and Xiao Fan out of the house when the Lees purchased a house for her to rent out. Qingshan started to pretend that money didn't matter. The most important thing was that Old Man Lee was a reliable and honest person. She complained about the generation of rich guys who chased after her, but she still decided to stay with Xiao Fan even though he ruined her good intentions. The girl began to cry, saying that Mr. Lee now only had his cheating son to blame for being so dishonest. Old Lee was ashamed. The man blamed not his son, but himself because he could not help his only child with money for the house. Suddenly, Xiao Kun appeared in the Thousand Flower Alley office and approached Auntie and Qingshan, asking what brought them here. The guy admitted his guilt for what happened between him and Qingshan last time and apologized to the girl. The woman introduced Old Li Yang to Xiao Kun, whose father is the director of East Star Cola and has a large company under his own name. Aunt Wu said that Xiao Kun, who has a rich and influential past and a promising future, is the best candidate to be her daughter's husband. Young Xiao Kun looked at our hero's father with disdain and asked the women who the old man was. Qingshan waved her hand and replied that it was Li Xiaofan's father, a redneck who had promised to buy her a house. Old man Li shuddered in shame when Qingshan revealed that she and her mom were already humiliated by a man's offer to buy her a measly $1 million house in the suburbs. The man stood up for himself and told Qingshan that she was saying inappropriate things and asked her to at least call him uncle. He explained that the houses in Thousand Flower Alley were too expensive and he couldn't afford to buy even one, but he still wished the children a happy life like any parent. Xiao Kun stood up for the girl and told the old man that she was right, but Li didn't have any money or influence, so he shouldn't make a fool of himself. The guy handed Qingshan the key to his 130 square meter house in Xiang district and gave it to her in honor of her birthday. Qingshan and her mother were beaming with joy because this area is one of the most prestigious in the city. The house prices there are more than $4 million. The happy girl hugged Xiao Kun and kissed him on the cheek. She forgave him for past offenses because he treats her so well. Aunt Wu said that Xiao Kun was a member of one of the most elite families in the city. Unlike old Li's inexperienced, pathetic son, Mr. Li started to tremble and turn pale, not fully understanding what was going on here and why his sister-in-law was kissing another guy. The pale-faced man demanded that the woman tell him who Yang Xiao Kun was and what it all meant. Xiao Kun rudely explained to the old man that Qingshan was his girlfriend, and his beggar son was not worthy to be around this beauty. Ian called the guard over, who smiled ingratiatingly at the young master, and asked what he could do for him. The guy demanded that the guards throw this old man out of here, because the Alley of 1,000 Flowers is the most first-class residential area of the city, and such garbage has no right to enter here. Xiao Kun was happy to finally vent his accumulated frustration and rage on Xiaofan's father for being bullied by his son. Our hero at this time was already in the office and listened to the report of the employees that the Alley of 1,000 Flowers will be officially opened very soon. The staff wanted to formally introduce all the employees to him, as this was Mr. Lee's first visit to the office. Meanwhile, the guards were roughly pushing Old Man Lee forward to kick out the poor bastard who didn't deserve to come in here. The office staff regretted discussing business with such a poor old man, an idiot who decided to buy a villa here while being a poor villager. Shao Kun told the guard not to make such mistakes again and not to let people like Old Lee into this place, and the guard promised the guy to cripple the old man if he dared to show up. The main character, having heard this conversation, asked the guard who he was going to maim there. Xiao Fan, who was already clearly in a bad mood, entered the office accompanied by a whole team of project employees. Shao Kun tensed, not understanding how it was that he was bumping into this freak Xiao Fan absolutely everywhere. The guy asked Xiao Fan who let him in here. After all, he just threw out his father, and village people like them are not allowed to visit this place. Without replying to Shao Kun's complaints, the protagonist slapped him across the face with the palm of his hand to teach him a lesson for his words. Looking at young Master Yang with disdain, Xiao Fan guessed that young Master Yang was really tired of living, since he dared to lay his rotten hands on his father. The main character continued to repeatedly slap Shao Kun in the face, not even allowing him to say a word or catch his breath. The guy clutched his battered face and shouted, demanding that the guards put the bastard in his place. All the guards rushed forward to teach the jerk who dared to slap young Master Yang a lesson together. The main character decided to use the vision of the phoenix to get rid of all the insolent office guards at once. A fiery phoenix shot out from Xiao Fan's eyes and flew past the guards, causing them to feel extreme pain. Xiao Fan thought that his immortal heavenly child had given him fruit. After all, he only needed to look at the opponents, and they would immediately collapse to the ground. He pinned one of the guards to the floor with the sole of his foot and declared that he would destroy every person who dared to think of harming his father. A project employee ran into the office, out of breath, and asked everyone to calm down and explain to him what was going on here in general. Shao Kun shouted, explaining to Manager Du that he needed to call the police and arrest Xiao Fan, who had caused a disturbance in his sales office. Yang admitted that he couldn't beat Xiao Fan, but he couldn't wait to see how the so-called Almighty Master couldn't handle the police. Shao Kun came here to find Manager Du and meet the owner of the Thousand Star Alley, as well as establish cooperation with him, because this is the most luxurious complex. Once the partnership was successful, Shao Kun hoped to make a lot of money, but first he needed to gain the trust of the project owner. Manager Du started to stutter and turn pale in fear of our hero. He said that he didn't expect to see President Lee here today. Xiao Fan asked why the manager was so surprised, since he had the right to visit his property whenever he wanted. The man wiped the sweat off his face and happily explained that Yang Shao Kun had come here today to establish business cooperation with Mr. Lee. Manager Du was tense because of the idiot Shao Kun, who not only messed with President Lee, but was also trying to drag him into it. He began to smile ingratiatingly at our hero and asked him to calm down in order to resolve this issue, not noticing how a fiery phoenix was flying around him. Du screamed in terror as a huge flame bird wrapped its bright orange feathers around his neck. The protagonist looked at Manager Du with disdain and asked the man who even allowed him to open his mouth. Trying to escape from the phoenix's grip, the manager started begging for mercy and apologizing to Mr. Lee. Xiao Fan shouted that Manager Du was the face of the company, yet he still dared to take care of the scoundrels who threw his father out. Phoenix disappeared. The main character decided to save the manager's life just because he was not aware of all this. Xiao Fan stated that Manager Du no longer deserves to hold his position, so he's fired. President Lee ordered the man to roll out of here. He was still sitting on the floor, clutching his injured throat. Lan walked over to Uncle Lee and offered the old man tea with a sweet smile when the situation had calmed down. An elderly man asked his son who this little girl was, because he had never told him about her. Xiao Fan replied to Dad that her name was Lan. He picked her up on the street. She is very talented in martial arts, so she is now living with him and training. Old Lee thought how sorry he was for the girl who was abandoned by her parents and was glad that his son picked her up. He closed his eyes and almost cried because he decided to give Lan family warmth and be a good grandfather to her. Beaming, the man asked Lan to call him her grandfather, which surprised her greatly. She thought that she had been cultivating for hundreds of years, and she was actually an ancient demon, and some old man wanted to become her grandfather. Lan puffed out her cheeks and turned away without answering, and Mr. Lee thought that she was just shy. At this time, Shao Kun was gritting his teeth with anger and injustice, because he found out that crazy Xiao Fan was the owner of the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. Zhao Zhenghong stormed into the office and shouted at the employees, calling them worthless idiots and blind dogs for daring to kick out the owner's father of this alley. Two shamed sales office employees bowed their heads to the manager, and apologized to him for their rude behavior. Zhang Hong asked Mr. Li what he proposed to do with these girls, and he specifically referred to his friend as the boss in order to create an image of the boss of these cretins for him. The main character pointed his finger at the girls and shouted, ordering them to bow down and apologize to him. The girls screamed, asking who he was to make her apologize for such a trivial matter, because talking to this old farmer was just disgusting. Xiao Fan released the heavenly phoenix child out again and said that the woman should be punished for insulting his father. A fiery phoenix began to hover around the brazen employee of the sales office, and the girl screamed in pain and horror. She started screaming, begging someone to help her because she didn't want to die and didn't understand why her clothes suddenly caught fire. The second employee immediately fell to her knees and apologized to our hero, explaining her act as ignorance. Jingshan and her mother were shocked. They didn't understand how Xiao Fan had changed in such a short period of time, and now he is the owner of Thousand Flower Alley. The woman blamed herself for ridiculing Mr. Li and his son in such a ridiculous way because the whole truth had come out. The blonde concluded that Xiao Fan was definitely hundreds of times better than Xiao Kun on all counts, and now she blamed herself for being stupid because she cheated on our hero. The main character stunned his father with the news that he wanted to make a surprise for Dad, so he bought an alley of thousands of flowers for him. After showing the mock-ups of the houses, Xiao Fan said that the project is organized according to the taste of his father, and he can enjoy gardening and fishing on the territory of the complex. Xiao Fan now had the task of developing a life-prolonging pill so that his dad wouldn't die so early. Old Tree Li was shocked that in just a month his son had become so amazing. Now he was proud of his child who was famous throughout the city. The man cautiously asked his son if Xiao Fan could tell him the price of one villa in this alley. The main character replied that not so much. The prices of houses in the alley of 1,000 flowers are on average about 70 million. The elderly man opened his mouth and turned pale in shock because he could not even dream of a house for such a huge amount of money. Qingshan really wanted to live in the Thousand Flowers villa. Now the house Xiao Kun had given her felt like a squalid hut. Aunt Wu put on a smile and carefully approached our hero and old man Li, addressing her dear relatives. Old Li asked her not to call him that because he was tired of a woman's lies and wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Wu laughed and praised the man for his sense of humor, and also allowed her daughter to marry his son, because it is a blessing for her family. She admitted that she had already calculated the date of the wedding, and the 8th of May seems to her a very significant day. Old Li replied that it was his son's marriage, so he would decide what decision to make, and he would accept anyone. Qingshan grabbed our hero's hand and looked at him hopefully, asking if they could start over. The main character removed his hand and coolly told the girl to scram, not wanting to have anything to do with Qingshan at all. Aunt Wu got angry and yelled at our hero for this, because her daughter wants to start all over again, but he did an unfair thing, not even giving her a second chance. She consoled her daughter, and Xiao Fan warned that he would never find a better woman than Qingshan in his life because he thought too highly of himself. Miss Ouyang came to the office accompanied by security guards and asked the annoying, noisy old lady if she thought she was too loud. She grabbed our hero and confessed that she expected to see a beautiful girl here and not an ordinary girl teacher with a low salary. Qingshan paled as Ouyang continued to humiliate her, calling her an ugly, mercantile woman who didn't value her relationships and cheated on Xiao Fan. Miss Ouyang said honestly that even 100 or 1,000 young Xiao Kun wouldn't be able to match Li Xiao Fan. A girl with pink hair noticed a woman in a red dress and assumed that this lady was Qingshan's mother. Aunt Wu clenched her teeth in anger when Miss Ouyang said that the woman looked older than her age, not a bit younger than the poor old lady of 60 or 70. The woman looked at Miss Ouyang's guards and concluded that she couldn't afford to offend this girl in return. Miss Ouyang continued to give out advice and humiliate the mom and daughter couple, while Aunt Wu grabbed Qingshan's hand to leave the office together. Pei laughed and finally said that Qingshan was guaranteed to never find a guy like Li Xiao Fan. The girl felt ashamed when she realized that she got carried away humiliating the Wu family and completely forgot to introduce herself. Old Li was surprised when Miss Ouyang prettily introduced herself to him and said that it was very nice to meet him. The man was glad to see that his son was even more successful because Miss Ouyang is a much nicer and more beautiful girl, and her character is much better. Mr. Li could see that Miss Ouyang was no match for Qingshan since the girl with pink hair was from the upper class. Miss Ouyang froze and stared at our hero when the silent Xiao Fan signaled her with a glance. After understanding everything, the girl suggested that old Li take a walk together, knowing that the man had only recently arrived in Chuzhou. The main character cleverly got rid of the Pope just because he didn't want him to witness the bloody scene. Yang Xiaokun, noticing Xiao Fan's cold gaze on him, ran forward to escape and avoid being beaten up. Xiaofan grinned and told the pig that it was too late to run. He stretched out his hand charged with inner strength. A stream of bright blue light tightly grabbed young Master Yang by the neck as he shouted for Xiaofan to let go. By controlling his inner strength, the main character began to remotely make Xiao Kun rush around the office, hitting the ceiling. After that, he made the guy fall to the floor with a crash, smashing it into splinters. A cloud of thick smoke hung over Xiao Kun. Coughing, the guy was still conscious, and he started to repeat how much he hated the main character. The defeated young Xiao Kun warned Xiaofan that the boy's father would not leave our hero alone if he decided to take his life. Xiaofan crossed his arms and asked him not to worry. The enmity between them wouldn't end so quickly. He was going to slowly torment him. Our hero perfectly remembered that Xiao Kun was one of the perpetrators of his father's death in a previous life, so now he will definitely not leave the guy alone. Young Xiao Kun, pale and sweating with terror, froze as he stared at the gold coin that was flying towards his face. The gold coin was not simple, but magical, hitting Xiao Kun. It exploded, forming a cloud of smoke. Xiao Kun started screaming, clutching his face and complaining about how much it hurt, and our hero warned that his revenge would be long and merciless. Xiaofan thought that someone was standing behind Xiao Kun, guiding him from the shadows, otherwise this guy wouldn't have dared to appear in front of our hero again. Now Xiaofan's boiling blood was ready to take revenge on those who had treated him unfairly. After all, he had been reborn. He decided to bend this entire world to his venerable immortal will, wrapping his iron hands around the heavens. He promised himself that anyone who dared challenge this venerable would suffer and shudder at the mere mention of his name. When it was already dark outside, the next events took place in a traditional Chinese-style restaurant. The main character and his father sat down to dinner together. Xiaofan wanted to say something to Dad about the Thousand-Flower Alley. While pouring beer, the guy said that he accidentally rendered a favor to the head of the Chu family, and that as a sign of gratitude, he decided to give Xiaofan an alley of thousands of flowers. Our hero thought that he didn't want his dad to suffer anymore, so he decided to continue lying to him about his identity for his own good. Old Li replied that this version was similar to the truth and told his son to work hard to live up to the Chu family's kindness. While pouring wine into Papa's glass, Xiaofan confessed that he had something to ask his father. The main character dared to ask his father about his mother and ask why the woman left them. Xiaofan remembered that before rebirth, his mother left them when he was still a small child, and until his father died, she didn't show up. The father had never told his son anything about his mother before. He only remembered that she was very beautiful and kind. The main character was amazed when he saw that his father started crying because his dad was always mentally very strong. Xiaofan decided that his father wasn't just crying because of his mother. There must be some other reason, and he wanted to find out. He got angry and thought that he should find the sinner who ruined his family's happiness, and that person should be prepared for this venerable immortal's wrath by now. The saddened old man admitted that he was not ready to tell his son the truth about his mother right now. In his opinion, Xiaofan was still too weak, so he might end up dead or causing even more trouble for his mother if he tried to find her. Xiaofan looked dumbfounded as his father declared that his mother loved this family and loved her son even more. Old Li got up from his chair and told his son that the boy's mother had left the family to protect him and her husband. The man already wanted to return to the hotel because it was late, and our hero offered his father to take him to a more comfortable place. My father replied that Thousand Flower Alley was too dazzling a place for this old man's eyes, so he would rather live in a normal hotel. Xiaofan didn't argue because his son's piety obliges him to allow elderly parents to live according to their own ideas and beliefs. In his previous life, he hadn't taken good care of his father because he was blindly in love with Qingshan, but now he swore to himself that he wouldn't make past mistakes. Xiao Kun, lying in the hospital, made a video call to Sun and said that he should take severe revenge on Xiaofan for him. Song asked him not to worry and agreed to help him take revenge on Xiaofan. But it's worth waiting a little, because the master of the Jingyi sect will soon take our hero's life himself. The pigtailed guy promised Xiao Kun that he would also get a chance to have fun with Xiaofan, because he understood Yang's desire to quench his thirst for revenge. Song promised to summon his personal armory and take Xiaofan's life if Sect Master Xing Yi didn't do so, since he couldn't bear to watch his friend Xiao Kun suffer. Soon, one of Sun's men asked someone from the balcony if he had found a way to deal with the old man. After all, he had been spying on him all these days. The old man replied that Xiao Kun was in the hospital because of the old man's son, and he would honor Sun's order and deal with Mr. Li. A subordinate reported to the boss that their target was on an antique street that wasn't far from their store. Old Li was taking a walk with Miss Yang at this time, and the girl showed him the famous street of the city and asked him to walk around alone for a while she went to the toilet. An elderly man approached one of the shops that sold antique items that interested him. He decided to take a closer look at Chinese porcelain antiques and thought about buying them for his son, not noticing that a robber had crept up on him. Old Lee only had time to turn around and open his mouth when he noticed a suspicious guy wearing glasses walking up to him. The stunned old man frantically moved to the side when that vase-carrying guy shouted at him not to block his way. The red-haired guy with glasses deliberately bumped into his grandfather and dropped the vase. Mr. Lee collapsed on the ground and started complaining about the pain in his legs, and the guy accused him of breaking his vase on purpose. Grimacing in pain, the man looked at the stranger and sincerely apologized to him for the broken vase. The guy squatted down and said that the broken vase belonged to the Ming dynasty, and now the old man has to pay him for it, otherwise he will call the police. The passers-by didn't interfere because this is a matter for the powerful boss Lu, and even though this guy did it on purpose, it's best not to mess with him. The old man was terribly sorry that he broke the vase and was willing to pay for it, thinking that it didn't look too expensive, so he could afford it. Holding the elderly man's collar, the bespectacled guy showed his palm and reported that the vase was worth 500,000 yuan. Mr. Lee broke out in sweat and turned pale when he heard this amount, because for a village farmer, it was a huge amount of money. The guy started tugging at the old man's collar and shouting that he wanted to get his $500,000 right now. He pushed Mr. Lee away and shouted for him to stop wasting his time and hand over the money for the broken antiques immediately. The old man politely asked the young man not to be so unreasonable because he couldn't give him that amount of money. The man started calling out to passers-by for help because everyone saw that this guy had purposely bumped into old Lee. People didn't want to interfere with Boss Lu's business, so they decided to quickly get out of there without helping the old man. The robber with glasses pushed his grandfather again and told him to stop whining because he would have to pay for the vase anyway. He waved his hand saying that, otherwise the man will not leave here today. A whole crowd of bandits appeared behind him. Panicking, the old man tearfully asked the hooligans to believe him because he really didn't have that much money. Mr. Lee suggested that the hooligans pay 50,000 for the vase, which is more than nothing. The guy smiled slyly as he deduced that this old beggar still had some cash, so he now requested 700,000 from him. He warned the old man that the longer he waited, the more money he would have to pay, so he should give it back immediately. Old Lee panicked. He didn't know how to get out of this trouble, and he was already regretting coming to the street today. The man asked the bandits to accept his situation and let him go, because he really can't give them $500,000. The bandit adjusted his glasses and replied that he couldn't let the elderly man go because he wasn't such a good person. He suggested that the old man call his family or take out a loan so that the bully would get his money anyway. Old man Lee spread his hands apart, not knowing what to do, and the three bandits, flexing their fists, began to approach him and laugh viciously. Fortunately, Miss Ouyang came to the rescue in time, and she screamed, ordering the robbers to stop right now. When she returned from the bathroom, Xiaofan's father was nowhere to be seen, but she noticed a crowd of onlookers nearby. The pink-haired girl then started to panic because she knew what Xiaofan would do to her if she lost his father. And then Miss Ouyang saw Mr. Lee being bullied by a red-haired bully, grabbing his hands. She went up and shouted, asking the bandit how he dared to raise his dirty hands against his father, and demanded that he let the old man go now. Red Bandit let go of his grandfather and froze when he saw Miss Ouyang in front of him, who was insulting him nonstop. The guy got angry and yelled back at her, telling her to shut up and mind her own business. Smiling slyly, he then approached the girl and offered to give her 1,000,000 yuan if she really wanted to save that old man. He warned her that sometimes helping people meant getting into even more trouble, so she should mind her own business. Miss Ouyang sighed heavily, took out a check, and began to write in the required amount, asking if he was asking for 1,000,000. The girl handed the hooligan a check for exactly 1,000,000 yuan and demanded that the bandits let Grandpa go right away. The bandit grabbed the check and got angry, demanding to get his money in cash because he was not born yesterday and cannot know whether this piece of paper is real or not. He added that he was just joking earlier, not thinking that she wanted to save the old man seriously, so now Miss Ouyang owes him at least 2 or 3 million. Miss Ouyang got angry and advised the guy to stop trying his luck, but take his million and get out of here. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. She thought that she wouldn't have put up with this baboon for so long if she had brought her bodyguards with her as usual today. The red-haired bandit grinned and admitted that the girl had aroused his curiosity, and he now wanted to see how serious the consequences would be. Exchanging glances with his henchman, the bully said that neither the girl nor the old man would leave here until they gave him 3 million. The robbers began to push Miss Yang and the elderly man roughly, telling them to move faster. Their leader told the girl to call her family and tell them to bring 3 million here, otherwise she wouldn't be able to leave this place. The guy was happy because under the boss's orders, Lu had brought this old man here, and now he was going to cripple the man to take revenge on Xiao Fan. The bandit did not know how this miss is connected with our hero, but he concluded that she is a person close to him because she is so desperate to help this old man. Old man Li blamed himself for what had happened, but Miss Yang told her uncle not to worry because she had already called Xiao Fan and he would come to help soon. The bully said that the girl had just made it easier for him because this place would now be Xiao Fan's grave. The red-haired guy greeted Boss Lu and reported that he had caught the right person, so he should come here and see him personally. The bandit didn't even have time to notice that the atmosphere in the room changed to gloomy, and one of his henchmen was attacked by someone. The second hooligan screamed in fright, asking the leader what was going on, as the others behind them instantly disappeared. Strands of dark energy began to envelop this guy as he screamed, begging for the boss to save him. The red-haired bandit tensed up on his own, shouting for the assailant to show his face. The terrified guy screamed, asking his guys to show up, because absolutely all of his people seemed to disappear in a couple of seconds. He saw a small girl smiling sinisterly in front of him, who asked her uncle if he was looking for someone. The bandit started in fright, not understanding where this girl came from or who she was. Grimacing in horror, he pointed a finger at her and asked if the whole damn thing was really her doing. Lan began to act like a completely innocent girl and asked her uncle how she could even do something bad. After a moment, she once again released her demonic essence, smiling sinisterly at the red-haired bandit. The doe leaped forward, slapping the boy's face with her hand, and screamed, demanding that he give her his soul and die. The force of the girl's blow was such that the bandit flew back and landed on the floor, screaming in pain. The battered guy looked at the doe in fright and concluded that this was not a girl, but a real demon. He quickly jumped up from the floor and ran towards the exit, shouting and begging for someone to save him from the demonic girl. It was not possible to escape because a moment later, our hero, rushing into the building with his foot, knocked the guy down with his kick. The red-haired bandit flew back again and landed, hitting a shelf of antique vases. After Xiao Fan's impressive punch, the young man collapsed on the floor face down, surrounded by the broken vases he had smashed. After recovering, the bandit started shouting and shouting, asking who dares to kick him. The main character did not stop there. The venerable one went up to the bully and grabbed him by the head with one hand, pinning him to the floor. Then he lifted it off the floor with one hand and asked the insignificant ant how it dared to raise its hand against the father of the god king. The red-haired bandit replied that Xiao Fan and his loved ones dared to invade the antique street, so they would definitely be killed by Liu Lao Lu. Without replying to the hooligan, the venerable god king once again slammed him to the floor, smashing the wooden boards into splinters. An enraged Xiao Fan suggested that the bandit punch him in the jaw to see how he would chatter afterward. The shop's customers scattered in fear, and the commotion died down when someone came in and tapped the floor with a stick, telling them to stop. It was an elderly man, a shop owner named Boss Lu, who ordered the guys to stop fighting immediately. The bandit was glad that his boss had shown up and started begging for help, but he couldn't finish when Xiao Fan covered his mouth with the sole of his shoe. Boss Lu started yelling at our hero, reminding him that the vile brat is in his territory, so he shouldn't be so cocky. The main character ordered the old man to be quiet and asked who he was to tell this venerable what to do. Lu smacked his chest and replied that he was Boss Lu, the owner of the famous Heavenly Blessing Shop, and absolutely everyone here respected his orders. The people on the street were terrified when they heard his name. Some of them knew that last month one of the shop assistants and his entire family had died in a car accident, which was actually a planned murder by Lu. The owner of an antique shop said that today he must settle scores with our hero because he injured his man and his father broke an expensive vase. The old man told Xiao Fan to remember his words about how none of them would leave this store until our hero gave him 3 million. Xiao Fan replied that he would also get down to business and demanded 100 million from the boss for bullying his father, and then he would reduce the severity of the punishment for him. Boss Lu laughed and replied that Xiao Fan must be a mentally ill person because no one dared to talk to him like that before. The confident old man declared that he intended to fulfill Xiao Fan's wish today since he wanted to die. The owner's people started running to the antique shop to help their boss teach our hero a lesson. The entire team of fighters that works for Boss Lu was crowded in the room, ready to follow his orders. Boss Liu decided to give our hero one last chance to make a quick phone call to get all the help he could. The protagonist's father asked his son to hurry up before it was too late, but Xiao Fan was in no hurry to take out his phone. Xiao Fan took out his phone and agreed to play a leisurely game, warning that if he did, Boss Liu's death would be a terrible torment. One of the thugs helped the boss light a cigarette, and Liu told Xiao Fan that in his case, it was useless to call someone because no one would save the guy. He smiled sinisterly as he told little Xiao Fan that he was messing with the wrong people, and he didn't know which big boss he was dealing with. Looking at the screen of his phone, Xiao Fan replied that the man similarly had no idea who he was dealing with. The man announced that time was up and ordered his men to capture our hero to teach the bastard a lesson. The old man turned around, as did all his bewildered boys, when someone shouted for everyone to disperse because Brother Shi had arrived. The door swung open, Brother Shi and his bodyguards appeared in the doorway, and the guy asked who dared to create chaos in this place. Boss Liu, smiling, asked Shi if he was here to buy antiques, and advised him not to come here unnecessarily because his people could personally bring the guy any goods. Brother Shi, ignoring the shopkeeper, approached our hero and bowed his head to him, expressing his readiness to receive any order from Mr. Li. Xiao Fan pointed his finger at Boss Liu and told Shi that this bastard dared to deceive his father and even threaten him. Shi tensed up when he saw our hero's anger, because now he will have to deal with this matter well. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear Master's anger. Brother Shi started to slowly approach the boss of the antique shop, who put on a smile as he tried to calm the mercenary down. The red-haired guy slapped the man in the face, shouting that he was a moron because he didn't come here to buy his damn stuff. An enraged Brother Shi kicked the old man, asking if Boss Liu didn't want to live anymore if he dared to insult Master Li. A blonde bodyguard in a dark suit announced loudly that Brother Bei had also arrived. Babo also came to the antique shop on the orders of our hero, followed by a whole crowd of his people who know how to fight well. Boss Liu cheered up as he thought that Brother Ba had definitely come here to stand up for the old man, and now the brat would no longer stand like this with his head held high. A burly red-haired guy with a scarred face entered the antique shop, accompanied by security guards. After collapsing on the floor, Boss Liu immediately started complaining to Ba that this little brat dared to insult him. Ignoring the old man's complaints, Ba approached our hero, bowed his head to him, and reported that he had called all his subordinates here, and there were more than 2,000 of them. Babo shouted, warning everyone present that anyone who dared to offend Mr. Li today would pass away on the spot. The shop owner's subordinate panicked, grabbed Boss Liu's arm, and asked what they should do now. Boss Liu's face once again shone with a satisfied smile when he heard that even the mayor of the city, Mr. Chen, had come to the store. The shopkeeper told Smelly Brat that he and all his people would have to bow their heads when his uncle came here. Mayor Chen was a longtime relative of Boss Liu, so the man thought that his uncle had definitely come here to protect his nephew. When the mayor of the city entered the store, Boss Liu immediately asked his uncle for help, but Mr. Chen didn't even look at him. Boss Liu tried to let the mayor remember him by saying that he was his cousin's first cousin and his second aunt's child, but Mr. Chen passed by without a word. Mayor Chen bowed to our hero and reported that he had made inquiries about this place and found out that this Liu was doing questionable things, deceiving tourists and threatening them. The mayor, hand on heart, asked Mr. Li to believe him that he had nothing to do with this Liu. Mr. Chen assured Mr. Li that he threw Boss Liu out of the house as a law-abiding mayor when he came to him with expensive gifts. Mayor Chen was prepared to fight bravely against anyone who dared to rebel against young Grandmaster Li. Citizens walking along the antique street were shocked when they saw a whole column of military tanks on it. Chinese army soldiers armed with sniper rifles also arrived at the antique shop. The commander gave the order to snipers to find the target and surround it. 3 soldiers pointed a laser at the right person. Boss Liu was horrified when he noticed the many red dots from the sniper rifle scopes on his body. Su Rong got out of the armored car, and the man first turned to the main character. He stated that he was forever indebted to Xiao Fan for saving Mudong Wansuo's life. So after the call, he immediately gathered his personal strength and rushed here. Boss Liu's terrified men concluded that they had contacted the wrong person this time, and the military had come to launch a cold-blooded war against them. Boss Liu was now cursing Xiao Kun in his mind because the man wouldn't have gotten into this mess if the guy hadn't set him off against the powerful Master Li. The owner of the antique shop collapsed on his knees in front of our hero and began to beg for forgiveness in front of Grandmaster Li. Trembling with fear, the elderly man began to beg the protagonist to spare his life and spare his life. The main character wasn't going to forgive the old man so easily for bullying his father, so he taught him a lesson by hitting him. He grabbed Boss Liu by the collar and declared that the old man was disgusting. After all, he had committed the biggest sin of his life by threatening his father. Xiaofan started slapping Boss Lu's face again and again with his hand, while holding onto his shirt collar with his other hand. He let the man go, and the man began to beat his forehead on the floor, admitting all his sins, and promised that he would no longer dare to take a single cent from the Li family. The main character coolly looked at Boss Li and replied that he couldn't let him go so easily. He intended to torment him until he calmed down. Xiaofan ordered Shi to gather his men and start demolishing the place, destroying all of Boss Lu's expensive antiques. Brother Shi suggested that these guys decorate this expensive store in their own style, saying that Boss Lu sells fakes to deceive people, so there's nothing valuable here. Boss Lu tried to stop them, begging them not to do so. He suggested that the matter be resolved in a more peaceful way. The guys from Brother Shi's team started swinging axes and shovels, smashing wooden furniture and ceramic vases. The shop owner was terrified. He tried to convince them to stop doing it, because he spent a lot of money on all these things. After the main character gave an order to Babo to drive bulldozers to this store to level it to the ground, dumbfounded Boss Lu looked at our hero with wide eyes. After all, this is not just his shop, but also his home. Very soon, a yellow bulldozer arrived at the site and began to destroy the walls of the building, making it uninhabitable for life and business. Boss Lu was kneeling in front of his destroyed fine shop, complaining about having spent over 10 million on it. Xiaofan gave the old man a month to restore the shop to its previous state, and our hero will destroy it again, and so he will do it several times. Our hero pushed Lu, shouting that he didn't even dare to run away, otherwise Xiaofan would track him down and take revenge on him 100 times harder. The main character left the old man alone and coolly left while Boss Lu was lying on the asphalt in front of the destroyed building. Xiaofan turned to the gang of hooligans, asking the nobodies how they dared to touch his father in the first place. The enraged venerable waved his hand, causing all three bandits to collapse to the ground and wished them to go straight to hell. Turning away, Xiaofan thought that anyone who dared to blackmail this venerable's father should be prepared to die. Old Li walked up to his son, accompanied by Miss Yang, and asked Xiaofan if he had invited all these people. Babo and the others bowed their heads to the venerable one, and Taishuan recalled how he had spent thousands of years in the heavenly realm, looking through the sea of time and the realms of nothingness. The protagonist recalled how he had personally put an end to the fates of many powerful clans and witnessed the rise and decline of countless superpowers. Wherever the immortal sovereign went, he would leave behind countless bodies of slaughtered people. After a few mundane days, the action unfolded in the evening, on the territory of the luxurious villa of the main character. Over dinner, Old Li suggested that his son visit their family shrine and attend the ceremony next week. Xiaofan was taken aback when his father mentioned Miss Pei, saying that she was a very sweet, kind-hearted, and beautiful girl. The old man told his son that he was already at the right age for marriage, and their neighbor Lao Wang had even become a grandfather. The main character, without answering the Pope, got up from the table. The man tried to stop his son and asked him to sit down. The older man visibly stiffened when he answered the phone and was told some news. He was outraged when he found out that he could not participate in the ceremony and expressed his dissatisfaction into the phone. Angered, he asked the relative not to forget that he was also still a member of the Lu family and threatened to talk to Shishu Gong about it. Mr. Li was shocked when he heard that it was Shishu Gong who decided not to allow the man to attend the ceremony. The man firmly stated that in any case, he would attend this ceremony because it is his right. Xiaofan asked Papa to calm down and tell him what happened, because he shouldn't be so angry. It's not good for his health. The main character transferred the energy of the fiery phoenix to his dad and said that everything was fine because his son was nearby. He promised to deal with any problem of his father. Xiaofan secretly channeled his qi into his body to clear his meridians and calm him down. Old Li was stunned. He didn't understand why his body was suddenly filled with vigor and energy. The man drank some water and said that his brother just called him and forbade him and Xiaofan to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony because they blackened the face of the earth. Indignant, Mr. Li didn't understand why the family treated them like this, since they were also part of the clan. The old man knew that his brothers had made good progress in life, one of them a businessman and the other a politician, only he remained a poor farmer. He closed his eyes and began to reproach himself for being the only one running a small furniture factory and struggling to maintain his daily life. Xiaofan remembered that in his previous life, his uncles had despised his father in every way, were callous and heartless, and there was no kinship between them at all. When the protagonist's father died, they didn't even show up for his funeral. Only some of the younger family members came. Our hero in the past life experienced only oppression and ridicule from his uncles, so now he considers them ruthless bastards. This time, the uncles had decided to be even more outrageous, and he couldn't forgive them for Xiaofan and his dad being literally excluded from the family. The guy told his father that he should not argue with anyone. He asked him to entrust his son with solving this problem. Xiaofan stood up and stated that they were going back to Yunzhou, and they would attend the ceremony because no one would have the guts to stop him. Soon, the main character and his dad have already boarded a high-speed train that will take them to the hometown of the Li family. Looking out the window, the Venerable One recalled how he had just been reborn on this train, and now he was returning to his hometown. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, thinking that the two routes were different, but the purpose of the trip was the same, namely to wash away past humiliations and take revenge on all those who in the past and present life dared to stand in the way of our hero. A few hours later, our hero, his dad and Lan, got off the train and left the local station. The protagonist was overjoyed when he took out his phone and saw that Fang Xiaodong was trying to call him. In junior high, Xiaofan and Xiaodong were classmates and best friends. Even in university, they didn't lose touch with each other. Xiaodong heard that Xiaofan had returned to his hometown, so he invited him to Zhang Liwan's birthday party, and our hero happily agreed. Originally, the guy wanted to come to the city in an expensive car given to him by Lotus, but his dad doesn't like such transport, so they arrived by train. Xiaofan wasn't eager to attend a friend's party by driving an expensive car, because more than anything, he doesn't like to show off and stand out. Old Li got in the car, telling his son that he would go home first because he didn't want to stop his son from meeting his old friends. The main character put his father and Lan in the car, the taxi left, and the guy waved goodbye to them. Xiaofan himself got into a high-end car with a private driver to show up to a party of school friends soon. In the car, he remembered that, in his previous life, his class leader, Zhang Lijuan, had mysteriously disappeared right after her birthday. By the time the police found the girl, Zhang Liwan had completely lost her mind and became mentally unstable. In the end, the girl's family fell into despair, sending her daughter to a psychiatric hospital, and Li Huan was unhappy for the rest of her life. Looking back now, the whole situation seemed very strange to Xiaofan, and he wondered what had happened to the headman back then. He remembered that in middle school, his math grades were terrible, and after school, the head teacher always tried to help him improve his knowledge, even when she was sick. The teacher asked the head man to go to the hospital because she had a cold and fever, but the girl agreed to be treated only after helping Xiaofan with mathematics. Moreover, in his school days, Xiaofan's family was poor. His father was a simple carpenter in a small furniture factory and did not earn more than 800 won a month. All the students went to school with new backpacks, and our hero's bag was as old as possible. Because of this, everyone laughed at the guy. There was even a group of hooligans who would always wait for Xiaofan at the gate to make fun of him and make fun of him. At the end of the second grade winter break, the school started collecting more than 1,000 yuan for living expenses, tuition fees, and other fees. But Xiaofan's father didn't have enough money to cover these expenses. Xiaofan's uncles were rich, so Xiaofan's father turned to them for help, but the men coldly chased him away without giving him a penny. The men told Xiaofan's father to get the hell out of here, since the poor bastard couldn't afford to pay for his son's education. Back then, even though it was spring outside, it was the coldest day for old Li. The brother's merciless words pierced through his heart like an icy blade. Even to this day, the main character remembered the day when the father tried his best not to cry in front of his son. Then the father told his son that he blamed only himself for this, because he could not meet even the most basic needs of the child. At that moment, Xiaofan swore to himself that at some point in the future, he would have to earn a lot of money and rise above all those who made fun of his dad. But the boy's will was getting weaker every day, and our hero's dad was upset because he was the only one who didn't pay for his son's education from the whole class. Xiaofan's teacher constantly put pressure on his father, which only increased the stress and anxiety in the man's life. Many classmates found out about the financial situation of Xiaofan's family, and they became even more cavalier towards the guy. At one such moment, when the guys in the class were taunting him, the head teacher grabbed Xiaofan's arm and told him to follow her. Headman Zhang Liwan took our hero outside, and the boy asked the girl why she had brought him here. The girl handed him an envelope and asked him to pay for his education, and also do not hesitate to contact her for help in the future. This venerable lord still remembered how warm and kind he felt at that moment. Headman Liwan was truly a kind-hearted girl. He knew that the headman's family was also going through a financial crisis at that time, but the righteous girl still decided to help a classmate. The main character told his driver to take him to the shopping district because he needed to buy a gift for his girlfriend. Soon, a black car pulled up in front of the desired store, where Xiaofan decided to buy a gift in honor of the headman's birthday. Xiaofan got out of the car and walked to a wooden door that had a signboard with the store's name on it. After making the purchase, he returned to the car, thinking that now it was his turn to help the prefect. who had helped him through the most difficult time of his life. In the car, Xiaofan was determined that all his friends and family would be blessed with prosperity and live in greatness, but his enemies would burn in the flames of his rage. Yunzhou was just a small provincial town, which was why Qingshan and her mother looked down on Xiaofan. Xiaofan arrived at the only 3-star hotel in the area, where only the rich and respected people of Yunzhou visit. Previously, he couldn't even go near this hotel because he didn't even have the money to go to school, and the guy's pockets were cleaner than his face. When Xiaofan saw his friend, he remembered that he had only lived on the free food stamps Xiaodong gave him for half a year. Xiaodong always treated our hero with respect and care, being a very open and generous person. After an eternity, they finally met. Feng Xiaodong embraced our hero in a bear hug and advised his friend to eat more because he is still so thin. The guy explained that he was just joking. He complimented his friend on how handsome he was, and Xiaofan was happy to renew this sincere friendship after thousands of years. Happy friends laughed loudly, rejoicing at the meeting after a long separation. Our hero was especially happy because for him an eternity had passed. Xiaodong said that he did not go to college after high school, but inherited his father's clothing factory, and his business is successfully operating. He heard that our hero is now a trainee teacher in Chuzhou, so he suggested that he become a deputy manager at his factory because Xiaofan is perfect for this position. The conversation was interrupted when a guy with glasses came in and saw Xiaofan and asked if he really wanted to embarrass himself in his hometown after a girl from Chuzhou left him. Xiaodong covered his friend's back and asked the famous bully from their school, Zhao Jiantuo, what he wanted from Xiaofan. Xiaofan remembered this bully that he was terrified of in school because he was constantly bullied by him, and Xiaodong saved him. Now, Zhao Jiantuo was just a pitiful ant to this immortal, and he wasn't going to be like him. Jiantuo waved his hand, demanding that Xiaodong move to the side because he wasn't talking to him, but to Xiaofan. The hooligan asked Xiaofan what kind of gift he brought for the headman's birthday. After all, this wasn't a place where he could just eat for free. Jiantuo's friend gave the idea to the bully to find a way to humiliate Xiaofan and give him leftovers from the banquet if he came here just to fill his belly. The guy in the leopard jacket laughed angrily, asking our hero if he liked the idea. The group of 3 school bullies started laughing loudly, openly humiliating their classmate Xiaofan. Xiaofan remembered that those 2 bastards in junior high would come up to him every time they saw him and gave him the nickname Beggar King. At that time, there was nothing he could do to regain his dignity in class. Even in physical education class, he could only hide in a corner, pressing himself against the wall. This shameful feeling still haunted the boy for a long time. He remembered how the bullies laughed at him in the back alley of the schoolyard. The protagonist knew that he wouldn't have been able to make it through these 3 years of high school if Xiaodong and the class leader hadn't supported him. But after that, Xiaofan managed to become a deity, an immortal that was worshipped by all beings, and if someone got in his way, he would just walk over that person's dead body and move on. Right now, no one dared to bully Xiaofan like this. Now his life was no different from a normal walk. Our hero replied to the hooligans that it was a good idea, and he could leave Liu Pa some leftovers after the holiday. Liu Pa got angry and shouted, demanding that Xiaofan repeat his words one more time. He was mentally cursing the arrogant guy. When the bully dared to point his finger at our hero, Xiaofan became angry and activated his phoenix vision. Xiaodong pushed Liu Pa away and asked him who he thought he was, since Xiaofan was his brother, so by insulting him, he was also insulting Xiaodong. The boy shouted, warning Liu Pa not to blame him for being rude if the bully continued to act like this. Zhao Jiantuo decided to step in. He told Liu Pa to step aside so that he could deal with Xiaodong and Xiaofan himself. A bully with glasses said that our hero was incredibly lucky today because this time they decided to let him go. The main character replied that those were his words, and if Jiantuo dared to mess with him again, he wouldn't be so lucky again. Jintao and his friends turned around and left, suggesting that Xiaofan should enjoy this small victory today, but they would talk again next time. Xiaodong handed our hero an envelope with money, saying that with this 10,000, the guy should buy a gift for his old age. He was just afraid that Zhao Jiantuo and Liu Pa would find an excuse to humiliate Xiaofan again during the birthday party. Xiaofan put his hand on his friend's shoulder and thanked him for his concern. However, he had already prepared a very valuable gift for the headman that money couldn't buy. Soon Zhang Lihuan's birthday party began, with the girl making a wish in front of a birthday cake with candles burning and the guests singing a song for her. After making a wish, Chief Lihuan opened her eyes and gently blew on the candles to make her cherished dream come true. Liu Pa stated that he had just looked at the list of gifts, and in this list, Jiantuo's gift is the most gorgeous, generous guy who bought a new car for her. The The prefect was embarrassed by such a gift, and her friends discussed that Jian Tuo had been in love with her for a long time, but the girl did not accept her feelings. One of the guys began to praise young Master Zhao, because everyone knows that such a car costs at least $200,000. Zhao Jiantuo waved his hand and wished Li Huan a happy birthday, saying that it was just a small gift from him. From the very beginning, he expected that he would use this car as bait for a girl who would definitely be touched by such a gift. Xiaodong told a friend that this Jian Tuo always uses his dirty money to play with girls, one of whom he had already brutally abandoned when she got pregnant by him. The fate of that girl, according to Xiaodong, turned out in a tragic way, because before giving birth to a child, she died. The girl's parents wanted to take revenge on Zhao Jiantuo for their daughter, but they also died in a car accident. Xiaodong was sure that this death was definitely a crime committed by Jiantuo, but the police didn't have enough evidence to arrest the guy. The prefect was embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift, so she thanked Jiantuo and refused the car. The party guests were stunned, because if they were the girl, they would gladly accept such a gift and not disrespect young Master Zhao. Lupa became nervous at the sight of his friend's angry face and suggested that the rest of the list of gifts for the headman be read to the guests. The guy began to list the names of classmates and call the amounts that they gave to the birthday girl. Then Lupa proudly announced his name and said that he had given Zhang Lihuan as much as 20,000 yuan. The guys couldn't help but laugh when it came to Xiaofen's turn, and Liu Pa asked everyone to guess what our hero decided to give the class leader. Jie reminded them that Xiaofan was the poorest student in their class, and his father constantly borrowed money from everyone. Friends of the birthday girl also scoffed at our hero, believing that he could give no more than 200 yuan, although it would be worth getting at least 1,000. Xiaofan was silently humiliated when Liu Pa told him that our hero works as a teacher in a school for 3,000 or 4,000, and recently he was abandoned by a girl. Liu Pa took out and showed everyone a gift to the headman from our hero, shouting that everyone should see a present for the birthday girl. The guy showed the scroll to everyone and said that it was just plain paper, which is usually used to create talismans. Xiaofan decided to give the headman a protection talisman. He made it himself especially for her. In the immortal realm, such a thing would be worth untold riches. Back then, the great powers of the worlds offered Xiao Fan planets in exchange for his talismans, but he didn't care about such small things. Our hero understood that Zhang Liuan was in danger in the future, so such a talisman would be useful for protection. Xiaofan was even sad that a mere mortal would never be able to understand the true greatness of the talisman he had created. The main character silently watched his stupid classmates and thought that they were just a bunch of blind people using their eyes as decoration. The guys, having considered Xiaofan's gift for the headman, began to laugh loudly for the whole hall, considering this gift to be mediocre. Zhao Jiantuo asked Xiaofan if he was serious about giving this to the headman, and Liu Pa felt like our hero picked up this piece of paper from the trash can. One of the guys asked Xiaofan if he was ashamed to give such gifts, being a beggar, a poor man to the core. Birthday girl Zhang Lijuan was angry with Liu Pa and demanded that he return the talisman to her right away. The indignant girl asked the guy why he was laughing at the gift that Xiaofan gave him. Earlier, the girl had carefully placed this talisman in her bag because Xiaofan had handed it to the birthday girl at the entrance. Zhang Lihuan assumed that Liu Pa had deliberately searched her bag for a gift in order to publicly humiliate Xiaofan. Liu Pa did not let the girl take the talisman. The guy asked her to calm down because he was not finished yet. The guy accused our hero that he dared to use this toilet paper to deceive the headman and eat for free at the festival. Liu Pa threw the talisman and shouted that Xiaofan was an impudent person who even dared to poke his nose into this place with terrible letters on a piece of cheap paper. The hooligan, furious with hatred for our hero, decided to spit directly on the talisman, destroying the gift for the headman. The guy in the leopard suit looked at our hero with disdain and said that he was already sick of his behavior. Xiaodong was ashamed of his friend, and he didn't understand why Xiaofan would have refused the 10,000 that he was offered, which would have been enough to buy a normal gift. He had hoped that Xiaofan would give the headman a rare artifact rather than a talisman, but he still felt it was his duty to help his friend. Feng Xiaodong told Liu Pa to stop humiliating his friend, while Xiaofan silently stood up from all over the place. Xiaofan stopped Xiaodong and decided to give Liu Pa a chance out of respect for the headman's feast. He told him to clean the talisman with his tongue and apologize. This time he decided to spare Liu Pa's life so as not to spoil the celebration, but if this was the immortal realm, the entire Liu family would have already been executed. Liu Pa was indignant and shouted, asking if Xiaofan was crazy for daring to order a bully to apologize to him because of this garbage paper. The main character coolly looked at the former classmate and abruptly grabbed his wrist. The guy in the leopard jacket immediately fell to his knees and started screaming, complaining of severe pain in his arm. Xiaofan held onto the guy's hair with his hand and asked insignificant Ant how dare he insult his talisman. The main character began to pull the boy's hair, asking if such a scum dared to mock this venerable one. Liu Pa could only endure the punishment from Xiaofan because the venerable's strength prevented him from escaping from his grasp. An enraged Xiaofan made Liu Pa fall to the floor and shouted, ordering him to immediately clean the talisman with his tongue. The guy trembled and burst into tears. He took the talisman and agreed to do everything, only asked Xiaofan to stop beating him up. Scared and battered, Liu Pa put our hero's talisman to his mouth and started licking it to get rid of his saliva. The main character closely watched the guy with a stern look and made sure that he properly carried out his order. With a wave of his hand, he released tongues of magical flames and shouted, asking how he could use this dirty talisman as a gift to the headman now. Xiaofan turned the talisman into a wad of paper with a single flick of his hand, charged with our hero's inner chi energy. This wad of paper flew straight into the mouth of the dumbfounded Liu Pa, so that he didn't even notice how he managed to swallow it. Our hero accused Liu Pa that even such a pathetic ant dared to provoke the venerable one, and the guy started coughing and asking for water. Li Teshuan kicked Liu Pa in the back of the head, pinning him to the floor, and shouted that the guy didn't even know who he really was. He reminded the bully that in junior high, it was Liu Pa who had given him the title of Beggar King, and he probably didn't even know that he would be crushed under his feet. An angry Xiaofan started beating him up and shouting that the bullies were humiliating him and his father, saying that old Li didn't even have the strength to provide for his own son. Xiaofan asked Liu Pa who he thought he was, and how dare he open his mouth and start provoking our hero. Liu Pa began to beg our hero to show him mercy and promised that he would not allow him to behave like this in the future. Xiaofan's classmates were shocked because the guy was nothing like in the past. Now he was acting like a ruthless killer. After avenging Liu Pa's old grievances, Xiaofan turned around and now walked towards Zhao Jintuo. Zhao Jintuo was already terrified after seeing Xiaofan's true strength, so he asked our hero what he wanted from him. Young Master Zhao was even more terrified when he saw the image of a giant blue dragon behind Xiaofan. It felt like he was facing an enraged beast, and with every step Xiaofan took, the air around him was filled with a more sinister aura. He couldn't believe Xiaofan's strength, so he decided that it was just an illusion, and the Beggar King couldn't win over him. The guy decided to warn the protagonist that he was very strong, and Xiaofan had no idea who he was messing with right now. Zhao Jintuo stated that there was still enough time for Xiaofan to kneel before him and apologize, paying tribute to their old relationship. Before the boy could finish speaking, Xiaofan silenced him by slapping Zhao across the face with a palm charged with inner strength. Jintuo was shocked because he couldn't block our hero's simple slap, even though he had recently broken through to the level of an inner strength expert. Xiaofan calmly slapped Zhao's face again, asking what he was going to do about it. The rest of the classmates were shocked because the weakest Li Xiaofan they knew is a secret expert. Zhao Jintuo was angry because Xiaofan dared not just beat him up, but disfigured his beautiful face in front of his goddess Zhang Liwan. The guy released his inner strength and swung his fists, shouting that he intended to take Xiaofan's life. In response, Xiaofan grabbed him by the neck, preventing the guy from attacking him, and stated that he could tell him the same thing. The main character pushed the school bully forward. Zhao Jintuo broke the walls of the institution with his body, flying out into the street. After finally landing on the ground, the defeated young Master Zhao started coughing. The bespectacled guy stiffened, glaring at our hero from under his brows when he saw Xiaofan slowly approaching him. Xiaofan bent down in front of him and said that Zhao didn't even know what the Venerable was like when he was angry, and he didn't know exactly who he was facing. Our hero put his foot on the guy's shoulder, and Zhao dared to laugh and suggest that class leader Xiaofan also likes him. Zhao Jiantou stated that unfortunately, none of them would ever be able to win the girl's heart, and Xiaofan turned around and looked at the headman. A terrified Zhang Liwan watched the fight on the side as Zhao declared that the fate of the class leader was already in someone else's hands, and no one would be able to change it. Jiantou admitted that Xiaofan is a tough guy, and he is not a match for him, but our hero is not a match for his master, so we should just go our separate ways. The main character deduced that the class leader's disappearance back then had something to do with Zhao Jintuo. Xiaofan decided that if that was the case, he would just help the girl get rid of all these worries as a thank you for helping her. He kicked Zhao, thinking that before doing so, he should use Jiantuo to destroy all of his backers. Our hero turned around and left, telling the guy that he didn't care who was behind him, and he could call them all here. Zhao advised the guy not to be happy ahead of time, and Xiaofan would die a terrible death, which would set an example for anyone who decided to go against Jiantuo. He laughed as he asked Xiao Fan if he could do anything against the rich people, because in this society, money is power. Jiantuo boasted that he had come to the celebration by car for 800,000 yuan, and poor Xiao Fan took a cheap taxi. He stood up and asked Xiao Fan what was the point of beating the guy if he was just a poor guy and the girls only needed money right now. Young Master Zhao admitted that he wasn't as domineering, but his family had a lot of money, unlike some people. Xiao Fan grinned and replied that Jiantuo's trough was nothing compared to his sports car, and he wasn't impressed with the state of the Zhao family either. Zhao asked where Xiao Fan's sports car was and if he could show everyone around his car to make sure he wasn't lying. His classmates began to accuse Xiao Fan of lying because they had personally seen him come here by taxi, and he still dares to call himself a man richer than Zhao. Ignoring his classmates, our hero turned to the class leader and asked if he could give her a ride home. The girl gladly agreed, but admitted that she likes hiking more, so she suggested that they go home together on foot. Xiao Fan knew that it was a dozen blocks from this hotel to Zhang Liwan's house, so the girl was probably just trying to help him avoid embarrassing himself. He smiled, thinking that his prefect was even better than an angel, so he decided to remember the girl's sacrifice. Our hero replied to Li Huan that her kindness touched his heart, but he really has a car, so let her wait for him at the entrance of the restaurant. The guys went outside. Zhao Jiantuo still refused to believe that Xiao Fan had a car. He shouted that he wouldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes, and Liu Pa was sure that Xiao Fan was just showing off. Liu Pa suggested that Xiao Fan was showing off to make himself look cooler, and he wanted to see where the guy would get the sports car he was talking about. Unlike the guys, Zhang Liwan believed our hero because he is not one of those who likes to throw words around. Xiaodong was nervous, wondering how his friend had managed to become so successful in a few years that he had bought a sports car for himself. After quite a while, Zhao Zhentuo wondered where Xiao Fan was and concluded that he was just a worthless poor loser who lied about the car. Zhao proudly declared that he was the richest person here, unlike the boastful idiot Xiao Fan, and Liu Pa supported the young master. The pink-haired guy suggested that a poor man like Xiao Fan had never even ridden a real bike. Classmates suggested that the headman stop waiting for this fool and return to the restaurant because the girl is too naive and easily succumbs to other people's sweet talk. Zhao asked the girl to stop thinking about this idiot and let Jiantuo take her home, because at this rate, she would be waiting for Xiao Fan until dawn. Young Master Zhao furrowed his brows and looked to the side when he heard a loud sound. Our hero's classmates were stunned when an expensive red sports car passed in front of them. The car was heading straight for Jiantuo, who got scared and covered his face with his hand, while his friends shouted at him to be careful. The main character, who was driving a red sports car, sharply hit the brake pedal with his foot so as not to hit people. Xiao Fan's classmates were startled when the car braked sharply in front of them, turning sideways on its axis. Class leader Zhang Liwan opened her mouth in surprise when she saw Xiao Fan driving an expensive sports car. The door of the sports car opened, and Xiao Fan asked the headman to get in the car so that he could drive her home as promised. Xiao Jintuo grimaced with envy because he knew the model of this car. It was a 20 million Ferrari Portofino. Li Wen got in the car and first of all said thank you to Xiao Fan for the trip, because this is her first time sitting in such an expensive car. Jiantuo lamented because he sincerely hoped to defeat Xiao Fan with his money, but our hero was much richer. The guy looked at his car and thought that compared to the Ferrari of our hero, this black SUV is just garbage. Getting angry, Zhao Jiantu started kicking his car and shouting, admitting that he was just a disgrace. Young Master Zhao got into his car and thought that his reputation was mixed with mud today. He picked up the phone and thought that the hatred in his heart would live forever if this Li Xiaofan didn't go to hell. An angry Jiantuo urgently called someone to ask for help in the fight against the main character. Jiantuo saw his beloved sitting in the red car in front of him, smiling sweetly as she chatted with Xiaofan. Grinning, young Master Zhao stated that Xiaofan had decided to meddle in his own business, so his family would be wiped out tonight. It was already dark on the streets of Yunzhou City when the main character and his class leader were returning home. Xiaofan promised the girl that he would never forget her kindness, and no one would dare to offend her as long as he was around and she would live in wealth. Zhang Liwen thanked the main character and said that these words touched her to the core. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and asked him how he'd managed to make money on such an expensive car and what he'd been doing since college. Xiaofan admitted that he was actually a trainee teacher at a school in Chuzhou, and the car belongs to his friend. The girl thought that this makes sense because a young trainee cannot save up for such an expensive car. Zhang Liwen decided to warn Xiaofan to be careful with Xiao Jiantuo. She said that this Jiantuo is not so simple. Not only does he have power and wealth, But there are also some very dangerous people in his family. The girl agreed that Xiao Fan could stand up for himself, but the one who stood up for Jian Tuo didn't look like a human. He was more like a god. Li Kun had warned him that he wouldn't be able to fight him, so he should leave town with his father, and the further he went, the better. Zhao Fan was now certain that Zhao Dian was involved in the elder's disappearance in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those strange words in the hotel. The main character opened his mouth in surprise because he suddenly felt the presence of dark qi energy. He squinted and noticed that the dark energy streams were coming from the headman Zhang Liwan, but the girl's strength was still weak. For Xiao Fan, this was indeed unexpected because he didn't know that the 9 yin qi body could be present on Earth. If he remembered correctly, the 9 yin qi, the essence of the moon gathered during the full moon, gradually permeates the human body and is also completely the opposite of Xiao Fan's true qi. Xiao Fan's sacred body was taken from the first chapter of the True Taiwan Sutra near the ancient tree. Cultivating the True Taiwan Sutra to perfection can even devour the sun. But this path to the sun generates only true qi. Some produce yin, dark energy, while others produce yang, light energy, and this was a natural cycle. In his previous life, Xiao Fan couldn't take the last step in cultivating because he still hadn't found the source of the powerful yang power. At that time, the guy had spent almost 1,000 years roaming the immortal world, where there might be traces of this energy, but to no avail. Only then did the protagonist find out that the traces of the 9 yin qi in the immortal world had already completely disappeared. That was why those 3 bastard gods had dared to attack Taishuan on that ill-fated day, after coveting the Book of Heaven. But that didn't bother Xiao Fan much. He knew that without the 9 yin qi, the Book of Heaven was just a piece of paper, and the gods couldn't open it. Now it turned out that those gods were just idiots who spent most of their power stealing the Book of Heaven, and the energy needed to open the artifact ended up in the lower world. Xiao Fan knew that the 9 yin qi body was too weak right now, and there was still a long way to go to get a true body. However, it is almost impossible to obtain a true body on Earth, so Zhang Liwan will have to go to the immortal realm. The main character firmly decided that he would save the class leader from this sea of suffering. The guy thought about it and did not hear the girl calling him. Zhang Lixuan was worried about something, and she asked Xiao Fan if he thought they had already passed this block. Xiao Fan chuckled in response, but he thought that he was Li Taishuan, so he didn't need to use his eyes to assess the situation. The boy noticed a large network of roads around them, which gradually narrowed, slowly luring him and the girl into a trap. Zhang Liwan said that they returned to the same place they came from. Even the scenery outside the window was the same. The main character assumed that it was a ghost, beckoning into a trap, who decided to cause them problems at such a late hour. Xiao Fan knew of such ghosts that would confuse one's nature, capture one's soul, and turn one into a wooden puppet. In the past, our hero often heard from the elders that some people who walked on the hills often encountered such a situation. Instead of a real road, these travelers saw a shining path ahead of them, along which they boldly went forward. One of these people, caught in a ghost trap, accidentally jumped off a cliff, thinking that he was walking on a straight and simple road. The guy who was accompanying him was not clouded by this illusion. He stopped at the cliff and looked down. People who were not lucky enough to see the cliff were killed instantly. Some managed to fall out of the illusion at the last second. Xiao Fan remembered another incident from the village. The elders told about a guy who didn't believe in ghosts, and one night he went out for a drink. On the way home, the guy wandered into a small forest at the western exit of the village, where he came across a cemetery and began to wander back and forth between the tombstones. In the end, the guy was found already dead. A drunk villager hit his head on a stove, as a result of which he died. Zhang Liwan visibly tensed up. She asked Xiao Fan to get out of the car and just run if anything happened. Our hero replied to the class leader that he would not ignore the danger if she was in it and would take care of any situation. The girl thought that the guy wouldn't have enough strength because the people behind Zhao are much stronger than that bully, so Xiao Fan should run as far as possible in any danger. A new round of illusion began. Now the rain began to pour down on our hero's car, but it was not ordinary, but red. Xiao Fan was not impressed by this trick, and he looked at the red drops that were falling on his windshield with displeasure. The red rain was getting worse by the second, and a mysterious man with an umbrella jumped out in front of the car. The main character was forced to abruptly press the brake pedal, seeing a stranger in front of him. When they stopped, Xiao Fan and Zhang Liwen saw a man wearing a black cloak and a hat standing in front of them, grinning slyly. Xiao Fan boldly got out of the car, deducing that this stranger was the author of all these anomalies. Zhang Liwan was also not afraid to get out of the car, taking an umbrella with her to shield herself and Xiao Fan from the red rain. The girl turned to the mysterious man, saying that Xiao Fan had nothing to do with it, so he should let the guy go. The stranger replied that he couldn't let the guy go because he was next to her today, so it was kind of fate. The man in the hat shouted at Zhang Liwan not to keep Master waiting and went with him, because it was difficult for the old man to walk right now. The class leader got angry and told the mysterious man that she refused to go anywhere with him. Using her dark energy, the girl flew high above the ground to attack the man. Zhang Liwan, who was surrounded by a powerful aura, began to climb up the tree pillar, clinging to it with her fingernails. The man in the hat stood silent and motionless, shielding himself with an umbrella from the red rain when the girl was about to grab him. Xiao Fan wasn't surprised that the girl was different from other people. Zhang Lihuan was already close to the Grandmaster level. Yinfeng waved his hand, throwing the girl away from him so that she flew high into the sky because she, in his words, clearly overestimated her strength. The main character did not let his favorite class leader fall. He caught the girl and carefully covered her with an umbrella. Xiao Fan hugged her in mid-flight and thought that it was dangerous because the girl might have been injured if she hit the pole. When they landed back on the ground, Xiao Fan handed her an umbrella and told her to stand here while he dealt with the rest himself. Zhang Liwen screamed, asking what he was doing. After all, she had told him to run as fast as possible, and now he was risking losing his life. The girl moaned in pain as just one drop of Yin Feng's red rain fell on her dress. Grimacing in pain, she thought that the blood rain god's cultivation was truly terrifying, and Yin Feng might have already reached the Grandmaster stage. She tried to call out to our hero and stop him, not understanding why Xiao Fan is so confident, because Yin Feng is obviously stronger than him. She didn't know what Xiao Fan had been through over the years, but to her, he was always a little brother who was weak and needed help. Zhang Liwen closed her eyes and shook her head, refusing to stand and watch her little brother die. The class leader decided to negotiate. She agreed to go with Yin Feng to the master, but only he should let Xiao Fan go. Yin Feng replied that the girl wasn't in a position to dictate terms to him, and that brat would definitely go to hell tonight. Folding the umbrella and charging it with dark energy, the man thought that Xiao Fan was definitely no match for him. After all, it was unlikely that he was stronger than Li Wan, who could not withstand even one blow from Yin Feng. The man greeted Xiao Fan and said that it looked like fate had brought them together today, and he asked if the guy really hoped to beat him in a fight. Yin Feng decided to give our hero a chance at life. If he falls to his knees and begs for mercy, then the man may reconsider his decision. Xiao Fan also had a suggestion for him, telling him to make it up to the class leader, otherwise his life would be turned into hell. After creating a vortex of dark energy, Yin Feng laughed and said that it seems like all wars in the outside world are crazy. Grinning self-consciously, the man in the hat launched a swirl of energy from the red light at the crazy brat. This technique was known as the Blood Rain School's Storm Strike. The vortex of energy turned into a golden hand. The main character, wrapped in a divine aura, just stood there and watched as the giant red hand approached him. He grinned and thought that this lord wouldn't mind learning the power of the Earth's great masters. He was curious about what the man was capable of. Preventing Yin Feng's red hand from attacking, Xiao Fan launched his giant divine palm in response. The two huge magic hands of the two great masters collided with each other. A bright purple flash formed between them. Yan Feng laughed and accused Xiao Fan of being overconfident for thinking that he was capable of resisting him, the great master. The girl began to feel very worried about her youngest. She turned pale and covered her face with her hand, saying that it was all over. Zhang Liwen was wrong, because the protagonist managed to destroy the opponent's magic hand with his own, crushing it. Yan Feng was dumbfounded. He put almost half of his strength into this trick, and Xiao Fan managed to fend it off. Li Wen was also shocked to see her friend's abilities, and she asked Xiao Fan where he got such power from. Xiao Fan grinned and told the opponent that he had expected to see a great master in front of him, but it seemed that he had overestimated the man. A disgruntled Yan Feng admitted that he had underestimated our hero, but he was still confident in his victory over Xiao Fan. The black-cloaked man crouched down, accumulating his dark energy reserves over his palms, and screamed. Yin Feng raised a huge red internal force ball under him and said that after this strike, there would be nothing left of Xiao Fan. A clot of the man's inner energy turned into the image of a big red tiger, which began to show its fangs at our hero. This didn't frighten Xiao Fan. He grinned and called the opponent a pathetic insect by holding up two fingers. The main character activated the Phoenix Vision and shouted, ordering the flame magic bird to destroy Yan Feng. At the master's command, the giant phoenix flew forward, starting to destroy the opponent's red tiger with its flames. Zhang Lian covered her face with her hands and turned away because the phoenix light was too dazzling for her eyes. When she opened her eyes, bright orange sparks fell from the sky to the ground and a pile of rocks lay on the pedestrian crossing in front of her. As the red rain continued to fall, she saw that a man was lying under a pile of rocks trying to climb out. The class leader was startled and rushed forward, shouting Xiao Fan's name because she thought he was the one who was trapped under the rubble. Worried for her friend, she sat down in front of a pile of rocks and tried to pull him out, asking if he was okay. The girl started grabbing rocks and throwing them away, promising Xiao Fan that she would get him out of there right away. The main character cleared his throat, trying to get Zhang Liwan's attention because he was safe and sound. He asked the class leader to finally stop trying to save him because it wasn't him who was under the pile of rocks all this time. Xiao Fan smiled and asked the girl if she was casually looking for him. Zhang Liwan looked at him dumbfounded. Liwan deduced that Xiao Fan was indeed a hidden grandmaster, and Yanfeng was defeated with a single move by our hero. She thought that she would never have been able to believe such a thing if it hadn't just happened right in front of her eyes. The protagonist turned his attention to the sky and chuckled as he noticed that the illusion of blood rain had finally disappeared. He walked up to the class leader, who wondered if this was the same Xiao Fan who used to be weak and helpless. The guy held out his hand to Zhang Liwan and chided her for still not believing him, even though he promised her to figure it out on her own. The girl took his hand and explained that it wasn't that she didn't believe him, it was just that she was really surprised by what she saw. She stood up and told them that Yan Feng had only recently broken through to the Grandmaster stage, and the real fear they had was a master named Chen Xikong. Liwen said that Master Chen made her worship him to practice together, but the old man's soul is steeped in malice, so she never agreed. The girl said that just recently, Master Chen Xikong sent a message through his disciple that he was giving her one last chance to return. According to her, Zhao Jiantuo is a disciple of Chen Xikong. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't have had so much courage to act like this. Worried about her friend, Li Huan warned him that Master Chen Xikong was very cruel because he had never seen him before. According to the girl, she can't even call Master Chen a human. Perhaps he is stronger than even a god. As far as Li Huan knows, one day Master Chen decided to take action, and after that, he destroyed an entire sect of spiritual practitioners. The girl grabbed Xiao Fan by the shoulders and tried to convey that our hero is not against Master Chen, so he should leave this city as soon as possible. Xiao Fan grinned and replied that if the guy left, Master Chen would definitely come for the girl, and then it would be a sea of trouble, and for him it was a small puddle. The class leader got angry and shouted, calling Xiao Fan reckless, and didn't know how to get our hero to leave the city. The main character tried to calm her down and asked her to give him a chance to repay Li Wan for her kindness to him. The girl sighed heavily and replied that she would never have given him that 1,000 yuan if she had known what problems that money would bring him now. Xiao Fan replied that he would still have helped the class leader even if she hadn't given him the money back then, since they had been friends since high school. Li Wan understood that Xiao Fan was saying this with good intentions, but she didn't believe in his victory over Master Chen himself with magical abilities. When our hero finally drove the girl home, she got out of the car and said thank you, but asked to be careful on the way back. The protagonist smiled, nodded his head, and agreed to be careful so that she wouldn't worry about him anymore. It was still night outside, and Xiao Fan had once again taken to the streets of Yanzhou City to deal with matters alone. The guy was sitting behind the wheel of his red sports car and slowed down when he arrived at the right place. Xiao Fan arrived at a completely deserted place, with only trees and grass surrounding the paved road. He got out of the car, opened the trunk, and asked Yin Feng, who was lying there, where this great Master Chen was. Our hero specifically tried to keep Yin Feng alive in order to find out the location of the master and solve this problem in the bud. Xiao Fan grabbed Master Chen's henchman and held him off the ground, while Yan Feng refused to give him his master's location. The guy looked at Yin Feng sternly and replied that he had at least hundreds of thousands of methods for interrogating great masters. It only took the protagonist 10 minutes for Master Chen's disciple to agree to reveal his master's location to the guy. The man said that Master Chen Sikong is located deep in the mountains to the west of Yunzhou. This mountain is called Changmang and has hundreds of miles of descents and ascents. Xiao Fan looked down at the man and asked what details Yin Feng knew about Changmang Mountain. Gritting his teeth, Yin Feng confessed that according to some people, Mount Changmang is home to a mountain god. He said that in ancient times, demons and ghosts caused problems for people, so the inhabitants sacrificed cattle to the mountain gods to suppress evil spirits. In the 30s and 40s of the last century, a gang appeared in Yunzhou, which brutally cracked down on local residents and set fire to houses. According to Yin Feng, the local soldiers then decided to rescue the civilians by leading them through Changmang Mountain to leave the district. The man said that the robbers tried to take the lives of both soldiers and civilians. This story is now called the Night of the Full Moon. The mountain god immediately woke up that night. The whole mountain was shaking. A whole flock of ghosts followed him, People seemed to be in hell on earth, but all the robbers died. In recent years, local residents have tried to climb Mount Chongmeng, but each time the mountain god was furious and caused earthquakes. Yinfeng said that now it is impossible to count how many people died from the rage of this mysterious mountain, Changmeng, which looks like a giant living monster. After one tragic expedition, no one dared to go to the mountain. The civilians were afraid to even mention the name Changmeng out loud. Xiaofan grinned and thought that Master Chen had several ways to cultivate on this mountain if Yinfeng's words were true. Now our hero was not interested in Master Chen, but was more curious to learn more about this mysterious mountain, Changmeng. Intuition told the guy that this mountain is not so simple. It probably harbors some mysterious creature, so he must go there. Yinfeng had something else to tell our hero, and he promised to report important information if he promised to let him go. The main character did not like that the man dared to dictate terms to him, so he hit him and he screamed in pain. Xiaofan, who had the image of a blue dragon behind him, shouted, asking the pitiful insect if he dared to set conditions on this immortal. The terrified Yinfeng apologized to Master Li and promised to tell him everything, but only asked him to let him live. The man told our hero that Zhao Jiantou recently called him and said that the death of Li Xiaofan would not be enough. Yinfeng reported that Zhao had decided to take some of his men with him to visit the house of our hero's father and take his life. Xiaofan deduced that money and luxury had completely clouded Jiantou's mind, and he was completely rotten to target his father. The protagonist grabbed Yinfeng's face and handed him the pill. The man looked at it with horror in his eyes. Our hero forced him to take a pill, turned around and admitted that it contained the strongest poison, which would dissolve in an hour. Yin started banging his head on the floor, begging Mr. Li to spare him, so Xiaofan offered to obey him in exchange for healing him. The guy allowed Yinfeng to run to Changmeng Mountain to ask for help from his master, but warned that only Xiaofan had the antidote. When the main character returned to his expensive sports car, it was already past midnight on the clock. Xiaofan's mood was high, and he couldn't wait to meet Zhao Jiantou to take revenge on the guy for trying to harm his father. The guy slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward because there wasn't much time left. The next events took place on the territory of a small, modest house that belonged to old Li. Under the cover of night and heavy rain, a group of people armed with knives and wooden batons sneaked into the house. Zhao Jiantou was also among them, and he was glad that he was able to get the address of Xiaofan's house so easily, since he has good connections. The guy told his thugs to go to the house and take the life of absolutely everyone there. They were happy to follow the order of the young boss. A gang of mercenaries abruptly rushed into the house and locked themselves in, and screams for help could be heard from inside. Zhao Jiantou returned to his car and lit a cigarette, enjoying listening to the screams for help under the rain. Not only did he plan to exterminate Xiaofan's family, but he also planned to burn down Xiaofan's house so that he wouldn't leave any evidence behind. He couldn't stop smiling, thinking that Xiaofan himself must have already met his death, with Yinfeng targeting him. Young Master Zhao's expression changed dramatically when he saw a person flying in front of him. He screamed in fright as the wounded man landed squarely on his windshield, shattering it. Zhao Jiantou trembled in terror and refused to believe what he was seeing, because this injured person was his father. The guy started frantically rubbing his eyes and stuttering, thinking that he probably just got it wrong, and this is definitely not his dad. Shocked, Jiantou stared at the man on his windshield and realized that it was his father after all, but he couldn't understand how he could have ended up here. The guy did not stop screaming, afraid for his dad, who no longer showed signs of life. After that, young Master Zhao saw that his car was hit by another man who was also badly injured. It was Zhao Jinqian. The boy paled in fear as an ominous voice announced that Zhao Jinqian had done many bad things in Yunzhou for the sake of his brother. Zhao Jiantou got out of the car and continued to scream in horror as he saw the bodies of his dear father and brother in front of him. The first thing young Master Zhao did was grab his brother and beg him to wake up, but it was useless. Realizing that the relatives did not show signs of life, the frightened guy ran into the house calling his guys for help. Inside, he saw his friends violently beating up a woman, and he shouted for them to stop immediately. The three thugs stopped and looked at their boss, their expressions distraught, all of them smiling. Jiantou pushed the boys aside, running to his mother Li Chunfan, who, according to the sinister voice, was a selfish and vile criminal who had killed many people. The guy hugged his mom and asked if she was okay, and asked her to open her eyes, but the woman no longer showed signs of life. Distraught with horror and anger, Jiantou looked at his friends who had done all this to his family members. Jiantou grabbed one of the thugs by the collar and shouted, demanding to know who made them do this. Young Master Zhao slapped the boy in the face with his fist because the people closest to him were brutally deprived of their lives by his own friends. Zhao continued to take out his anger on his friends and yell insults at them with the creatures, and they collapsed to the floor without resisting. One of them asked the boss why he was hitting them, because they followed his orders, namely, broke into the house and deprived everyone who was there of their lives. Enraged, Zhao Jiantui snatched the cold weapon from his friend's hand and shouted, threatening to do the same to him. Jiantui attacked his henchman with a knife, shouting that he was ordering him to get rid of Xiaofan's father, not his family. Zhao continued to brandish the knife, intent on getting back at his friends for what they had done to his closest people. The angry guy attacked the guys again and again with a sharp knife, shouting that they were just a bunch of idiots. Suddenly, Jiantui stopped and took a deep breath. His injured friends were already sitting on the floor and moaning in pain. One of his friends clutched his injured arm and complained of pain. It was still difficult for him to understand what had happened. Suddenly, this guy woke up. He was shocked when he saw Zhao Jian's mother in front of him because his mind had been clouded before. The guy began to frantically rub his eyes, thinking that this was simply impossible because he broke into this house with a completely different mission. 10 minutes ago, when everything was just starting, young Master Zhao's thugs broke into Xiaofan's father's house from the ground up. The criminals saw Xiaofan and his old father in front of them and immediately pounced on them because Jiantui promised to pay 100,000 each for killing them. One of the thugs immediately attacked the old man with a knife, seeing Xiaofan's father in front of him instead of his boss's family member. Now, his face pale with horror, he didn't understand how it could have been Zhao Jian's family, since he had clearly seen Xiaofan and his father before him. The second criminal dropped the wooden baton on the floor and confessed that he only remembered taking Xiaofan's life with his own hands. One of the guys wondered where Xiaofan was then, while the other was still sure that he had personally sent him to hell. Suddenly, the guy said that unfortunately for Jiantuo, the crime had already been committed and Zhao himself ordered his people to take the lives of their relatives. Xiaofan said that Zhao signed the sentence for his entire family with his own hands, wanting to destroy our hero and his father. Yin Feng was also there, and he asked Master Li what he thought about his illusion magic skills, which he had just recently learned. The man explained that this illusion distorted reality for these bandits and made them think that Zhao Jintuo's family was Master Li's family. Smiling ingratiatingly, Yin Feng asked Mr. Li if he could give him the antidote to the death pill now. Yin Feng stopped smiling when Master Li asked the man not to rush, but to be patient. Zhao Jiantuo was dumbfounded. He asked Yin Feng why Xiaofan was still alive and why he didn't send the kid to hell. The man shouted, telling Master Chen's disciple to shut up and don't dare mess with him or Mr. Li anymore. Indignant, Yin Feng accused young Master Zhao that if it wasn't for him, Master Li wouldn't have beaten the man up and disfigured his face. The angry man grabbed the guy by the collar and started shouting, accusing Zhao of almost getting Yin Feng killed because of him. Zhao Jiantuo yelled, asking why Yin Feng had decided to take it out on his parents back then instead of dealing with him personally. The main character approached Jiantuo and said that he should be the one asking him this question. An angry Xiaofan asked Zhao why he had decided to drag his father into his nighttime games and wanted to destroy his entire family. Our hero said that tomorrow Zhao will become a national celebrity by hiring the people who took the lives of his parents and his brother. Grinning, Xiaofan reached into his jacket pocket to take out something and declared that Zhao would live forever in endless pain and remorse. He showed him a piece of paper and asked Jiantuo if it was true that he enjoyed using his money to bully people. Xiaofan promised the guy not to do anything to him, but in return, he would need to sign a contract right now to transfer all of his property to Master Li. Gritting his teeth in anger, Jiantuo waved his hand and shouted that Xiaofan could only dream because he wasn't going to sign anything. The main character concentrated a whirlwind of Taishuan energy around his hand and replied that Zhao had no right to refuse. Zhao Jiantuo screamed as Xiaofan used Taishuan energy to throw a knife at the boy, injuring his arm. After this venerable man stared at the guy and dropped the contract on the floor, the piece of paper slowly began to fall down. The contract for the transfer of all the real estate to Xiaofan was right in the palm of Zhao's hand. The guy signed the contract with his own blood. Angry at Xiaofan for this trick, young Master Zhao threw that blood-stained piece of paper back at him. Xiaofan took back the contract, telling the guy that from today on, all of his family's assets would be transferred to his father's name. Soon, a whole convoy of police cars arrived at Old Li's farmhouse, the scene of a violent crime. Special-purpose law enforcement officers got out of the cars. Among them was a man in a burgundy suit. He entered the house and showed his ID, introducing himself as Assistant Commander Li of the Panther Unit. His subordinates pointed their guns at the suspects in the crime, and Zhao's thugs raised their hands in surrender. Protagonist looked at Assistant Commander Lee with displeasure, not understanding why they all decided to show up here. The blue-haired man began to look around the room, asking what was going on here and who had taken all these people's lives. Xiaofan claimed that Zhao Jiantuo instructed his men to do this and stepped on Yinfeng's foot to make him give the same statement to the police. Jianta grabbed the hand of Mr. Li from the police and told them that Xiaofan and Yinfeng had conspired to frame him, and in fact, he was innocent. The kids shouted that the real culprits were Li Xiaofang and Yinfeng, and they had set up the whole thing to frame Zhao. Young Master Zhao kept repeating that he wasn't guilty of these crimes because the people who were killed were his parents and brother. Captain Li saw Xiaofan and recognized him as his brother. He reminded him that the policeman's father had forbidden our hero and his father to come to the ceremony, and did not understand how the guy had the courage to return to the city. Xiaofan clearly remembered Li Shuiyun, eldest uncle's son, who was one of the most prominent members of the Li family. Since childhood, Li Shuiyun was very good in all areas of life, but because of this, the guy became an arrogant and impolite person. The main character remembered how as a child he was very often bullied by the sons of his uncles, but the guy could not protect himself. This was especially the case for Li Shuiyun's family. These relatives were always trying to show their superiority by stepping on Xiaofan and his dad's head. Xiaofan claimed that Zhao Jiantuo came here tonight and caused a disturbance, and it's easy to find out with the evidence. He also reminded his cousin that he was a member of the Li family, and the family holiday was a tribute to his ancestors, not to Li Shuiyun and his dad. He looked at his cousin sternly and said that Li Shuiyun's family couldn't order them around, and the guy didn't even have the right to open his mouth in front of this venerable. Li Shuiyun opened his mouth in surprise. After all, his cousin was so different from before. Now he wasn't nervous in front of him, not daring to even say anything. The guy assumed that Xiaofan wasn't afraid of him because he was too angry, not to mention that he was just a poor man. Xiaofan chuckled and warned his cousin that if he gave the wrong testimony in a fit of anger, the guy wouldn't escape serious consequences. The deputy captain gave orders to his subordinates to carefully inspect the house and make sure that they didn't miss any clues. One of the Panther Squad officers crouched down next to the body on the floor to check if the man was breathing. The subordinate reported to the deputy commander that the thugs confirmed that Zhao Jintuo was involved in the murders, and he ordered the guys to get rid of all the people in the house. The second officer showed a video from a surveillance camera that captured a group of criminals breaking into Mr. Li's home. The police also found 2 large cans of gasoline in the trunk of Zhao Jiantuo's car, who wanted to burn all the evidence after the crime. Deputy Commander Li was also informed that Zhao Jiantuo himself had personally disposed of the 2 thugs afterward. Zhao Jiantuo froze as the officer stated that they now had all the necessary evidence of the man's crime. The guy grabbed Officer Li's arm and tried to convince his brother that he was actually framed by Xiaofan and didn't commit any crimes. The officer looked at Zhao with annoyance because he had caused him a lot of trouble today, even though their relationship was not bad before. The policeman removed his hand and shouted at young Master Zhao not to dare to talk nonsense by calling him his brother. He wiped his hand with a handkerchief and declared that his disciplined team didn't tolerate criminals, so his subordinates were told to put Jiantuo in handcuffs. Jianda no longer resisted when the law enforcement officers handcuffed him to arrest him. Soon, a convoy of cars with flashing lights left for the police station, taking Zhao and the rest of the criminals with them. Some of the officers, including Li Shuiyun, stayed at home, and Xiaofan's cousin told his subordinates to arrest our hero because he is also a suspect. The men approached Xiaofan and asked Mr. Li to come with them, and also advised the guy not to resist. The main character did not want to be arrested. He pierced the officer with a cold-blooded gaze and told him to get out, activating the Phoenix Vision. The Panther's staff members collapsed in shock, and Xiaofan wondered how his cousin would dare to set some ants on this immortal. Our hero approached his cousin and shouted that this was some kind of nonsense because they were trying to make him a suspect just because he was at the scene of the crime. Xiaofan came close to Li Shuiyun and asked his cousin if he was embarrassed that our hero was currently in his own home. The guy advised his cousin to treat our hero with all respect, especially since he is just a small deputy officer. The main character told his cousin to take his men and get out of here, otherwise he wouldn't be responsible for his rudeness, and Li Shuiyun was outraged by the threats against him from Xiaofan. He poked him with his finger and said that Mr. Zhang was his superior, but Xiaofan still dared to demand respect from Li Shuiyun. Li Shuiyun scoffed and said that Xiaofan's father was poor, and his cousin was the son of a poor man, which meant that his entire family was born to live in poverty. The deputy officer shouted that he would rather get pregnant than Officer Zhang treat the protagonist with respect. The protagonist furrowed his brows as he glared at his impudent cousin and asked how he could insult his father. An angry Xiao Fan demanded that Li Shuiyun immediately apologize for his earlier words. Li Shuiyun replied that he didn't care about Xiao Fan and his father, and asked why his poor dad didn't stand up for himself at the family party when Shuiyun insulted him. The deputy officer started laughing out loud until he cried, mocking our hero's father for not even being able to answer him. Xiao Fan slapped his cousin across the face, shouting that he deserved to be beaten up because he was disrespecting him and his dad. Li Shuiyun got angry and shouted, asking the protagonist if he was tired of living and how dare he hit him. The guy asked if it was okay if he hit him and told Yin Feng to go over to the deputy officer and do the same. Yin Feng flexed his fists and obeyed Mr. Li's order without a murmur. He started slapping Li Shuiyun's face again and again. Enraged, Li Shuiyun shouted that he was a second in command, and now Yin Feng and Xiao Fan were finished for daring to attack him. He tried to draw his service weapon to punish his cousin and his mercenary, but the gun in its holster seemed to disappear. The main character grinned as he showed his cousin the gun in his hand and asked if that was the weapon he was looking for. The bewildered deputy officer asked his cousin how his gun could have ended up in Xiao Fan's hands in the first place. Xiao Fan unleashed his Tai Xuan energy, calling this gun a useless piece of iron, and crumpled the weapon into a ball like a piece of paper. The guy told Yin Feng to continue beating Li Shuiyun, but to restrain his strength so that his cousin wouldn't die after the first blow. The man with the long hair agreed to do Mr. Li's errand and was willing to teach the deputy officer a lesson. He started beating up Li Shuiyun, and Xiao Fan reminded his cousin how he repeatedly insulted his father at family gatherings and called him a poor man in front of all the relatives. Coolly watching the beating, the main character told the man to teach this impudent guy a good lesson. Li Shuiyun decided to run away, saying that Yin Feng had no right to beat him up, but the man wasn't going to let him go so easily. Yin Feng kicked the deputy officer in the back to knock him to the floor and prevent the arrogant man from escaping the beating. Li Shuiyun's subordinates couldn't believe their eyes that their boss was being chased and beaten up right now. This was the first time they had seen something like this. Li Shuiyun still managed to get out of our hero's house. He got to his car and opened the door. The guy got into the car and strapped on his seatbelt, intending to run away from there, before he yelled at Xiao Fan that he wasn't done with him yet. The deputy officer hit the gas pedal and immediately drove away, never ceasing to threaten Xiao Fan to deal with him later. Our hero thought that this is just the beginning of the show. Soon the Li family will choose a new chapter, and then he will first start with his cousin to repay all the humiliation he has experienced. The next day, the action unfolded in a new two-story villa with a luxurious landscape courtyard and marble columns. Xiao Fan brought his father to a new house and said that he bought it for him. The surroundings here are perfect for a quiet life without retirement. After yesterday's incident, the guy knew that it was impossible to live in the old house, so he immediately bought a new mansion in Yunzhou for Dad. In this life, for our hero, the sudden death of his father was the biggest regret for the guy, even when he himself was already immortal. Now, fate had given Xiao Fan the opportunity to live this life again, so he was determined to keep his father safe. He frowned as he recalled all of his father's abusers. He wanted to make them all beg for mercy while bowing his head to the old man. At lunch, old Li said that the family reunion dinner would be held tomorrow at noon, and Xiao Fan's uncles would also be there. The main character became angry, remembering his uncles and their families, who in the past constantly ousted and oppressed his father. He knew that his uncles and family was worthless. Only money and status mattered to them, and they even teamed up to deprive Xiao Fan's father of his rightful inheritance. Our hero's father was always a sincere and honest person, and he didn't welcome such family methods. Xiao Fan had the same attitude. Now that Xiao Fan has returned to Earth, he will take revenge on his arrogant relatives not only for his father, but for himself as well. The guy looked at the framed photo that was standing nearby and thought that it would be most of all for the sake of his mother, because in his conscious life he had never met her. Old Li had warned his son that he would have to control himself at the family reunion dinner tomorrow. Xiao Fan smiled and replied that he had heard Papa. He really wasn't going to make a fuss unless his uncles decided to make trouble for them. Already in the evening, Xiao Fan started practicing in his new home. After absorbing another heavenly stone, his cultivation increased by itself. Now it became even easier to train. He was sitting on the bed, almost directly above it, surrounded by a bright flame of Tai Xuan energy. He thought that he, Tai Xuan, had never cared about these mundane realms. Xiao Fan thought that only when one reached the innate heaven and returned to the truth could one return to the immortal world. The Venerable reminded himself that the first thing to do in the immortal world was to destroy those idiots who dared to attack him and take the Book of Heaven from them. He looked to the side and thought that after that, he would naturally need to go back to his beloved girlfriend, Shui Shi. The protagonist answered an unexpected late-night phone call and heard from Xiaodong that the class leader was missing. Xiaodong said that she left her gifts behind last night, so the guy decided to help her and take them home. When the boy arrived at the class leader's house, he called her several times, but the girl never answered. Our hero's friend looked up and saw that the light in Zhang Liwan's house was on, which meant that there must be someone in the house after all. When he entered the house, Xiaodong found the door open. Everything was a mess. Things were scattered all over the house. Xiaofan remembered giving the headman another talisman yesterday, but he didn't expect Taishuan Qi to be useful to the girl so soon. The protagonist immediately got out of bed, asked Xiaodong not to worry, and promised that he would go and find Zhang Liwan. Xiaodong didn't want to put this case on our hero, even in the middle of the night, and said that he had a couple of assistants to search for the girl together. Xiaofan asked him not to worry, because in this case the assistants will be useless. The guy intends to look for the girl himself. Our hero still agreed to come to Xiaodong to rely on each other in case of an emergency and search for the missing headman with a whole team. The main character decided to use the Phoenix Vision, which quickly allowed him to determine the location and condition of Zhang Liwan. Already in the car, Xiaofan was almost 90% sure that Liwan had been captured by Master Chen and was now on Mount Changmang. The doe that he had brought with him and thrown on the back seat finally woke up, rubbed her eyes, and asked the master where they were going at such a late hour. Xiaodong's girlfriend came to a friend's house and proudly introduced her boyfriend Zhijian, the champion of the provincial boxing championship. Xiaodong was happy to meet Zhijian. He extended his hand and praised him for how many honors and achievements he had achieved. Zhijian arrogantly turned away and didn't even want to shake Xiaodong's hand, and the girl confessed that his boyfriend was being hunted by an army of ladies. She was proud because she finally got a tiger to live normally, so she wasn't like the usual village dummies from Yunzhou anymore. The girl admitted that she couldn't attend the class reunion party last night because she was watching a movie with Zhijian. She said that she rushed here to see if there was anything she could do to help when she heard the news of the class leader's disappearance. An angry Zhijian asked Xiaodong who the guy he just called was. After all, he dared to declare with his big mouth that the people invited by Xiaodong were useless. The big guy clenched his fist tightly. He was determined to show this guy what he was made of when he arrived here. The disgruntled girl assumed that Xiaodong had just called Xiaofan and asked if this weakling was taking a lot on himself. She clearly remembered being in love with Xiaofan for a while, but then she saw how weak and useless he was, and his family was too poor. She was glad that she had come to her senses in time, because now she was dating Zhijian, and she and Xiaofan were like heaven and earth. Xiaodong had a happy smile on his face when he saw his friend Xiaofan. Our hero has already arrived at the place. Xiaodong admitted that he was already waiting for Xiaofan, who confidently entered the ruined headman's house, accompanied by an angry Lan. Jigen saw that Xiaofan looked like an ordinary person and wondered why he dared to call the guy useless on the phone back then. The boxer was extremely indignant with Xiaofan, who even dared to bring a little girl here, and therefore does not take the matter seriously. He approached our hero and asked if it was Xiaofan who just spoke on the phone and called the guys useless. The main character looked at the big man indifferently and assumed that this was the help Fang Xiaodong had found. The guy replied that what he said was true, so Zhijian should stop following him if he didn't want to die today. Xiaofan warned the impudent boxer that he wouldn't be so nice if the guy continued to insist otherwise. Zhijian readied his muscular arm to swing it and hit our hero, outraged that Xiaofan dared to repeat his words again. Xiaodong tried to calm him down and asked him not to get angry. After all, they were all here to save the class leader and not to start an internal showdown. Xiaofan listened indifferently to the big man's screams as Zhijian accused the weakling of being useless today and that he couldn't even take care of himself. The boxer was pleased with himself because he put Xiaofan in his place with his own words, and now our hero has filled his mouth with water and is afraid to answer. Zhijian also reproached our hero for not even knowing where Li Huan is now, but still trying to play the leader. Xiaofan didn't have time for meaningless rhetoric, so he ignored the big man and asked Xiaodong to move to Mount Changmang, all ready to seize the moment. An angry Zhijian shouted that no one had to believe Xiaofan because his words about Mount Changmang were not supported by any facts. Ken, who was invited by Xiaodong as an experienced hacker, shouted announcing that he had finally found the missing girl's location. The guy in the green Panama hat reported that the signal from Zhang Liwan's mobile phone was located on Sangmang Mountain. Jigen found it hard to believe as he looked at the laptop screen to see what the hacker was saying with his own eyes. He blushed and sweated with shame, finding it hard to accept the fact that Liwan, just like Xiaofan had said, was on Mount Changmang. The boxer thought that Ken was a well-known hacker in the country and had just hacked into the mobile phone system of the missing girl to find out her location. So he wondered how Xiao Fan had managed to do this, since it took even an experienced hacker half an hour to do it. Zhu Jian scratched the back of his head and reassured himself, assuming that the main character was just using some trick. Soon, events were already unfolding on the high mountain Changmeng on the outskirts of the city. Xiao Fan and the rest of the team arrived at the scene. Zhao Dong looked around and said that further up the mountain, there was a well-trodden road that couldn't be traveled, so they would have to walk. Lan reported to Master Li that the ghostly aura here was even stronger than in Thousand Flower Alley, and it had been a long time since she had tasted such pure ghost energy. The girl took the arm of her boyfriend and admitted that she was a little scared, because she had heard many times from old people stories about the evil spirits that live on Mount Changmeng. Jijin hugged the girl and confidently declared that it was enough for her to follow him, and then he would ensure her complete safety. The big man turned around and told those who were scared to get out of here, because he didn't want to carry any ballast. The girl also advised Xiaofan to leave because she still remembers what a defenseless weakling he was in his school days. The main character decided to warn the guys that Changmeng Mountain is not as simple as they think, so it's not too late for them to leave it either. The indignant girl turned around and asked the weakling who he was trying to scare. She thought that Xiao Fan was definitely not as good as her new boyfriend. Xiao Fan didn't try to change their minds, so he left indifferently, allowing them to do whatever they wanted, and Lan suggested that the owner go up the mountain because there are so many more ghosts there. Xiaodong approached Luo Sheng and warned her that Xiao Fan was actually a good fighter, a very strong and dangerous guy. He proudly told her that Xiao Fan had beaten up that little bully Zhao Jiantuo last night, and the girl wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Luo Shang replied that Xiao Fan, a useless loser, couldn't possibly be as good as her boyfriend, even if he had learned a few tricks. The girl said that her boyfriend Ji Jian is not only a provincial kickboxing champion of Yunzhou. According to her, Ji Yan was also ranked among the top 10 fighters in the National Fighting Championship. Luo Shang told Xiao Dong that even if 10 Xiao Fangs attacked Zhi Qian, they would not be a match for her boyfriend, and it was impossible to even compare them. Zhou, who had heard all this, didn't understand how this rabble could be so arrogant in front of this deity, not even knowing that Zhao Jiantuo was a disciple of the famous Chen Xikong. He decided that it was useless to explain anything to these mortals. The most important thing right now was to save the class leader as quickly as possible and not waste time on useless people. Master Jurgen was informed that there was a fork in the road ahead, and it was likely that one of the paths would lead them faster to Changmeng Mountain. The boxer told Ken to move faster, to use GPS to figure out which way they should go next. Opinions were divided. Hacker Ken said that the left path is a faster path, and Lan insisted to turn right. Ken got angry and told the little girl to stop talking nonsense, because they couldn't go to the right, it would be too long. A disgruntled doe looked at the boy and asked him who he had just called shallow because she was old enough to be his mother. Jijin was annoyed. He suggested that Kyung go to the left right now, instead of arguing with some ignorant girl. The main character still decided to warn the guys that all of them will not leave the mountain alive if they decide to take the left road. Boxer Jian thought that the bastard was trying again because they were still alive. Even though Xiao Fan had warned them not to go to Changmeng Mountain, he didn't stop shouting, threatening to hit our hero, and Luo Xiang tried to calm him down by telling him to let Xiao Fan go his own way, because that way they would only get rid of the extra ballast. Hacker Ken finally told our hero that he had been putting up with him for a long time and would have sent Xiao Fan to hell long ago, if not for Ji Jian. Zhu Jian and Luo Sheng left. Ken joined them and asked the young master to ignore the main character. Xiao Fan felt that there was something unclean on the path to the left, and if Ji Jian and the others went there, it would be tantamount to death. Xiaodong decided to go with his friend Yi Lan, and he told Xiao Fan that he didn't seem to be able to get along with those guys. The guy suggested that Xiao Fan still go with them, because Luo Shang was their classmate, and it's worth taking care of them if something happens. Last night, Xiaodong had personally seen how good Xiao Fan was at fighting, and he was sorry that Luo Shang and the others didn't understand our hero's true strength yet. The main character didn't say anything to his friend's request. He looked into the distance and pondered Xiaodong's words. In the end, Xiao Fan decided to make his friend happy. He said that they would go together, and he would only do it for Xiaodong's sake. Luo Shang was scared and complained that the path was too dark, difficult to walk on, and the trees looked like giant monsters. The red-haired girl turned pale and screamed in fear when she saw the scary black crow in front of her. She snuggled up to her boyfriend and offered to go to the mountain in the morning, and Ji Jian asked her not to be afraid because he was close. Zhu Jian, seeing our hero, thought that the coward was just scared, so he decided to follow the boxer around for the sake of protecting himself. Smiling ominously, the boxer decided that he would get rid of the three of them as soon as possible if there was any danger on the mountain. Suddenly, the big man saw two people in the distance, calling for help without stopping, noticing some passers-by on the path. It was an elderly woman and her granddaughter. The girl said that her grandmother's leg was pinned down by a stone and asked for help. Lan became alert. She reported to Master Li that there was something wrong with these two. She didn't sense any people in them. Xiaodong began to worry about his grandmother and suggested that Xiao Fan go and help her because the woman's leg was pinned down by a rock. The wary protagonist grabbed his friend's hand and told him to leave those strangers alone because he also suspected something. Xiao Fan decided to use the supreme immortal eyes to expose the grandmother and her granddaughter. His pupils began to emit a bright orange light. Just as he thought, the grandmother and granddaughter turned out to be the spirits of Songmang Mountain, who pretend to be people to harm real people. Our hero has already realized that on this mountain, there are many spirits who bring only chaos to the world because they do not want to go to the circle of reincarnation and suffer. He was sorry that these spirits didn't understand that in order to continue living, they must pass to the next world. Understand the secret of the Tao, throw off their shackles, and break through the void to the immortal realm. Zhijin started taunting the main character, calling him a real coward for telling him not to help that old lady. The boxer told hacker Ken to go and help that grandmother and not be like some coward who was already afraid of everything from the cradle. Ken agreed to help his grandmother move this huge rock, and the guy bent down and lifted it to free the old woman. The boy helped the old woman up, and his grandmother thanked him and said that Ken had a good heart and wished that God would protect him. Hacker Ken blushed when his grandmother's granddaughter snuggled up to him and started complimenting him on how cute he was. He looked at our hero with a proud smile on his face and asked the coward what he would say now. The guy had not yet noticed with what faces his team was standing. Even the big man Zhijin turned pale in horror. Luo Xiang opened her mouth and froze. Xiaodong was also afraid. Lan stood to the side and thought that this was just child's play. She looked at the imaginary old lady and granddaughter with disdain. Ken, a confused hacker, asked the guys why they were all looking at him so strangely and what was wrong with Zhijin. Jigin shouted for Ken to turn around and look back, while Luo Xiang hid behind her boyfriend's broad back because she was too scared. When Kun turned around, he didn't see the cute grandmother in front of him, but a real monster. But the grandmother was still acting friendly. The monster with sharp fangs said that he was very hungry that night, but fortunately the food came by itself so that he finally ate. Ken started shouting for his friend Ji Jian to save him, and the monster attacked the hacker while eating its dinner. Jijin finally came to his senses and saw what was going on. The boxer was afraid for Ken, but he didn't do anything yet. The brave big guy still rushed forward and shouted at Ken to hold on, because soon he would save the guy. Angry, Jijin swung his foot and tried to attack the monster to save Ken from a terrible death. The boxer kicked the monster's back again and again, but the monster didn't even seem to feel the blows and continued to devour its prey. Jin was terrified. He didn't understand how this was possible, since he was the provincial boxing champion, and one punch from him could easily break a board that was more than 10 centimeters thick. The guy didn't stop trying to attack the monster. He hit the monster again and again with both his legs and hands, but it was useless. The monster turned around and asked the young man not to interfere with his food and not to worry, because after the meal he would take care of him. Jujin stood aside, his face pale with horror, finding it hard to believe that they had actually encountered a cannibal ghost. The monster swung its arm so that the big man flew back several meters because Zhijian was interfering with his enjoyment of the meal. The old lady's granddaughter also showed her true monster face. She approached Luo Xiang, saying that she only eats beautiful girls. The red-haired girl was trembling with fear and crying. She froze in horror and demanded that the monster not approach her. The monster opened its terrifying mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and Luo Xiang screamed, begging Zhijian to save her. Zhijian pulled himself together and walked over to a large rock to grab it and throw it at the monster, wanting to save his girlfriend. The guy threw a huge rock at the old lady monster, but it turned out to be absolutely useless action because the stone just broke and the monster remained intact. The monster didn't have a scratch on it, and the ghost of the old lady opened its mouth and bared its sharp teeth, growling at the big man. Angry at Zhijian, the monster shouted that the guy was now a dead man and swung its hand, attacking him with its sharp claws. Zhijian was shrinking before his eyes, and the monster began to suck his life energy out of the guy at a distance, not allowing the boxer to even move. The monster continued to happily absorb all of the boxer's life force, growing stronger and stronger with its energy. When the meal was over, Zhijian collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up any longer because he had lost all his energy. Lo Shang didn't know what to do now. Her boyfriend was already dead, and she felt like everyone else, including her, wouldn't leave this mountain alive today. The two monsters surrounded the girl, and the old lady asked Luo Xiang not to waste her energy and let the monster just consume all of her strength. The red-haired girl didn't want to give up so easily. She was screaming, begging to come to her aid, and the monster had already opened its mouth on her. Xiaodong started asking Xiao Fan to save the girl because they were classmates after all. The main character sighed heavily because he wasn't eager to save the people who had previously insulted the Venerable One. He still agreed to help Luo Xiang for the sake of his friend, appearing before the monsters as the angry emperor of the Taishuan gods. The monsters stopped when our hero told them to go away. They stared at the angry immortal in silence. A great master was able to sweep away everything in his path with just a single word, and that was enough to send the monsters flying away. The monsters traveled a long distance before landing far away in the mountains, after which there was a deafening explosion. It didn't kill the monsters. They were determined to take revenge on our hero who dared to appear on their Cangmang mountain. Lo Shang ran towards Xiao Fan, begging him to save her, and the evil spirits started to approach her again. The two monsters merged into one single entity, and a new monster appeared in front of Xiao Fan and his classmates. A vicious ghost with green skin and long hair rushed forward to pounce on Xiao Fan with its sharp claws. It was enough for the main character to activate his protective sphere to push the terrible monster away from him. The monster didn't give up. It asked the pathetic man if he thought he could stop it with this pathetic trick. The green-skinned monster became alert when it appeared that Xiao Fan would actually be able to stop it. Tai Xuan energy surrounded him from all sides, forming a sphere. The monster asked when Xiao Fan managed to put him in this cage. Xiao Fan replied that he was going to let the monster go because of its hard life and difficult cultivation, but the ghost was too ungrateful. The main character stretched out his hand, concentrating a bunch of Tai Xuan energy in his palm to lethally attack the monster. After that, the Venerable One clenched his fist tightly to destroy his protective dome at a distance, thus destroying the monster. A moment later, there was no trace of the evil ghost, and a bright orange flash appeared in the sky. The monster turned into a bundle of malevolent energy. He was about to report the incident to Grandmaster Chen because Xiao Fan is too powerful. The doe did not let the tadpole do this, but went up and grabbed the ghost by the tail, which greatly angered the monster. The monster screamed, demanding that the little brat let it go, but Lan wasn't afraid. She said that the ghost looked quite delicious. Exposing her demonic true face, the Lan absorbed the malevolent spirit to increase her strength even more. Lo Shan couldn't believe her eyes. The weakling from her school, Xiao Fan, was so strong that he destroyed this terrifying demon in one fell swoop, and her boxer boyfriend was nothing. She didn't know when Xiao Fan had changed so drastically, since he had always been the most humble and weak boy. She concluded that all this time, she and her boyfriend were making fools of themselves, and our hero didn't care about them at all. Lo Shang approached Xiao Fan and asked him why he hadn't bothered to save them earlier, because if he did, Ji Jian and Ken wouldn't have died. Xiao Fan asked if she thought that Ji Jian and Ken had died because of him, and asked her not to forget the warning he gave at the beginning. The main character accused them of trying to be witty instead of listening to Xiao Fan and not following that path. The guy said that for the sake of Xiaodong, he decided to give the girl another chance. But when they met that old lady, the guys again did not listen to him and did not leave Grandma alone. Our hero summed up that all this time he was already trying to save the ungrateful guys all the way. Frowning, the Venerable looked at the red-haired girl and asked if any of them had listened to his words. The cheeky Luo Xiang wanted to reply to the protagonist by continuing to argue with him, but someone stopped her. It was Xiaodong who advised the girl to calm down, because Xiao Fan is her savior, and without him, she would already be dead. Luo Xiang didn't listen to him, but she still questioned Xiao Fan's ability to be a good person, because he just stood there and watched Ji Jian and Ken die. The main character, Lan, Luo Xiang, and Xiaodong continued to walk uphill on the path, and a large black bird flew over them. The red-haired girl wondered when they would finally find the missing class leader, because it was creepy for her to be here. Xiaodong was overjoyed and asked his friend to look ahead, because they soon came across the class leader sitting in the middle of a large purple triangle. Zhang Liwan could be seen not feeling very well, as she sat with her eyes closed and shivered, beads of sweat dripping down her body. The tall stone pillar with mysterious symbols behind the girl's back activated, and a large red chain flew down from it. These chains fell out of all the pillars around the class leader, and they completely immobilized her, wrapping themselves around her wrists and legs. Zhang Liwan was only getting worse and worse because of these magical red chains, and the girl was mumbling in pain. After the class leader screamed at all, she no longer had the strength to resist. The chains pulled her in different directions. A dumbfounded Xiaodong asked our hero what was going on in general, because the picture before his eyes looked extremely creepy. The protagonist explained that someone is forcibly sacrificing Zhang Liwan, forcing her to absorb the cold evil qi from the mysterious iron chain. He knew that ordinary people couldn't resist this cold evil qi, but Zhang Liwan is the owner of the 9 yin qi body, so she is capable of resisting. However, he was afraid that Liwan wouldn't be able to withstand this amount of strong and evil cold qi because it was still too weak. The girl opened her haggard eyes slightly, and Xiao Fan was afraid of losing the girl because she might not be able to withstand so much evil qi. When the prefect opened her eyes and saw our hero in front of her, she asked Xiao Fan what he was doing here. Zhang Liwan screamed, begging Xiao Fan to get out of here quickly because it might be too late later. The red magic chains, the sources of cold evil qi, finally released the girl, who was able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the test was too difficult for her, so Zhang Liwan groaned and started to lose consciousness. The main character was afraid for the girl. He shouted to the class leader to hold her and promised to immediately help her. Zhang Liwan collapsed on the large round stone platform face down, losing her last bit of strength, and Xiao Fan boldly charged forward. Suddenly, a crowd of people appeared on the horizon, being chased by a bright purple mist, and Xiao Fan was told to stop. An elderly man with long hair stepped onto the stone platform, accompanied by a crowd of disciples and initiates. Zhang Liwan started begging Master Chen to let her friends go because they didn't understand what they were doing, and they were guaranteed not to tell others anything. Grandmaster Chen Sikong grinned and flatly refused her request, saying that these kids would never get out of here alive. The man threw the knife using his inner strength, promising to give the kids a quick death because they were Liwan's friends after all. The knife fell right in front of Xiao Fan, and he was told to kill himself. Otherwise, if Master Chen did it personally, our hero's death would be more pitiful. The main character smiled and asked the old man, who gave him the right to speak to him so haughtily, and made him a similar offer. Luoxiang couldn't wait to see how Master Chen dealt with Xiao Fan. She believed that this way her late boyfriend would be avenged. The girl grinned slyly. She knew that Master Chen was known throughout Tiannan province as a tyrant and a very powerful man. She believed that for Master Chen, taking Xiao Fan's life was like stepping on an ant, because the old man was even stronger than a god. Smiling nervously, Grandmaster Chen Sikong shot a suspicious glance to the side before replying to the guy. He confessed that he knew the strength of our hero because his disciple Yin Feng was defeated by Xiao Fan, and the guy killed the mountain spirits without any problems. Master Chen turned to Luoxiang and made it clear that he knew what she really thought of Xiao Fan, since he hadn't bothered to save her boyfriend from death. The old man asked the girl if she really wanted to take the life of the main character in order to avenge the death of her beloved boyfriend. The red-haired girl didn't answer him immediately. She hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, sweat running down her face from exertion. She still decided to ask Master Chen to take Xiao Fan's life to ease her hatred. After all, the man just stood there and watched her boyfriend and Ken die. Master Chen replied that an ant like Xiao Fan was not worthy to die by his hand, so he decided to give Luoxiang a chance to carry out his revenge. The man slapped Zhang Liwan on the back so that the girl coughed, and a small black ball flew out of her mouth. A small black ball fell to the floor and rolled. When it stopped, the sphere began to emit a bright purple light. After taking the sphere from Zhang Liwan's body, Master Chen went over and took the ball, and the exhausted girl fainted. Grandmaster Chen Sikong threw this magical black bead at Luoxiang, asking her to accept it. The sphere flew towards the dumbfounded Luoxiang, and Master Chen explained that this was the only way she could avenge her boyfriend by sending that bastard Xiao Fan to hell. The girl took the black ball. Xiaodong tried to stop her and bring her to reason because Xiao Fan saved her life, and she decided to repay him in this way as a sign of gratitude. Xiao Fan was well aware that this bead contained cold yin qi, which meant that Chen Sikong definitely had no good intention. A red-haired girl, wanting to take revenge on our hero for the death of her boyfriend, fearlessly put a bead in her mouth. After that, Luoxiang silently swallowed a pill containing a large amount of cold evil yin qi energy. The bead in her body took effect immediately, and streams of bright purple light enveloped her body, giving her new strength. The red-haired girl raised her hands and shouted, wishing for the power of 100 ghosts. The former classmate of our hero threw her arms out to the sides and continued to shout at the whole mountain. The energy flows around her, only intensified. Eventually, the girl's face completely changed. It became pale, lifeless, and covered with wrinkles, but she was glad of that. Turning into a real monster, an angry Luoxiang was about to attack our hero, wishing him to go to hell. Leaping forward, she activated the Mad Ghost Darkness Claw spell, her nails turning into long and sharp, strong claws. A strong wind rose up on the mountain due to Luo Xiang's insane evil power, causing Xiaodong to fall and roll on the ground. Xiaodong didn't understand why his classmate Luo Xiang suddenly became so terrifying, her strength literally knocking him down. The boy shouted for Xiaofan to be careful, and Lan had already released her energy to absorb the evil cold qi of her opponent. Luo Xiang smiled sinisterly when she saw that the main character wasn't in a hurry to run away from her. She was determined to get back at him cruelly. Xiaofan knew that after forcibly absorbing so many ghosts and spirits, eventually the darkness in the girl's body would devour her from the inside out. The main character shook his head disapprovingly and wondered what the difference was between a normal insect and a horrible-looking insect. He thought that the girl was just crazy because she dared to challenge this venerable. The doe didn't let the girl touch her master. It collided with her, attacking with its own power. A bright flash formed between them. The girl told Master Li that by absorbing that evil spirit, she was able to regain her previous appearance and even improve her cultivation. Alan in a new form took out a giant axe and shouted, activating the devil chi concentration to fight back against Luo Xiang. Smiling, the girl warned that Luo Xiang would now be able to see a true demonic practitioner. Lan swung her giant axe and attacked Luo Xiang, who screamed loudly and covered her face with her hands. One punch was enough to send Luo Xiang crashing back to the ground with a bang. Despite the powerful power of evil qi she had just received, Lan stood proudly in front of her defeated opponent, holding her title weapon in one hand, bright tongues of red magic flames shining behind her. Luo Xiang clenched her teeth tightly in anger. She wasn't going to accept her defeat so easily, and she didn't understand how Lan was stronger than her. A girl in a red dress walked up to her master and boasted that she was even stronger than before. The main character passed by indifferently and replied that he was not particularly impressed with her, which greatly outraged Lan. Lan started to transform back into a little girl before her eyes, her strength no longer sufficient to maintain her appearance. The purple malevolent energy that Luo Xiang was charged with gradually dissipated, and the girl was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The protagonist walked up to Luo Xiang and grabbed the remaining stream of dark energy with one hand to deal with the impudent girl. The God Emperor shouted, commanding the dark essence within Luo Xiang to disappear as he tightly clenched the flow of energy into his fist. Grandmaster Chen Sikong confessed that he didn't expect to see another great master who had already entered the realm of transformation. However, the old man was still confident that he was much stronger than Xiaofan, so he announced that it was time for the guy to go to hell. From the palm of his hand, he blew out a cloud of dark smoke, shouting that Xiaofan would lose his life in despair and hatred. After all, he had met Chen today. Grandmaster Chen shouted for the spirit seal, and a giant red character appeared in the sky. The man ordered the summoned spirit to seal our hero, but Xiaofan just stood there and watched his unfortunate attempts. The large red character of the seal, surrounded by acrid, thick smoke, was getting closer and closer to Xiaofan. He stuck out his elbow in front of him. The main character was at a loss as he saw a dark purple crystal begin to envelop his hand. In the end, Xiaofan's entire body was sealed in a large crystal, and Master Chen made sure that our hero was no match for him. The man stated that Xiaofan would not be able to break his seal, and in a few moments his life would be erased from this world. The old man advised Xiaofan to beg him for mercy, and then Master Chen might spare his life. Otherwise, the guy would become a source of energy for him to cultivate. Contrary to Grandmaster Chen's beliefs, our hero managed to break the old man's seal by releasing his Taishuan energy. As he approached the old man, accompanied by the Fire Phoenix, Xiaofan smirked and asked how Chen dared to use these low-level seals against him. Chen Sikong visibly tensed up. He didn't expect that this child would be able to break his seal. After all, the man is already half a step away from the God Realm stage. The Grand Master took out a paper talisman and admitted that he had underestimated Xiaofan, but it was still capable of taking his life. Master Chen opened his mouth, and a thick, acrid smoke billowed out, causing purple lightning to sparkle in the cloud. The sky above the mountain was covered with thunderclouds, and a powerful purple lightning bolt struck the ground, leaving a deep, dark hole in it. Chen Sikong flew high above the ground. Several streams of dark evil qi accompanied him, and the stormy sky obeyed the master. The man proudly stated that in this space created by the blood of his life, Master Chen's strength would increase tremendously. Sikong warned our hero that in this space he simply had no chance against Chen, no matter how great a practitioner he was. Grandmaster Chen smiled sinisterly and shouted, demanding that the pitiful mortal kneel before the demon lord. Lan thought that Chen didn't even have the right to call himself a demon, but she recognized the horror of this whole place and was rooting for her master. Luo Xiang was exultant as she looked up at the sky, because she was sure that Xiao Fan would now definitely die at the hands of the truly immortal Master Chen. The main character grinned and replied to the so-called Demon Lord that even the greatest demon immortals would fall to their knees at the sight of Xiao Fan. He declared that this battle was already over if the old man showed his best and prepared his leg for the blow. Xiao Fan kicked the stone cliff, causing it to break into two, and a whirl of white smoke appeared above the mountain. Our hero's Taishan energy caused the thunderclouds and lightning to evaporate, but Master Chen was still hanging in the air. He activated the Phoenix Vision and released his magic bird, ordering Chen Sikong to descend from the heavens to earth. Xiao Fan's tricks didn't frighten Grandmaster Chen at all. He smiled and replied that they were just big words. Master Chen took out a large sharp sword, surrounded by the flow of his inner energy, to deal a fatal blow to the youth. Turning the sword into a spear, Master Chen threw it at our hero, shouting that the young man who was slow as a worm was not capable of fighting him. Charged with dark purple energy, the spear hit the main character and severely wounded him, knocking the God of Emperors off his feet. Master Chen crossed his arms like a conqueror and declared that this was the kind of thing that happened to those who dared to mess with him. It was too early to be elated because after a moment, the old man's expression changed. Sikong was shocked by what he saw. Defeated by the spear, the main character began to disappear before my eyes. It turned out that in front of him was just an illusion. A second later, there was no trace of the fallen Xiao Fan, and Master Chen's spear, charged with dark qi, was lying on the ground. Chen only had time to look away when Xiao Fan repeated his words, saying that the man was slow as a worm and couldn't fight him. Grandmaster Sikong saw a completely unharmed guy in front of him who decided to return this offer to him without changes. He saw the image of the divine blue hand in front of him, and Xiao Fan activated the heavenly body of the emperor and the finger covering the mountains and seas. The main character flew high above the ground. Streams of divine Tai Xuan surrounded Xiao Fan from all directions. At this time, his giant divine finger did his work for him, bringing down Grandmaster Chen from the heavens to earth. This huge finger caused the old man to fly to the top of a rocky mountain and stuck into it so that a pile of rocks flew down. Defeated Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how his ability, which he had worked on all his life, was easily destroyed by this child. After descending back to the ground, Xiao Fan silently walked closer to Sikong, who was lying under a cloud of dust in a pile of rocks at the bottom of the cliff. The guy came over and said that he would have wiped out Master Chen long ago if he didn't want to see what an earth cultivator could do. Now the old man was certain that he would die if he continued to resist. After all, he couldn't accept even one move from Xiao Fan. The best solution was to fall on my knees in front of the main character to try to beg for his forgiveness. Chen Sikong started banging his head on the ground, worshipping our hero as he repeatedly asked the guy to spare his life. The main character wasn't going to forgive him so easily. He put his foot on the old man's head to teach him another lesson. Xiao Fan pressed his head to the ground and asked Luo Xiang if she had something to say, since her revered Chen was currently kneeling at his feet. Luo Xiang now regretted that she didn't listen to Xiao Fan in the first place, because otherwise she wouldn't have ended up here. She cupped her hands together and tried to calm our hero down, apologizing to him and begging him to give her another chance. The girl's persuasions had no effect on this venerable man, who turned away in disgust and wished her to go to hell. The stone pillar released a long metal chain that contained cold evil qi. This chain forcefully wrapped around Luo Xiang so that the girl couldn't move. She grimaced and screamed in pain. The chain began to suck back all the energy that the girl was endowed with, absorbing the black bead. The main character turned around and looked at the former classmate indifferently, only to see what had happened to her. The guy approached Chen Sikong with a complaint and asked if it was his doing, because Xiao Fan himself did not pull off this trick with the chain. Sikong began to beg Master Li to have mercy on him, claiming that it wasn't his fault. The altar was built on the mountain many years ago, and even he wasn't able to control these chains. Kneeling in front of Mr. Li, he explained that he didn't know anything about this place. The old man only practiced his cold yin qi here. Crying and trembling in fear, Chen promised Master Li to work like a horse for him to repay Xiao Fan for his kindness if he spared his life. Xiao Fan thought that he could use someone with some power, as he would have more and more things to do in the future. The main character stated that he was willing to let Chen live if he realized his place, but from now on he would follow absolutely all of Chen's orders. Chen Sikong slapped his chest and solemnly declared that from now on his life belonged to Xiao Fan, and he would do whatever he wanted. Our hero waved his hand, telling the old man to get out of here quickly, and he would call Chen when he needed him. Xiaodong was shocked by everything that had happened. He couldn't believe that this was the same Xiao Fan that he knew in his school days, and he didn't understand how the boy could have changed so drastically. Zhang Liwan still hadn't woken up from her ordeal. The protagonist walked over to the girl and carefully picked her up. The guy brought the black pearl to her mouth because it is the original essence of the mysterious Nine Yin Liwan body, and it is vital for her. Taking the girl in his arms, Xiaofen deduced that the secret of the Nine Yin body was much bigger than he could have imagined, and it was the bead that allowed Luo Xiang to absorb so many ghosts. Xiaofen realized that Sikong had used Nine Yin Liquan's body to absorb and refine cold qi energy for his own cultivation. But now the man would hardly dare to harm anyone. Zhang Liwan finally opened her eyes, seeing Xiaofan in front of her. She immediately thanked him for saving her. Our hero took a final look at the chains, which he found bizarre and dangerous, and decided to check them out later because he didn't want to put Xiaodong and Zhang Liwan in danger right now. Xiaodong, Xiaofang, Lan, and Lijuan were walking back along the forest path, and the class leader complimented our hero on how amazing he was. The girl asked how the main character got his incredible abilities, which allowed him to win even over Master Chen. Xiaofan replied that he once went to Mount Shu alone, got lost there, and fell off a cliff but was picked up by a mysterious old Taoist priest who trained him. The class leader decided to stop questioning him. She didn't believe his story right away, but she respected his reluctance to tell the truth. All this time, Xiaodong stayed at the back and didn't get involved in the conversation. The guy looked worried about something. Xiaodong had always thought of Xiaofan as a little brother to look after, but now the situation was completely the opposite. The main character turned around and looked at his friend. He did not expect that after this trip, there would be some kind of barrier between him and his friend. Xiaofan understood that Fang Xiaodong was still his best friend, and he was always willing to lend a helping hand to the guy no matter what happened to him. The next day, Old Li brought his son to the annual family celebration. It was a 3-star inn where Xiaofan's uncles tried to show off their status. The man was upset that this year his ungrateful brothers did not even consider it necessary to invite him and his son to a family dinner. Xiaofan asked Papa not to worry, because this inn now belongs to their family and not Zhao, so it's unlikely that anyone would dare to go against him and Papa. The guy took out a box from his pocket, saying that Daddy never wore a decent watch, and Miss Yang bought one for him. The elderly man was happy to try on a new expensive watch and said that this child, Yang Pei, is a very nice girl and she must have spent a lot of money on the gift. The main character suggested that the father go to the hotel. The man agreed, although he knew that neither he nor his son were invited to the annual family holiday. The Li family's family dinner had already started, and the rich members of this clan were sitting at the table, drinking wine and laughing loudly. Xiaofan did not hesitate to open the door to the hall where his relatives were gathered. The first thing he saw in front of him was a man in a leopard coat. This bespectacled man stopped laughing. His face disappeared from his smile. He just froze with a glass in his hand when he saw uninvited guests on the doorstep. The other relatives were also not very happy to see Xiaofan and his poor father at the annual family festival. The main character confidently entered the room with his hand in his pocket. His father was standing next to him, and he was also not ashamed to show up for dinner. The uncle asked the third elder what he was doing here, because they were warned not to come, but for some reason they had the audacity to show up. Xiaofan remembered that in his previous life, his father didn't have the courage to sit down at the same table with these scum. But now he, Li Taishuan, is a respected figure in the immortal world who should be worshipped by everyone. The main character pulled out a chair for his dad to sit at the table, and he thought that these relatives would be honored to see Li Taishuan himself at dinner today. He guessed that this empty chair was probably reserved for Li Shuayun, but he was still in the hospital, so he couldn't come yet. The main character was about to sit down in his rightful place, but before that, he told Li Chenglin that this hotel now belongs to him. Xiaofan crossed his arms and stated that he came here to eat, so the relatives shouldn't care. The whole hall burst into loud laughter. Absolutely all the relatives sitting at the table began to laugh loudly at our hero. Uncle Li scolded the third elder for raising his son, because it seems that everything Xiaofan learned in Chuzhou was just blatant bragging. The man got angry and slammed his hand on the table, asking our hero how dare he call him by his first name and not address him as an uncle. Old Li asked his brother not to be angry. He put his hand on his son's shoulder and stood up for him, saying that Xiaofan was telling the truth. The older man explained that his son wasn't what he used to be, so you shouldn't look down on him. Second uncle rubbed his eye under his glasses and laughed, asking his brother if he was really talking about Xiaofan right now. The man in the leopard coat confessed that he wanted to save Xiaofan's face, but let him not blame him for revealing the truth about our hero's life now. He confessed that he had heard where Xiaofan actually worked and that he was actually an intern at the school, earning at most 4,000 a month.